The Heir's Parade. Ishmo. Life as a castle guard cadet didn't leave Ishmo much time for investigation. Every morning he ran for miles, then he fought, first with his fellow cadets, then with other guards. And at night, he had to defend their barracks from marauding guards whose sole task was to steal a cadet's weapon and get him kicked out of the class. The captain put him to work right away. So, on top of running, fighting, and defending, he was also hunting. If he was lucky, he could catch something quick and snag an extra hour of sleep before he was expected to join the others. Any unexpected free time was quickly swallowed up by whatever menial task the guards didn't want to do. Running messages to and from the castle gates, cleaning out the stables and latrines. Being the designated hunter, Ishmo spent a lot of his spare time with the guard cook, gathering eggs and keeping an eye on the food stores. One night, when the guards had left the cadet barracks unattended, Ishmo made his way out to the woods and noticed several of the older men chattering quietly, their faces grim and serious. He realized with a sinking feeling that the fun and games were over. The somber mood had even spread all the way to the cook's farm. "Why's everyone gone sour all of a sudden?" Ishmo asked as he laid the buck on the table for butchering. Lieutenant Gao Ross, the guard cook, was old for a castle guard. Like the doctor, his rank was more about access to the castle grounds and the men who defended it than active fighting. Although the silver circle on his shoulder meant he'd taken the oath to protect the castle and its occupants with his blood, so the man was not to be taken lightly. "They're not sour, boy. They're working. For the past 6 months, they've been sittin' around with their thumbs up their asses, messin' with you lot. King's decided to make his heir's debut today. They'll be gettin' marchin' orders to keep the route safe and make sure nobody steps out of line." Maybe that was why the prince had disappeared a few days ago. "Grab that pail over on that wall." "Why now?" Ishmo asked, grabbing the pail. "Princess will be feeling up for traveling, I reckon. King wouldn't want to risk making a marriage offer with a sickly bride." A deep wash of dread ran through Ishmo's blood. Several questions plagued him since learning of the princess's fate. Why did Ara's disappearance coincide with the princess's poisoning? Why did a princess who had been content inside a castle all her life suddenly decide to visit the city? Why did Ara have the same coloring as the late queen of Naporia? Why did the king's second personally come looking for the missing princess in the meatpacking district? Why would a kitchen maid be so concerned about being found in the woods with a common boy by a castle guard? Why hadn't she changed her name? Some questions had simple answers. People named their kids after royals all the time. Castle staff probably had strict rules about interactions with people outside approved security circles. Random chance. Maybe Ara's parents were from the same area as the Queen's people, and that's why they were chosen to work in the castle. The last one, well, if Ishmo had been cooped up in a castle all his life and was getting ready to be forced to marry into a kingdom that burned people regularly, he might try to escape too. If that was the case, she'd failed. It took some effort not to imagine his Ara snatched from the street a few moments before knocking on his door. Coincidence. It's all coincidence. "Shame all us low-born, low-skilled guards'll only get one look at her. The castle cook says she's the real deal. A serious little girl with a smile that can light up a heart. Said she used to hide in the pantry for hours and then help the girls knead their dough for the next morning." A memory flashed. Ishmo was laying with his head on her leg while her fingers combed through his hair and her feet dangled in the creek. "What do you do in the kitchen?" he asked. She laughed. "Knead bread, mostly." Ishmo asked Ross, "Do you know many of the kitchen staff?" "Is there?" Before the cook abruptly raised his hand. "Asking too many questions about the castle is what got our last hunter dead. I suggest you stop while your head is still attached to your body." Ishmo studied him for a moment, and Ross sighed before adding, "Tell you what, get that cow to fill your pail and I'll give you the rest of the day off to go join the others. Not every day you get to see the whole royal family together." "Yes, sir." Ishmo replied. He didn't waste a minute. Out in a paddock behind the stables, the cow spent its days grazing with half a dozen goats and more chickens than Ishmo had ever seen in his life. As he made his way there, a groom led a large white stallion out of the stable. Oh wow, what a stunning horse, Ishmo thought aloud. The groom paused and said, Well, it better be. It's the king's horse. The heir gets to ride it today. Behind him, Ishmo noticed a castle guard leading a massive black stallion, the king's war horse. It was enormous, and even Ishmo found himself instinctively backing away. You got somewhere to be, cadet? The guard asked. Yes, sir, Ishmo responded. The cow, however, was not too pleased with Ishmo's presence. As soon as he entered the paddock, she moved away to chew the grass somewhere else. When Ishmo finally managed to get close enough, he laid a tentative hand on her side and she let out a loud moo. Then Ishmo heard the high whine of wheels, and soon enough, Gregor appeared, pulling a wagon piled high with swords. Hey, I'm taking these to the forge in town. If we work together, we can get them done before the return leg of the heir's parade, he announced. I have to milk this cow first, and apparently, she hates me, Ishmo muttered, shooting the cow a disapproving look. She mooed in response. Of course she does. You smell like death. She probably thinks you're here to make her into steak. Before Ishmo could respond, Gregor took the pail from his hand and approached the cow with the ease of a seasoned farmhand. Speaking softly, he coaxed her until she finally settled. If I leave you to this alone, we'll never get out of here. Thanks. They let silence fill the space between them until it hung so heavy that even the sht, sht, sht of milk in the can cut through it like arrows in the night. Something happened to that girl you've been after? Gregor asked. No, maybe, Ishmo sighed. I get the feeling I'm about to find out. A test of faith. The courtyard was cleared of anyone, not in our entourage. The grooms and footmen all stood aside in case they were needed, and several royally designated castle guards stood by in case there was trouble. Minette stood behind me with the train of my dress in her arms, trembling. I wanted to believe she was chosen for my service because my father wanted to make sure she was protected, but I could see now the shrewdness of his decision. Minette had access to his would-be heir. She would never be able to overpower me, and she would never break the rules for fear of the castle guard's wrath. Everyone was concerned about me. No one paid her any mind. You don't have to stay, Minette. I can hold it. She bowed but shook her head. Mari asked me to make sure you look your best. I resisted the urge to roll my eyes. As if things couldn't be worse for the poor girl, she was also Mari's chambermaid, and Mari could be even scarier than the castle guard at times. Are you ready? My father approached, leading the white stallion. Is that really necessary? All kings ride a white horse, a queen will too. I want there to be no mistaking my decision. Then why don't you just say it? There is a certain order to these things. Change makes people nervous, and you will be a big change. Behind me, my siblings mounted their horses, Bran looking every bit a stiff-backed castle guard with their signature stone face, and Keely so excited to finally be a part of something. It all felt so wrong. As if reading my hesitations, Father added, We could have made these debuts slowly. We only have to do it all at once because of your foolish behavior. Harold was more understanding. It's a test of faith. For everyone. Guards are stationed along the route, but adding more to the actual parade would make it look like we don't trust our people. All you have to do is stay on the horse and follow the captain. And smile. Your public debut sets the tone for what the people will expect for your reign. Try not to look so grim. Father's mouth turned up fondly. Your mother rode by my side when we returned from the war, and she hated it too. Yo gave me a boost onto the horse, and Minette set to making adjustments to my dress, doing her level best to stay as far away from my father's shadow as possible. It's okay to be scared, Princess, but don't let it show. You are the heir of Naporia. The people will look to you for strength and confidence. Thank you, Harold. When he left, Rowan circled back around to get into place. If you see something, close the gap between us. That will be Brandon's signal that something is wrong. If need be, I will break off and lead us to safety. Do not worry about the others. Stay with me. I nodded firmly. Saints, I can't believe that this is actually happening. Rowan kicked his horse into a trot, and there was nothing left to do than follow and smile. Although the sun was still low, I could already feel the sweat running down the back of my neck. It was nearly half a year exactly since the day I went into the city to find Ishmo, and for a minute I was nauseous. Not so much because of the heat, but because I knew he was out there somewhere, thinking I abandoned him. The plan was to ride through the city out to my mother's grave, and I tried not to dwell on the fact that it felt like I was being led to my own mother's grave. Bran Annalise Palacios was buried atop a high hill just south of the city gate. She had no stone, as it was improper for anyone but kings and their seconds to be buried, but instead, she was laid to rest beneath a large oak tree where the hillside bloomed with wild flowers from spring until the winter snows. Father and Yo made a trip to honor her memory every year. Bran had visited a few times on his own. He'd even taken Keely once when she asked, but the current trip would be Ara's first. Bran rode in the parade behind Ara and beside his sister on an unremarkable horse in the group's rear. He had several jobs that day, only one of which was to provide security. He was to also watch for angry reactions, mark their locations and remember their faces. But most importantly, he was to be utterly forgettable. Easy enough. The people in the crowd only looked at him for as long as it took to register that he existed and was not the one on the white horse. Then hands moved to faces or grabbed the person beside them to see if what they saw was true. Some of the men in the crowd rested their hands on their swords. Bran didn't like that. If enough people moved at once, no amount of training could stop mob violence. A test of faith, Yo had called it. More like a test of my nerves. Yet he remained still and unreadable as a castle guard was expected to, and eventually, the procession passed through the city gate without incident. It was the way back to be worried about anyway. The first trip through would be too much of a shock for anyone to do anything but stare. Then they would hours to spread the word and make plans before the group returned. At the bottom of the hill, Father and Yo, Hurt, and Ara came to a stop until he and Keely finally brought up the rear. Cadet. Sir. Ara winced at Hurt's use of his rank, but by then he'd grown accustomed to it. Accompany the heir, he said. Remember who you are. Yes, sir. He waited for Keely to help Ara with her dress and dismounted his horse when Hurt helped her from the white stallion. She looked back at him twice before realizing he wasn't going to speak or walk by her side. He wasn't a Palacios anymore. He was a castle guard. The tears in her eyes hurt almost as bad as the day he saw Yo ride through the side gate with her limp body. It was warm on the hill. The summer sun basked the gravesite in golden warmth. He stopped at the edge of the sun and let Ara go up to the tree alone. She sat for a long while and cried. It would have been the perfect time to break the castle guard rules and go comfort her, even just sit by her side. But he didn't. Hurt and Yo were both watching. He couldn't risk losing the guard as well. His father would banish him to some isolated farmland if he screwed up again. She had to do this alone, and eventually, she must have come to the same conclusion. She quieted and stood, the flowers trembling in a morning breeze at her feet. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and straightened her back. Is this how it is to be? She asked. Solitude in all things, friendships ruined, not a smile to be found around me. Bran didn't answer. There is a wall that has been built between royals and their people, higher still between a king and his subjects. She sighed. Going to Trinar would have been easier. And you would have been deader. She looked over at him as if he'd said the words out loud. It's a punishment. For the both of us. He blinked. Hurt could hardly fault a man for blinking. She seemed to understand. And then her face hardened with resolve. He wants me to sit on that horse and be separate from everyone. He wants them to have to look up to see my face. It was hard to tell if she was talking to him still or just thinking out loud. I cannot stop it. I cannot say no. If I am going to be the one to make the decisions that affect these people's lives, I cannot be separated from them. They need to know me, and I need to know them. He could practically see the wheels turning as she thought through some idea. It was a look he'd seen many times before a man did something foolish. You're working, right? Your job is to protect me? He blinked. Then be ready. Just a girl. My life was about to change forever. The timing of this trip was not lost on me. People would have started to hear whispers of one of the Palacio's children being poisoned, and, I figured, father would want to settle concerns by showing off all 3 children in good health, and also gauge the reaction of the people to the hint of a female heir, hence the white horse. It was my fault for being reckless. I prayed that Ishmo was out hunting and far away from the crowd gathered along the King's Road to see if the rumors sparked by the morning's ride were true, and tried not to throw up. The short ride from the hill back to the village was uneventful. The Naporian capital was bordered by farmland, required, I had read, to only plant low crops suitable for easy patrolling. Beans and radish, tomatoes, and cabbage. Most farming villages were acres away, and only heard the news from the castle when their merchants returned from selling their harvest, sometimes months or whole seasons after the fact. Information passed between kingdoms much faster. Trinar would know my father's intentions in a few days. The city's spies and sympathizers would know in a few short minutes. I didn't really know what I was expecting. I couldn't see very far past my father and Harold as they rode up ahead, but I could hear a great wave of chatter just past the city gates. The castle guards that were usually so stone-faced and still were shifting their weight from one foot to the other, watching us and each other with nervousness I didn't understand. They don't know, I realized. I was so used to the guards inside the castle walls that had known I was the one to be named heir for the entire last 6 months. These guards were not royally designated. They were the city patrols. They wouldn't have been told. They would have been left to assume just like everyone else. People see what they want to see. Bran was the logical choice, the expected choice. Father and Harold let them go on believing it to keep me safe. I was less of a threat if I wasn't heir. They'd been doing it since the day we left for Nerys. I looked back at Bran, who nodded slightly, thinking I needed encouragement. Keely flashed a smile and gave me a thumbs up. Everything was about to change. I clutched the bouquet of wildflowers in my hand. You can do this. The crowd on the other side of the gate was bigger than I could have ever imagined. Everyone in the entire city had to have been there. They all cheered when my father passed by them. Some of the women curtsied, and the young men held a close fist over their heart. A Naporian salute. When their attention fell upon me, the wild cheering lessened as they processed the shock of what they were seeing. Then, when I thought my lungs might burst from holding my breath, most of them began to cheer again. There were some that turned away or stared at me with open hatred, but I clung to the smiling faces and the hands that reached out toward our parade as if to touch me. After months being bedridden and a year inside the castle, the open air and excitement from the crowd washed over me and sank right down into my bones. Before I could talk myself out of it, I gathered up the flowers I picked from Mother's grave and slid down off the horse. Bran was at my side in an instant. "What are you doing?" he asked, quiet and urgent. Oh, now he finds his voice. "They need to know who I am." Huh? No. That wasn't quite right. It's me. I need to touch them. He looked at me like I had 3 heads. I don't understand. Coming in closer, he rested his hand on my arm and asked quietly, "Are you feeling okay?" I could feel his uneasiness, not quite fear but trepidation over what should be done. I patted his cheek. "Your job is to keep me safe, yes? So keep me safe." I saw him glance up ahead, at Hurt, I assumed, but didn't bother to look myself for fear of seeing whatever daggers he was probably staring at us with. But he wouldn't dare stop me. A Trinar man forcing a Naporian princess, the would-be heir to the kingdom, away from her admirers would go over about as well as a funeral. "Hurt's going to kill me for this," Bran muttered, but I was already leading my horse over to the crowd. He signaled to Keely to take his horse, and she did so with a smile. The crowd didn't seem to bother her at all. She waved back at the people as if they were there for her. I was near the edge of the crowd when my feet got tangled in the fabric netting of my dress, clearly designed for being shown off rather than walking. I reached down and pulled loose the tangled fabric with one handful of flowers. "Bran, can you cut this?" He sighed dramatically but knelt down to help anyway. "Now Mari is going to kill me too." He reached for the knife on his chest. A woman from the crowd stepped forward. "Your Highness." We both looked up. Bran had the knife in his hand. She knelt. "I'm a seamstress," she said, revealing a pair of scissors in her hand. "I can help, in a way that won't leave your backside exposed when your seams unravel." I laughed. "That would be preferable." Bran stepped to the side, but kept a careful watch on the woman. "All right then." A couple of rotations later, I was free, and my fabric swished back and forth below my knees. "Thank you." She gathered up the fabric and squeezed my hand. "You're welcome." There was something about how she held my hand. I didn't want to let it go. Her skin under my fingers felt different. I looked down to see scars covering her hands and forearms, and I knew instantly who she was. She smiled, her honey eyes shining. "I'm glad it's you," she said. I was so shocked that I just watched her melt back into the crowd before the words in my head made it to my mouth. "Wait." Bran was at my side. "If you're doing this, you need to do it." The woman was gone. I failed again. "Tell him I'm sorry." "Princess." "Your Highness." The crowd continued to cheer, and I knew if I stood there for too much longer, they would realize something was wrong. Pasting the best smile on my face, I turned toward the crowd. The angry faces were gone now, and the shock was quickly being replaced with excitement. Royals did not interact with commoners. We were chosen by gods after all, but turning our gaze from them would only allow more despair to take root. I bent down to a couple of children, a little girl about the age of 8, who held tight to her brother's hand, who looked to be about 12. His mouth hung open slightly and stayed that way when I pressed one of the flowers into his hand. "Mama says the person on the white horse is the next king," the little girl blurted. I smiled. "Maybe a king. Maybe a queen." Bran leaned forward and shut the boy's mouth with a gentle finger under the chin. "Careful, kid," he said, chuckling. "The flies will get in." We went on that way for a while, crossing back and forth on the King's Road, handing out flowers to children and shaking hands with stunned adults. They all wanted to know if it was true that father would choose a woman to succeed him to the throne. I, of course, only reiterated that we would have to wait and see, with a smile and a wink. Halfway across the city, Bran touched my arm and whispered, "You're starting to slow down. Maybe save your strength for the rest of the ride?" I accepted his suggestion and remounted the horse, continuing at a quicker canter to catch back up with Father, Harold, and Hurt up ahead, but careful to keep an easy expression for the hundreds of eyes that watched as I passed. Occasionally, I would wave, but Bran was right. My excursion had taken its toll. My limbs were starting to feel heavy, and the late afternoon sun was beginning to make my head pound. Bran closed in ranks behind me as we neared the castle. Just a little further. I knew I could make it. I already failed Ishmo again. The least I could do was not fail at this. Finding Ara. Ishmo. We are never going to make it in time. Gregor moaned outside of the forge as the crowd filled the city streets, but Ishmo just kept pushing ahead. It didn't seem right that Gregor was ahead anyway, but Gregor's bulk couldn't shim his way between the crowd of people so pressed in together. Dozens of voices all blended into a cloud of noise, but Ishmo could pick out a few as they went. They're saying it's a girl. No, I saw him this morning. It was a boy. He had on the uniform. But the girl was on the white horse. The boy is the spare. No wonder he kept it a secret. She'll be dead in a month. Oi, have a little respect, a woman shouted. You're talking about the future queen. A queen. So the man in the tavern was right. Just like her mother. The Trinar is gonna have a fit. How old's your boy now, Sarah? Will he be fightin' age? Ishmo Leaf! Ishmo stopped in his tracks. Gregor nearly knocked him over. Is there a very angry-looking woman behind us to the right? Ishmo asked. Gregor looked. Scarred hands? Steam coming out of her ears? Yeah, she looks pissed. I kind of never told her I was joining the guard. A claimant? Worse, my mother. Gregor winced. Go on ahead. I'll see you back at camp if I don't find you later. I'll inform Hurt of your early demise. Ishmo watched Gregor continue through the crowd, then turned to face the consequences of his actions. His mother froze for a moment, her eyes darting over his uniform, his face, and the sword at his hip. Ishmo had changed in the last few months. Now, when she marched up to him and shoved a finger into his chest, she seemed smaller. It's been months, Ishmo. Were you never going to tell me? Were you just going to let your own mother believe you were dead? I didn't really plan on joining. They needed a hunter, and I needed information. It's complicated. Once you're in, Ishmo shrugged. They don't really give cadets a day off? Tashin told me you were after some girl in the castle kitchens. Has she made a claim on you? You can still leave if you haven't taken the oath. You have to know that the castle guard will be dangerous with the princess being the heir. The Trinar won't let a woman take a throne. Whoa. How do you know about that? I saw them down the road. I met her. She shook my hand and it felt, look, if you need to find out something, find it and get out before you take that oath. If the princess is like her mother, and I think she is, anyone nearby will have a short lifespan. The crowd began to jostle for position. She's coming. I have to go see. His mother squeezed his hand and nodded. Be safe. I love you. Even though it cost precious seconds, Ishmo leaned down and kissed her cheek. Love you too, Mom. Then he left her in the swelling mob. The procession was going slow, but the crowd pushed in, making it hard to shoulder his way through the mass of people. Eventually, though, Ishmo made it to the castle gate's wall and jumped, catching the edge and pulling himself up to the small gangway. He ran down the gate wall, jumped onto a ledge, and crouched in a shadow. From there, the procession would ride right past him, and he would be able to see for sure. You're insane, he told himself. She works in the kitchen. Ahead of him, the king and his second rode in a lazy trot down the road, chatting easily. The commander, with his deep-set eyes that missed nothing, glanced up in Ishmo's direction, long enough to make it clear that he had seen him, but dismissed him as a threat, leaning over to the king to share a word that made him laugh. The exchange was intimate. The two tucked away from the eyes of the crowd, and Ishmo found himself unable to look away from them until they passed out of sight. A commoner and a king, friends. The captain was behind them, and then the princess appeared on the white horse, the very white horse Ishmo had seen earlier when the castle guard told him that the heir would ride it. The heir of Naporia was not Brandon. It was Ara, his kitchen maid. The girl from the castle kitchen who brushed her hands through his hair when he cried and squealed, when frogs jumped out of her hands. The girl who taught him how to swim in the deeper parts of the creek. The girl who couldn't make a claim on him because of her obligations. Gods. She was still stunning. Even though Ishmo could see that her smile was forced and her hands shook, she sat tall and steady on that white horse. She was every bit as defiant as the day she found him outside of the castle garden. Why had she gone out to the city? That was the question on everyone's lips. She had been planning on a quiet marriage where she would disappear, and peace among the kingdoms would be her legacy. That wasn't a lie. She'd said it 100 times over the years, and Ishmo had been too blind to see it. But something had changed. They'd lied to her. It was him. She'd gone out to find him, and nearly gotten killed. I'll explain everything, if I can. That's what she'd said. Damn it, Ara. What am I going to do now? Hard truths. As expected, the next petitioning was busy with people concerned about my father's decision. For the first time in half a year, people were being allowed back into the castle, and Harold suggested I make myself scarce. What irony. Now that the woods were patrolled and Ishmo was long gone, the powers that be released me from my prison. I didn't bother with a horse or a picnic. I just went out to sit under the tree at the edge of the paddock and think. The air tasted heavy and stagnant, and the granules of earth passed through my fingers when I picked it up like sand through an hourglass. The world was different. I was different. One more storm and the leaves would fall, winter would come, and life would move on. A high whine of a castle guard's sword came through the trees. Ishi. No, he wasn't out there. No one would wait so long for a missing girl. But what if he did? What if he'd come back? And now he was at the edge of a castle guard's blade. I couldn't let it go without seeing for myself. At some point in our adventures, Ishmo had tried to teach me how to walk quietly through the woods, so I knew enough to stay away from the dried leaves that were starting to litter the ground while I snuck through the familiar path back towards the clearing. As I got closer, another sound filtered through the trees, short and rhythmic. I ducked behind the white trunk of a wide birch and looked out across the sun-dappled meadow. Ishmo sat on the log, long legs on either side, bent over, sharpening a knife on a stone. He'd been bathing. His wet hair was still dripping onto his bare shoulders. In all of our years, I'd never seen him without a shirt on, even when it was clear we were headed for more than innocent friendship. Part of me wanted to stay in the shadows and watch his graceful fingers slide along the blade, until I saw that the knife he was sharpening had a silver-carved handle, and so did the sword lying beside his bow and quiver. On a tree limb behind him hung a dripping shirt, leather strap, and a blue leather coat with red buckles, a castle guard trainee's coat. He lifted the blade to inspect its edge at the exact moment I moved back to run away, and stepped on a stick which produced a disturbingly loud snap. He had an arrow notched and pointing in my direction before I could blink. Facing me, I could see the muscle that filled out his chest, far more severe than I imagined. "Show yourself. Only a coward hides their face," he called out. Saints. If I ran, the arrow would find my back. I was sure of it. Ishmo Leaf didn't need to see a target to know where to aim. He'd hear every step I took back to the castle. The only way out of the nightmare was through it. I took a deep breath and stepped out of the shadows. "It's just me," I said softly. The arrow lowered. "Ara." My name fell out of his mouth. He looked like he'd truly expected anyone else but me. "What?" The words stuck in my throat, and I swallowed hard as I crossed through the clearing. "What are you doing with that coat?" I asked. "Please tell me you've killed some guard and taken his uniform." He knelt to put away the arrow. I didn't. I heard what he said, and yet I still wasn't comprehending. "It's not safe here. The forest is patrolled now." "Yes, by me," he said, remaining on that God's forsaken knee. "No. No, no. You stand up this instant." My voice was barely more than a whisper. "Well, what have you done?" He stood and his hands closed into fists before opening again. You shouldn't have come out here. I thought I could pretend I wasn't angry, but I am, and I can't be so. He turned around to reach for the shirt hanging behind him, and I must have made some sound, because he turned around at once and caught me staring. His back was covered in red and white rippled scars like melted wax. I reached out to touch him, but stopped short. All at once I felt on fire myself. I prayed for control of my father's army to hunt down and make whoever was responsible pay for hurting him. They did this? I asked. His eyes narrowed. It was a long time ago. I don't care how long it's been. My voice was cold again. He exhaled a long, shuddering breath. It doesn't hurt anymore. I traced a finger along the edges of the scar. It stretched from his shoulder, down his back, across his ribs, and ended just below his navel. When I got there, he snapped around and grabbed my wrist in a hard grip. Don't, he said fiercely. I can't do this. Not if you touch me like that. Is she? Suddenly he let me go, gathered his things, and stomped off deeper into the woods. Wait. I didn't want him to go, but I didn't know what else to say either. And before I could think that maybe I should give him the space he asked for, I was crashing through the woods after him, stepping on every leaf and twig in existence. Let him walk away. Let him have some time. But eventually, we needed to talk. And that petitioning was probably going to be my last chance. We must have walked miles. The trees were more expansive and packed in close together as we climbed the ridge I'd seen on the maps in the library. He seemed to see trails in the brush that didn't exist, transversing easily over hills, logs, and whole valleys. But I wasn't willing to give up. By the time he began to slow down, my body was at the end of its rope. Before, I could have hiked after him for days, but now my skin was clammy, and sweat ran down my back in rivers. Is she? He stopped and turned around. I told you. I can't. He reached to steady my now wobbling frame. The betrayal washed from his face and left behind only the concern of a friend. Saints, are you okay? I took a deep breath so my head would stop spinning. I'm fine. You don't look very fine. Slowly, the trees came to a halt, and I felt steady again. I only wanted to apologize. I didn't mean to upset. He pressed his hand over my mouth and looked off into the forest, then tilted his head so that his ear could catch the wind. I'd seen him do this before when we would sit quietly in our clearing and listen to the animals. I needed air, so I pried his hand off my face. He'd begun breathing deeply. His eyes darted around us, looking for something, and his face slowly turned to stone. I'd never seen someone turn into a castle guard before. They always just already were. Quietly, I asked, "What is it?" "Someone is coming through the forest." Even his voice changed. It was deep and grave, but I couldn't linger on that. If we were caught together, he would be punished even more severely if he was wearing that uniform. You have to get out of here. You can't be seen with me. His hand tightened on my arm. I don't think they're Napoleon. What? How can you tell that? Napoleons have no need to tread carefully in their own woods. What does that matter? You don't understand. If we're caught together? He backed me into a wide tree. I know the risks, Your Highness. A puff of air left my lungs. I was going to tell you. He stepped in front of me and gripped the hilt of his sword. Can we please talk about this later? The leaves rustled, and a man appeared out of the shadows. He wore a green tunic, and mud was smeared over his face and through his blonde hair. Ishmo moved more directly between us, but recognition flashed in the soldier's eyes. Well, what do we have here? Ishmo drew his sword in the proper castle guard way, slowly, metal grinding against metal, and pointed it out into the woods like he had done to me earlier, tracking a second soldier still hidden in the trees. All the while, the first man was still processing his good fortune. What is a Naporian princess doing out in the woods with one castle guard? And a cadet, no less. Did you come all the way out here to fuck your common dog? He's more of a man than you'll ever be, I retorted without thinking. Ishmo's arm was out, stopping my impulsive step forward before I even knew I had made it. The soldier laughed. After I dispatch your dog, I'll be happy to show you what a real man is. I stepped back behind Ishmo at that, my hand gripping onto the back of his coat. No one is going to touch you, he promised, to me as much as the soldier. The man took a step toward us and swung his sword in a tight circle. Ah, so the dog speaks. Bites too, Ishmo replied. Here's a lesson, boy. Best not to make promises you can't keep. From the trees, the other man stepped out of the shadows. He was dressed the same as the other, but was wiry and had a fervor in his eyes that made my hair stand on end. He, clearly the more reasonable of the two, moved very slowly closer. Easy, you're outnumbered. Hear us out. None of this is your fault. Her mother seduced a king. Even with the god's blood, he could not resist her. It's what they do. Get inside your mind and twist your thoughts until they are all you think about. Ishi. He reached back and touched my arm. It's okay, Ara. His voice was low and calm. Do you know the way back to our place? I think so. Then get ready to run. Wait until I say. She won't get far, the first soldier taunted. It didn't help that he was right. My legs already felt like water. Last chance, son, the wiry man offered. I'm not your son, Ishmo replied with venom. She needs to be cleansed. What does that even mean? I asked. Ishmo reached back to make sure I stayed behind him. In the cathedral, there is an altar more beautiful than you could ever imagine. Fire burns away anything evil that is laid upon it. For those pure, the fire only warms, but for those whose very souls are evil, there is nothing left but ash and bone. Ishmo's hand tightened painfully around my arm. Get ready. I took a deep breath. My heart was racing so fast I could barely hear him. If I go with them, maybe they'll let you go. His voice went from the boy I grew up with to a general giving an order on a battlefield. Do as I say, Ara. He shoved me back so hard that I nearly lost my footing. Now, run. The witch, Ishmo. They called her a whore. Ishmo almost regretted saying it out loud again when Ara's eyes widened, but no one else was around to listen. She told me not to start fights, but if I let it go, then they'll think it's true. And it's not. Hot tears streamed down his face. Ara took his hand and pulled him down to sit beside her. He laid his head in her lap and let his tears fall unchecked, leaving a wet mark on the soft leather of her pants. Sometimes people say mean things about my mother too. They're not true. Those people are just weak. They only want to hurt those around them. She combed her fingers through his hair until the hiccuping sobs stopped, and he only felt exhausted. Why did my father have to die? The way she talks, I know he wouldn't let them get away with saying those things. I shouldn't either, right? You don't have to be a fighter, she said with conviction. You're kind and thoughtful. You don't need fists to prove that you are better than them. Ishmo turned over so that he could look up at her face, and she used the hem of her sleeve to dry his tears. You deserve to live a full, long life, Ishmo Leaf, with a wife to share your bed and children screaming at your feet. You are worth more than the sword they put in your hand or the food you put on their table. You. Just you. She sounded so confident that he believed her. I'm interested in the wife in my bed part. Care to make a claim? She pulled his ears. Ow! Ow! I'm serious, Ishmo. Your life is yours. No one can claim it but yourself. She looked so determined, like she could change the way of things with her own force of will. Okay. Okay? Ishmo nodded. I won't fight them. I'm going to be someone great. And then I'll change your mind. That day had been a turning point. From then on, Ishmo had a reason to hold back, to rein in the blood fire that most men let control them. Every year he got better at it until people saw him as a pacifist, weak to some, better to others. Harmless either way, someone they thought they could push around. But now, he could let it go. Ishmo launched himself at the Trinar soldiers, swinging hard at the thin man and pushing past him, sending him directly into the path of the bigger soldier's swing. The blade caught him satisfyingly in the leg. It would have been more effective if it had been a killing blow. Instead, the thin man grabbed Ishmo by the waist and knocked him off his feet, while the bigger one took off after Ara. Ishmo could feel the fire spreading in his veins. Smaller Ara might have outpaced the big man for a time, but once he caught her, there were no superstitions strong enough to keep him at bay. Ishmo fought to free his arms. Every moment he was tangled up with that sick fanatic was a moment Ara was left on her own. All those years, maybe they should have spent more time sparring and less time playing. If she had just been honest from the beginning, he would have taken her training more seriously. Would he, though? Would he have agreed at all? At the time, he was still angry that the royal family hadn't done enough to protect the neighborhoods lining the castle gate. Would he have agreed to help a girl learn a skill that no one thought she needed? Would he have dismissed her request as the whim of a spoiled child? There was no way to know. Finally, he managed to free one hand and punch the man in the ribs until he felt bones crack. Still, the man would not let go, committed to giving his fellow soldier time to complete their mission. Time Ishmo didn't have to spare. "I'm trained by the priests to tell," the man said through bloody teeth. "I always knew which ones to burn." Ishmo punched harder, feeling his already cracked bones shatter further until the man coughed and sputtered blood. "She deserves to burn," the man choked out. "She's not what you think she is." Ishmo wrenched himself free from the man's grip and rolled away, determined to end the fight. He couldn't risk a knife in his back while chasing after the other. He reached for the knife at his chest but thought better of it, curling his hand back into a fist instead. "She is exactly what I think she is. I'm not what she thinks I am." Then he beat the man's face in until blood and bone and teeth were broken, until his recognizable features were crushed beyond repair, ensuring he could never set another fire again. The demon. I didn't make it very far. My lungs were on fire, and my legs were so numb that I fell twice before reaching the edge of the ridge. There was a steep decline down to a stream at the bottom of the valley. Our stream. I can follow it back to the... A large body slammed into me, sending us both down the hill. I rolled over and over with no way of stopping myself until I reached the bottom, where I promptly threw up. The Trinar soldier had long since stood up and looked down on me, casting a shadow across the gold and red leaves that covered the ground. "Some witch you are," the soldier said. I tried to crawl away, but my hand slipped and came back with only wet dirt. I stared at my dirty hand as if I'd been betrayed by the earth itself, once alive and vibrant. Now only ancient grains of sand. A boot shoved under my shoulder and pushed me over to lay on my back. Helpless, gasping for air, my limbs failed to respond. The soldier knelt down and reached behind his back, producing a knife. Its polished edge momentarily reflected the color in the trees. "You know you're really getting off easy. Martin wanted to burn you. He doesn't do that quickly. I'd just as soon get it over with." I tried to call upon that rage that helped me kill the slaver, but it too lay dormant. Where was Ishmo? What if he was dead? No, I would not think about that. Ishmo Leaf was going to live a long life. If I willed it hard enough, it would happen. Me, on the other hand. The soldier lifted the knife. "Wait," I said in a rush. "Only a royal can kill another royal." He chuckled. "Nice try, princess." "It's true. Trust me, these rules are my life. They're drilled into my head every day. I'm to be Neporia's heir. Killing me here takes away your king's options. Take me back as a prisoner, and he can hold me for ransom. kill me himself, or force a marriage. So you can try to escape. I was poisoned recently. I barely had the strength to run the few feet to that hill. I won't fight you. I thought back to all of the things I knew of Trinar, all the things I knew of men, and used what little strength I had to rest my hand on his leg. I won't fight you, I repeated. He smiled. It made me nauseous. This man was a soldier, not a fanatic. He had no fear of the Witch of Naporia because he didn't believe she existed. I was just a woman to him, just a normal woman. Maybe being feared wasn't so bad. What if Ishmo was dead? How far would I be before someone in the castle realized I was missing? What would I have to endure until then? He laid down his knife and planted a knee between my legs. Let's test your resolve. Leaning over, he reached toward my chest. Somewhere above my head, a stick snapped, and suddenly, the bloody tip of an arrow was sticking out of the man's palm. He gasped, and another followed, this time striking his arm. The soldier looked up, and I followed his wide-eyed gaze. It was Ishmo. His hair was wet and shining in the hazy sunlight. Wet with blood, like a monster from a nightmare, his eyes, sharp with fury, were as red as hot iron. His sword was back in its scabbard, and he dropped his bow as he closed the gap between us. Somehow, even without a ready weapon, he seemed unconcerned. The innocent boy from the river was long gone. At once, I knew the wiry soldier was dead, and the other was about to join him. I wanted to believe that Ishmo wasn't like the others, that he took no joy in killing. But that want quickly dissipated, and the very wind in the trees called out for justice. I didn't have the strength to answer it. He did. He reached out and grabbed a fistful of the soldier's hair, yanking him away before dragging the man kicking and flailing into the shadows of the woods like a demon taking a soul to hell. Ishmo, I called. He stopped and turned his head to listen. Make it hurt. The screaming soldier was the last thing I heard before letting go and giving in to the creeping darkness at the edges of my vision. The missing priest, Mari. Hello? Hello? There was no one in the chapel when Mari went to pray. None of the candles had been lit, and there was dust. Dust starting to settle on the wooden benches and tables. The priest was always there to light the candles. Where had he gone? A hard wind blew against the windows, causing the glass to rattle against the iron. A storm was coming, maybe the last one before the leaves fell and the winter came. Devon would be too busy with the harvest to deal with a missing priest. Besides, the best chance of seeing him at all on a petitioning day was to stand in line herself, and that thought was so absurd that it was almost amusing. The reality of Devon's choice had certainly not been lost on the commoners when he paraded Ara through the streets on a king's white horse, and her behavior was so far out of the norm that it was all everyone was talking about. Some were excited, but those who still held the traditional beliefs were not. Touching all those dirty people was bad enough, but cutting her dress and riding like a man was disgraceful. Her legs would have been completely exposed. Mari knew she taught her better than that. Word was already going around that bits of the fabric were being sold in the market. Back home, that kind of behavior would send someone straight to the priests for cleansing. Like me, she thought. Beneath her silk gloves, her fingers still throbbed when the weather changed. The punishment Michael had handed out was far less than the priest would have. The pain was severe, but the bones healed with minimal scars. She would never play a piano again, but at least she wouldn't be disfigured. Royalty represented the gods' divine power on earth, and the gods do not have flaws. Overhead, the wind blew again. She shivered. What if something happened to her priest? He was an old man. Was he sick? Surely he would send an attendant along to keep the chapel functioning. From the dust and leaves that scattered the floor, it looked as if no one had been inside since she left the morning before. Well, it wasn't her job to look in on him. Priest or not, he was common, And high-born princesses did not concern themselves with commoners. She found the matches in a nearby drawer and lit the wick of the center pillar candle. The flame danced. "What am I supposed to do?" she prayed. No answer came but the whistling of the wind. She passed her fingers through the flickering flame. "Am I still worthy?" The flame didn't burn, but the fires in the altar were not small sparks meant to illuminate a page. They were sustained by the might of the gods themselves, and could stay lit for days. The devoured bodies and left nothing but ash. The smell and the screaming drove her mother mad. It was because she knew she herself was sinful, their father said, and it was proven true when they laid her upon the altar. "Stay quiet. Don't look away." She hadn't. She saw it all and still climbed upon the altar herself on the day she came of age. And then the Duke caught her eye, and the porcelain keys were shattered. Tainted. Sinful. Even as she stood on the platform with Devon to say her marriage vows, she looked for him in the crowd. He hadn't been there. She always assumed he had been taken to the priests. But then, there were his initials on the invitation. The warmth of his skin was still fresh in her memory, as if the years faded away and she was a girl again. Foolish, foolish, foolish child. She reached out once more and held steady while the flickering flame danced underneath her hand. That time, it burned. Rain. I came to slung over Ishmo's shoulders like a deer carcass. One of his arms was hooked between my thighs with a bloody hand clamped down on my wrist. He held his bow in the other just in case there were any other soldiers waiting in the trees. Sharp-edged black feathers bloomed out of the top of their quiver on his hip like a bouquet of dark forest flowers. The leather smell from his coat mingled with the pine and blood, while moisture swirled in on a heavy breeze. "Rain." He jerked at my voice. "Rain?" The earth cleanses itself of evil in the rain." "What? What?" "You were talking nonsense." "Oh, sorry." My head was still foggy. I didn't know how long we'd been walking, but the warmth of his shoulders and the strength of his grip was enough to allow me the time to will my heart back into a normal pace. I waited until we were back in our clearing to speak again. "Have you heard anyone else?" He shook his head. "Just the two. They could be forward scouts or on their own." "Does anyone know you leave the castle on petitioning days?" "Of course. Most everyone does, although they think I'm in the horse paddocks, not out here." A tremor ran through his shoulders when he stepped into our stream before he laid down his bow and deposited me beside it on the bank. I noticed, too, that his gaze lingered on the blood smeared across my thighs before he set to washing in the water. "I'm sorry I didn't tell you before. I wanted to. I tried. I knew things wouldn't be the same when I did, and I thought I had more time. I'm sorry, Ishi." He knelt down, dipped his hands into the water to scrub the dried blood out from between his fingers, and sighed deeply. "Nothing really prepares you to see the girl you used to catch frogs with, riding through the city on the king's white horse." "So you didn't know this whole time?" He laughed. "No, fool I was. You're a terrible liar." He shook his head and kept scrubbing. "I started piecing it together after I saw a painting of Queen Annalise. Your mother, yes? I thought it was you." He pressed his hands to his face. "You didn't even change your name." "In my defense, I was a child." "We both were." I bit my lip. Somehow that made it worse. "Why did you ask me to kiss you?" "Because I thought better of telling the truth. I thought I was going to be married to a Trinar prince. I didn't want my first time to be with a man who wanted to hurt me." He stopped scrubbing for a moment, his jaw working. "When I came over that ridge and saw that piece of shit trying to..." He didn't touch me. His eyes were blazing molten again. "Still. People have been trying to kill me since long before I even met you. Do you know why designated castle guards wear gloves? It's because they think that if they touch me, they'll die. And they do. They do die." I see their faces every night. I will not add yours to the list. I promise I won't die. You can't promise that. Fine. I promise that touching you won't kill me. I remembered the battlefield of bodies. Ishmo in that blue coat so battered and lifeless reaching for my hand. Everything is so messed up. The marriage was supposed to fix everything. Now. I lowered my head. I went to find you. To tell you to take the apprenticeship. It's an essential job to keep people fed so you'll be protected from pressure to join the army if things get bad. That's not your decision to make. My eyes found his again, and my tenuous hold on my sanity snapped. Isn't it? You are my subject, are you not? You have to do what I say. He stood, and I straightened my back, ready for an argument. Instead, he did something far worse. He waded through the water and knelt, both knees at the stream's edge between my own, and bowed his head to rest on my shoulder. If I could see behind me, I'm sure his hands were upturned in the grass. Forgive me, Your Highness. I froze. I hated bowing, especially that kind. No one ever did it. Cowing yourself was reserved for big screw-ups or ultimate honors, and yet, his body was so close to mine it could hardly be mistaken for the distance between two people a bow was supposed to acknowledge. No matter how loudly my brain said that something was wrong, my heart didn't care, and my body, having just survived possible murder and kidnapping, was eager for that strange feeling of calm and safety when he was near. Please, don't do that. He straightened and took my face in his hands, erasing the distance in an instant. If you believe in that curse, then I'm already a dead man. I was the day I kissed you. Hells, I was when I held your hand and led you out into these woods. I didn't like the color shift in his eyes, now more amber than honey. My mind flashed to the look on his face when he pulled the soldier into the woods when his eyes had gone molten. It wasn't one of fear or self-loathing, it was satisfaction. My mother told me once that I would know the paths I should take when the time was right. You told me that no matter what everyone told me to be, I could choose my destiny. Do you still believe that? Of course I do, but that doesn't mean that I want you to do something foolish. I'm sure your mother would agree. It's not foolish. It's not. He let his thumbs brush across my lips before smoothing down my hair half torn out of my braid. Give me an order and I am duty-bound to obey, but please, Ara, let me have the time to make this decision for myself. All our lives, choices were made for us. I could still do it. I could still make him take the safe road. All I had to do was say the words. Do it. Say the words. I wanted to with every part of my soul, but I couldn't. I knew all too well what it felt like to have your choices taken, and he knew my answer without me having to say the words out loud. You forget that I know you, Ara. You may have lied for any number of reasons, but ultimately, you were afraid that I would end up right here, in this uniform and on my knees. I started to argue, but he cut me off, taking my shaking hands in his. But you were wrong to assume I wouldn't end up in the exact same place for a kitchen maid, too. Tears pricked at the edge of my eyes. You don't think I'm a witch, do you? He smiled. No. Saint? After what you let me do in the woods this spring, you're no saint. Couldn't argue there. Of all the questions that swirled in my head, only one really mattered. When I asked it, my voice was barely louder than a whisper, and with the words, the tears that I held at bay started to fall. Will you still be my friend? He wiped the tears off of my cheeks. Why do you think I'm here? I threw my arms around his neck and was probably crushing his windpipe, but I didn't care. He hugged me just as fiercely. I released him suddenly. You have to promise not to use my title, kneel, or follow my orders. The captain may take issue with that. Fine. When we're alone then. Do you promise? I promise, he said, raising his hand. Shame, though. I kind of like it. I flicked water at his face, and he caught my wrist, laughing. A wind gust swept in through the forest, encasing us momentarily in a swirl of golden leaves. Then, his arm tightened around me, and his hold on me felt like it had changed. Like we weren't just hugging as friends anymore, like he was embracing me. My stomach dipped. He stared at me, eyes shifting to a deeper shade of honey. I knew I shouldn't allow this. Demand he let me go, but I didn't. Not when he lifted his other hand to tuck a piece of wayward hair behind my ear, and not when he used that same hand to trace a line along my lips. Ara, he murmured, the words sounding rough and raw. Do you still want me? Everything is going to be okay, he said, even though letting her go felt like the complete opposite. She untangled herself and ran a few fingers through his hair while he set himself to rights. Thank you, she said quietly, for saving my life and for this. He kissed her, not as gently as he had intended. In another life, this might have been the beginning of something, but reality was harsh. Instead, it could only be an ending. He held her hand all the way to the tree line along the horse fields. The rain should give you decent cover. Stay close to the fence line, and don't stop until you've made it back inside the castle. I'll wait until you're inside before I go to the captain. You're going to tell Rowan that you killed them? She asked. Who? She blinked a few times as the rain pelted her face before his question registered. Oh, Rowan. Rowan is the captain's first name. Really? Yes, she chuckled, her voice louder than intended over the downpour. Be careful. He's not going to be happy. If they're busy yelling at me, then they won't worry about you, he replied. Her eyes darted over his face and her breathing grew shallow. He took her hands and squeezed them. I know you're worried that you'll never see me again. I promise you that you will. He brought her hands to his heart. I promise. Just make sure it's not when you're being marched to the gallows. He grabbed her face and kissed her again. Just in case he was wrong. He was supposed to be patrolling the forest so that he could report suspicious activity, not killing the two people who could give them answers as to why they were there in the first place. A mistake like that could mean he'd be discharged. It was probably best not to say that out loud. When they separated, she went to leave, but then she turned back, grabbing his face by the jaw to force his attention. Her eyes deepened to midnight, and her voice sent an icy chill coiling around his spine. I'm going to find a way to make peace, Ishi. No more wars, no more death. I'll make it so you're safe. She pressed her thumb over his lips, leaving him speechless before turning and walking away into the sheets of rain like a ghost. Good gods. The air went straight out of his lungs as if he'd forgotten how to breathe. That's what it felt like to have the favor of a queen. 2 and 2. Bran. They're dead? What in your mind made it seem like a good idea to kill them before they could be questioned? Bran stopped short of entering Hurt's office. The rain was pouring off the roof and splashing mud onto his boots, but interrupting some poor idiot getting chewed seemed like a bad idea. Hurt didn't agree, though. Brandon, stop loitering and get in here. When he came around the corner, he was surprised to see Cadet Leaf on his knees. From what he had gleaned about the man, he seemed one of Hurt's favorites, a rule follower despite some overt curiosity that no one else seemed to notice. Currently, he looked like a drowned rat, water still dripping from the ends of his hair, and stiff, nervous about something. Not that his business was any of Bran's concern. There were Treenar soldiers in the woods, Hurt said without preamble. Go put eyes on your sister. Don't let her see you. If she sees you, don't tell her anything. We'll do a sweep of the area to make sure there aren't any more. He didn't wait to be dismissed. Hurt needed to be able to issue orders to the guard, and Bran knew that he wouldn't be able to do that if he was busy worrying over Ara's safety. There was more to Leaf's report. His knuckles had been bruised. If he'd just picked them off dispassionately, he would have used his bow. He made a note to get answers from the cadet whether the captain approved or not. But now, he needed to find Ara. The petitioning was still ongoing, so she should have been out with the horses. Of course, with the rain, she'd come inside. The stables then. But after the parade, she wouldn't want to see that white horse again. So the staff stables. He found her there. Thanks, Harold, for the deductive reasoning. She wasn't brushing horses, though. She was jumping, trying to reach the trap door that led to the hayloft. He knew that loft. It was an excellent place to go have a roll with girls, and there was a door that led directly into the staff stairway in the east wing of the castle. He couldn't quite put his finger on it, but something felt wrong. He had orders not to make his presence known, but Hurt was busy, and he'd never been that good at following orders anyway. "Ara!" he called out. She stopped jumping, a silhouette in the shadows, and stood still. Does she think not moving will make me not see her? "Do you need some help?" he asked, stepping under the roof. "Bran." It wasn't non-recognition in her voice. It was panic. His name was a high-pitched question, a request. He kept his tone light. "Sneaking out or in?" "There's normally a ladder here." She took a step out of the shadows to look for the ladder, picking up the heavy fabric of a wet cotton dress. Half of her hair was torn out of its braid. A line of tears streaked clean lines down her cheeks. Her lips were swollen, and there were faint bruises on her legs along with half a dozen small cuts. It didn't take years of training to put two and two together. "Bastard. I'll kill him slow." "Was it Leaf?" Her head snapped up, dark eyes gone black in the shadows. "Don't you dare say his name here." "What did he do?" She grit her teeth. "He saved my life." Hurt's questions echoed in his head. "They're dead? What in your mind made it seem like a good idea to kill them before they could be questioned? A princess in trouble? A friend? Any other guard would rat her out for being outside castle grounds in a second." "It's not what you think," she added quietly, carefully. "He has been teaching me how to use a sword." Bran involuntarily glanced back to make sure Yo hadn't materialized to overhear them. "For how long?" She wrung her hands. "Since Nerys." Holy hells! How had they gone on so long without anyone knowing? Focus. What's important? "The soldiers in the woods? Did they hurt you?" "They tried." Her voice went flat and even. "How far did they get?" I don't know. There was a ridge by the stream." "Ara, saints. That's not what I'm asking you." Realization dawned, and her hand fluttered to her lips and her hair. How do you know?" He relaxed. There was no anger or deflection, nor the silence and distance that comes from blocked memories. She had the exact same look as every girl discharged from the castle's service after learning they'd been caught in inappropriate relationships. "Your boyfriend may see things from a distance, but I see the details." "He's not my boyfriend," she hissed. "You're going to get him killed. Do you think he'll hold up to questioning by his king? By Harold?" He could see the tension in Ara's jaw, the fear hidden in the dark shadows of her eyes. She spent so many hours learning the rules, days and nights studying, and she knew the dangers of roping commoners into royal affairs. But there was more to it. There was something else evident in the tears that remained in the corners of her eyes behind the fear. She was weighted by it. It wasn't an infatuation then. She cared about him. He rubbed his hand over his face. "Gods, Ara." "I know," she sighed. "Will you please just help me?" "Fine, but don't tell anyone. I was under strict instructions to not let you see me." She smiled softly. "Well, I know how much following orders means to you." He boosted her up to the door and made sure she shut it behind her before sighing heavily and pinching the bridge of his nose. One thing was clear. Ishmo Leaf was going to be more trouble than he thought. The wrong time to lie. Ishmo had to tell Rowan about the soldiers. Rowan would drag him before the king for questioning. I was sure of it. I ran upstairs and changed into dry clothes, rebraiding my hair at record speed. If I could get there first and tell my father that I dreamed of the Trinar men in the forest, then the news would only be confirmation. Bran told me once that Harold believed our mother to have the sight, and when our father announced that he'd be naming me as his heir, he implied that he thought I would too. It could work. It had to work. The upper floors of the castle were quiet. The steward was lighting the torches along the wall as I ran past. Bran wouldn't be able to stall hurt. Too dangerous. I needed to move faster. Luckily, I knew most of the shortcuts and cut into the staircase that led to the third floor where my father's office was, where another staircase led right to the throne room. There was no time to be announced or wait for whoever was currently in audience. I descended the dark, twisting stairway 2 at a time and broke into the orange light of a setting sun. Trinar soldiers have crossed the border. A group of 8 men stood at the foot of the dais and they turned toward me at my declaration. None of them were hurt or Ishmo. The king stood. There was something on his face. Anger. Fear. "How do you know?" one of the men asked. "Now or never." I saw it. In a dream. The man turned slowly back to my father and raised his eyebrows. "You were saying, Your Majesty?" Harold drew his sword. The last time I saw the black and gold steel blade, it was blood-covered, sticking out of a castle guard's chest. "Choose your tone wisely," he warned. "If she speaks true, the Trinar are here for her. They will tear our kingdom apart. You must make this sacrifice for the good of your people." Father's voice lowered like it did the moment he was about to start yelling. "You are telling me to kill my own daughter." "What?" Another of the men stepped forward. "It's hard for a father, and it's our death either way. All you need to do is tell the people you were attacked. We will handle the rest." Father laughed. It was not the laugh of mirth I heard around our dinner table so long ago. It was sharp. Sharp as the sword he drew from the back of the stone throne. "You are right, Joseph. It is hard for a father." The men drew their weapons. "No. What is going on?" My body moved forward as if to warn them. They could still apologize. No one else needed to die. But Harold was already a step in front of Father, voice cold as ice. "By order of the king, lay down your weapons." The castle guard assigned to the throne room's doors stepped inside, sword already drawn. I recognized him from the petitioning day all those months ago when I had been called to hold audience. I often saw him stationed near my father. Red hair was rare in Naporia. The group scattered. One of the men turned towards me and raised his sword. For a moment my brain flashed to the Trinar soldier's raised knife and his sickening smile, and I couldn't make my feet move. Everything happened so fast. A flash of red, the crack of bone. Hot blood sprayed across my face. Screaming. Me. It was me. I was screaming. Fury built in my veins. Why? Why was there always so much death? Something tore inside. It irrevocably fissured something deep inside of me. "Ara, no, don't." The man had his blade in the air again, but whatever he saw in my face made his eyes grow wide. I stepped toward him. Fear and uncertainty replaced by anger and vengeance. I barely registered the fabric of my dress under my foot as it ripped. Lieutenant Audrey was a good man. Too many good men died. I was sick of it. An arm came around my waist and pulled me back into something solid. Iron blocked iron in a deafening clang inches from my face. Rowan cursed behind me. Fear was swirling, filling the room. Mine, theirs. Fear for me, and also fear of me. The stabbing pain hurt almost as bad as if I'd been struck with that sword. I pressed my head between my hands. Something was going to come out. Something terrible. Rowan spun me around and shoved, sending me headlong into another castle guard. "Get her out," he ordered. Welcome to the castle. Ishmo. Castle Naporia was stunning in its simplicity. The king's office must have been its crowning jewel. It was a large room with a big wooden desk at its center, strewn with papers and rolled-up maps. A bench had been built into the white limestone, fitted with a cushion and several pillows along the wall. Above them, a skylight was painted with the last of the dying sunlight, deep orange and pink, streaking across the sky from the passing storm. I thought only royally designated guards were allowed inside the castle, Ishmo asked, as Hurt looked around the room, clearly disappointed that those he had hoped to find were absent. Exceptions can be made in this case. The king and Commander Yo will want to question you directly. Great. Ishmo cleared that thought from his mind. As long as Ara was safe, whatever torture he had to endure would be worth it. After a moment of standing in the empty room, the captain seemed to make a decision and sighed. They are likely still in the throne room. Follow me and keep your mouth shut. He led them over to a door on the far side of the wall that opened up to a small hallway lined with windows, with another door at the end. A private entrance. Through the door was a dark staircase. Ishmo followed Hurt and kept quiet, but his head was spinning. One day that office would be Ara's, and she would sit at that desk and give him orders, and he would take great pleasure in carrying them out. If I live that long. There were voices ahead. The petitioning was still happening. They would have to interrupt, which could put the king in a bad mood. News of Trinar soldiers in his woods wouldn't help. And Ishmo would be caught in the middle. Trying to listen for any hint of the king's disposition, Ishmo heard the familiar sound of a sword being removed from a leather scabbard. He reached out and touched the captain's shoulder. "Sir, a weapon's been drawn." He stopped, turning back. "How can you—" "By order of the king, lay down your weapons." They both looked toward the door and reached for their swords. "We wait," the captain said, voice low. "Audrey will assist if needed. This door needs to—" Then someone screamed, high and loud and feminine. "Ara!" The captain was already at the bottom of the staircase. He took a quick look outside before charging in, his sword in hand. Cadet or not? Supposed to be there? Or not? Ishmo didn't wait for permission. He followed the captain out the door. The throne room was in chaos. The sound of swords clashing across the room ricocheted off of the cavernous space, but Ishmo's eyes were focused on the flash of braided hair as Hurt pulled Ara to the side and blocked the sword intended on taking her life. He kicked the man's knee and swung, taking off the man's arm and burying his sword into his hip. The man howled and fell, writhing in the blood on the floor, reaching for his arm as if he meant to pick up his last coin that had fallen out of his pocket. Another man was already running towards them with his sword drawn and ready. And then Ara was in Ishmo's arms. Cadet or not. Supposed to be there? Or not? Hurt made a decision to trust him. "Get her out." Not an order Ishmo needed to be told twice. He pulled her into the stairway and slammed the door shut behind them. Before even taking his hand away, Ara rushed back to the door with every intention of barging back into the room. "Forgive me." Ishmo grabbed her around the waist and tossed her over his shoulder. "Let me go." But he just kept on up the stairs, tightening his grip the more she flailed and kicked. Was this how Ara's life was all the time? Being yanked away from danger, feeling helpless while the people Ishmo cared about fought for their lives? "I can kill them! Let me kill them!" she shouted. "You can't. We have to go," Ishmo replied. "No." Ishmo kicked open the door to the king's office, but as soon as he set her down, she started running back. He grabbed her around the waist and she kicked him hard in the shin. "Let me go," she demanded. She didn't realize it was him. That had to be it. Ishmo spun her around. "Ara, listen to me, He started, but her nails caught the side of his neck, tearing his skin and momentarily igniting his fight response before he forced it back down. She looked straight at him, not recognizing his face. "Let me kill them," she insisted. Then he saw it. Her eyes weren't the dark blue he knew, but black. Black as pitch. Holy gods. How? She shoved, and as Ishmo grabbed her, their feet tangled, sending them both tumbling to the floor. She began to flail and fight again. "Ara, calm down, you need to breathe," he urged. She freed one hand and grabbed a fistful of his hair, forcing his ear to her lips so he could hear her threat. "First, I'll kill you. Then I'll kill them." Saints. With effort, Ishmo ripped her hand free, along with a few painfully tugged strands of his hair, and pinned her arms down against the stone floor. "If you kill me, you're going to be very sad later. I'm trying to help you." She jerked her head from side to side, trying and failing to break his iron hold. "I need to kill them." "I know, Ara. I'm sorry. Breathe," Ishmo pleaded. Finally, she took a long, shaky breath and let go. He opened one of her eyes to make sure it had returned to its familiar, shadowy blue. "Good. That's it. Just keep breathing. It'll pass." She drew in deep lungfuls of air and then recognized him. "Ishmo?" "Yeah, hi," he answered. "What are you—" she began, but Ishmo got up and pulled her to her feet. "If hurt can't hold whoever those people were down there, they'll be coming up the stairs to kill me next. You said you wanted to keep me safe, right? So where can we go?" Credit to her. She recovered her wits remarkably fast. She took his hand and led him down a long hallway into another dark staircase, leading to the second floor, into a room that faced the sunrise and received none of the evening light. Ishmo ventured in and banged his leg on something solid. "Ow. Where are we?" he asked, fumbling around to get his bearings as he touched the softest fabric he'd ever felt. Ara lit a candle. In front of him, the orange flame danced over a raised four-post bed and a thick blanket beneath his hand. The whole room smelled like her. "You brought me to your bedroom?" Ishmo asked. "If whoever is in the throne room doesn't kill me, then hurt surely will." She smiled at him, even though her face was smeared with blood, and seconds ago she had threatened to kill him. Hells, maybe because of that. A memory Ishmo knew would haunt him for a long while. "Again, if I live that long." "He knows you don't know the castle. He'll expect you to follow my lead, and he knows I'll hide in here." She glanced down at his hands and grinned. "You'll live, as long as he doesn't see you fondling my bedclothes." Ishmo flushed, hoping it wouldn't show in the candlelight. "How does he know you'll hide in here?" he asked. "Because I've done it before." She took his hand and led him back to a doorway that stepped up into a smaller room with clothes hanging on either side. Beyond that, they stepped down into another room with a large wooden tub, a room just for bathing. Amazing. She remained suspiciously calm, dipping her hands into a nearby water basin, washing the blood off her face like it was only the day's dirt. Even though Ishmo knew a crash was coming, it always did after a bout of unchecked blood fire. "The seamstress's son." "Blood fire?" I asked. "Are you sure?" He nodded. "One of the most intense I've ever seen, and I've been fighting castle guards for the last 6 months." He looked over his reflection in the mirror, touched the 3 red scratches at the base of his neck, and smiled. "You know, I might start to believe you enjoy hurting me." My eyes widened. "I did that?" "Don't worry about it. Doesn't hurt as bad as my shoulder." I put my face in my hands. "Saints, is she? How can you even mention that right now?" He shrugged. "I'm a man, and it serves as a good distraction. I told you I'd see you again, didn't I?" "I don't want to be distracted. I need to think. Something happened to me. I think something has been happening to me ever since I got poisoned. Maybe even before that." His smile faded. Tilting his head to listen for anyone approaching, he sat down on the edge of the tub, retrieved a small sewing kit from the pocket of his coat, and gestured for me to come stand in front of him. "Come think then. Your dress is torn." It was an excuse to be close. His arm rested on my waist, and his knee was solid against the side of my leg. I felt anchored, and my mind cleared of the image of the red-headed castle guard that kept playing in my head. Those men in there were not Trinar, they were native Naporians. The old lady that poisoned me did so because she wanted to punish my father, not because she had any personal feelings towards me. So why would our own people be willing to die for the possibility of convincing their king that I shouldn't be heir, that I should be dead? Fans of your brother? I doubt it. Unless it's just the idea of him. Bran has never wanted the throne. He seemed real relieved that he could stop pretending when our father made his announcement. I know you're always listening. What are people saying in the city? He threaded the needle in the candlelight with ease. Mostly what you'd expect, although I did hear some outrageous ideas that your mother gave birth to herself and that you were not the king's daughter at all, but the late queen, reborn. Isn't that just what being a parent is? Bran is a version of our father. Keeley is a version of our grandfather. He smiled and nodded. I'm a version of my father if my mother is to be believed. Actually, she said something once. He closed his eyes to remember. She told me. It should have been her. I got the impression that your father had not led as gallantly as he said he would when gathering fighters for his war. No offense. It was a treasonous thing to say, but I wasn't worried about that. I saw her, in the parade. She helped me cut my dress. She told me that she was glad that he chose me. She did? It should have been her. You said your mother was a battlefield nurse, yes? Was she there? In the lavender fields at the end of the war? He nodded. It's where my father died, but she doesn't talk about it much. When she does, what does she say? The stitching was done, but he hadn't made to move. She just vaguely rants about Palacios kings being liars. They were liars. So was I. I think my mother killed them. Who? The Trinar king, his army, all of them. Like, she inspired? No, Ishmo, like, the Lavender Massacre was her. But how? When I got poisoned, I had a bunch of strange dreams. I saw our army captured. My father was going to surrender. And my mother, she was pregnant. She got very angry. She had the blood fire. Blood fire doesn't explain killing hundreds of men without laying a hand on them. It was some kind of magic. Maybe she was a witch. She killed them without touching them? I nodded. That's what I saw. And people think you are like her. My mother in the lavender fields was not the only thing I saw. If that was true, then the bodies might be too. Hal, the redhead, Ishmo in that blue coat. All those had come to pass. What about the others? I'm not like her. I'm not. Ara. I'm not? Okay. I believe you. He put his hand wide and flat under my chest. Breathe. A virtuous woman is calm. The panic began to recede. I put my hand over his and he did not flinch or stiffen. I'm glad it was you, Ishmo. Anyone else would have just put me in a corner and stood as shield. I fear I'll go mad without you to treat me like myself. I knew I shouldn't say such things, but it was the truth, and I was becoming too tired to think about the consequences of the words I used. He sighed, sliding his hands around my waist and resting his head there where his hand had been, listening to me breathe. He had to be exhausted as well. I combed through his hair like I used to when he'd lay his head in my lap and imagined I was back there in the forest. If I concentrated, I could hear the birds and smell the earth. I could taste the humidity in the air and see the sunlight filtering through the leaves. Ara? They shimmered and danced in the wind. Ara, dreamwalker. Wake up, Ara. It was my mother's voice, loud in my ear. I opened my eyes and I was in my bed. My blankets were thrown to the side, and my skin was wet and clammy where she held my hand, her dark eyes reflecting the flickering flame of the bedside candle. Mama? At the pitch of my voice, I looked around at the room that seemed much bigger. I was a child again. A dream. Was it all a dream? Her death? Nerys? Ishmo? Was it all just another of my nightmares? Mama, what is happening? She sighed. I don't know. It's different in you. What's different? We are not like the Kingsmen, you and I. We have a different kind of blood. I searched my memory for foggy words of a story I couldn't remember. Dreamwalkers. She raised her eyebrows. You've been talking to Harold. He's a sensitive one. When it was clear that I didn't understand, she explained. According to my mother, our people used to have many gifts. Some could commune with the earth itself and see all that connects life and time. We were protectors, healers, and seers. When the Kingsmen came, many of our people went missing, either killed or integrated. Less and less children were born, and those who were born did not have the gifts as before. She was lost in the old tale passed down for generations. Fleetingly, in the flickering firelight, I saw an old woman telling my younger mother the same story. So we fled, away from the kingdoms that grew more powerful and more full of themselves. They cast their own gods to worship, and the power of life and earth waned further. We were gods once, and without belief, we are left barren and impotent. My mother smiled and rubbed her swollen belly. I never believed that. My mother was just a bitter old woman. But then she died, and I was the only one left. I didn't start dreaming until I met your father, but you are already doing more than our elders ever could. Ara, when were you? It was all so hard to take in. The information fell through my fingers like water, impossible to hold on to. I just turned 20. So it's just starting for you then? I am so sorry that I cannot be with you. You know, I couldn't help myself from looking at her stomach, the babe that would soon take her life. It's close. I've seen it myself now. She grabbed my hand suddenly. There are those that are different, not like us, but touched. They are drawn to us, drawn to each other. Use them, but be wary of your influence. I didn't understand when I met your father and his second and I took advantage of that. Sometimes I wonder if I should have. She swallowed and kissed my hands. The rest. They will always fear us, Ara. I am so sorry. I closed my eyes to try and take it all in, and felt an ice-cold hand on my face. Saints save me, Ara. Please, wake up. I wanted to tell my mother goodbye, but I had already begun the fight to the surface. Fear was building in the room again, stabbing straight through my gut into the back of my spine. It hurt, and I couldn't ignore it. I forced my eyes open and saw Ishmo's panic-stricken face in the flickering light, but my body was still heavy and unmoving. Ara? Like a soap bubble, his fear was expanding while he searched for some unseen injury, and the pain was in my bones. It stole my breath. With great effort, I grabbed his hand and my consciousness broke the surface. Fine, I'm fine. I'm back. The bubble popped. He grabbed my hand and smoothed my hair. Back? Where did you go? I sat up and rubbed my hands over my face. I still felt the tingling pain throughout my body, but the fog was starting to clear. I cut myself off, remembering what my mother had said about taking advantage of the people drawn to us. Was that what Ishmo was? I must have passed out from the shock of everything. It wouldn't surprise me. The pain began to fade and I squeezed his hand. You should have seen the look on your face, I teased. You better learn to hide those emotions if you want to get designated. Not when we're alone, he reminded. Plus, I literally thought you were dead. Ah, so it was his fear. Why did it hurt so much more than everyone else? Before I could find out, Ishmo held up his hand and tilted his head to listen. Can you stand? He whispered urgently. I nodded and took the candle from him while he helped me to my feet. It was time. We'd been found. Ishmo blew out the candle and led me behind the tub. He drew his sword without making a sound. I found his hand and squeezed it before he was lost to the darkness of the room and held the flint strike at the ready above the candle. The only sound I heard was a boot scuff a moment before the two swords connected. The candle lit, and in the light under Ishmo's raised arm I saw blood-covered blonde hair, green eyes, and, thankfully, a blue coat. Rowan. Without taking his eyes off of Ishmo, he smiled. Even his teeth had blood in them. He was smiling when he killed them. Ishmo stepped back and replaced his sword, kneeling. "Sir." Ignoring the cadet, he also took a knee. "Forgive my delay, Your Highness." "Is my father—" "Fine, Princess." "Harold?" "A few cuts in service to the king, nothing of note." I came around the tub with the flame. "You're bleeding." He took the candle from me and reached out to touch the oil sconce on the wall, illuminating the room. "Most of it isn't mine, but some of it is. I've put Lieutenant Pike at your door. This one does not belong here yet and still needs to answer questions. I trust he was respectful and did his job?" "Yes, even though, apparently, I was a bit passionate about going back to help. Has Father or Harold ever told you that they thought I might have blood fire?" His eyes slid back to Ishmo, searching his face and landing on the red marks on his neck. "I've been warned that it's a possibility. Your mother was a unique woman. So I'm learning." "But you are feeling well now?" he asked. I nodded. "Thanks to your cadet. It appears he has some knowledge about controlling blood fire and helped me find myself again. I was surprised that you let a cadet into the castle at all. Is he involved with the Trinar soldiers in the woods?" Rowan's eyebrows raised. "You know about the soldiers?" "That's why I was in the throne room. I fell asleep before the storm and saw them. I thought my father needed to know right away. I must have had poor timing." Whether he actually moved his eyes or not, I felt Ishmo's gaze on the back of my neck. Rowan seemed to be processing the information well. I hoped corroborating Ishmo's story would ease any punishment he had in store. "Indeed. Then we will take our leave to go speak to the king." "Of course," I said. "Please be careful, both of you." They stood to leave, but I couldn't help myself. "Cadet?" He turned, careful to follow every rule to escape Rowan's ire. "Thank you again for helping me." He bowed. "It was my pleasure, miss." Questioned. Ishmo. Ishmo matched the captain's stride so that they moved in perfect step as they walked down the dark hallway. He couldn't help but notice the blood dripping from his arm. He knew the captain hadn't been entirely honest with Ara when he claimed he was fine. "Tell me what you saw," Hurt said. Ishmo began. "Out in the woods?" "Like I said, I was patrolling the ridge and—" "Not the woods, cadet. The princess." "What did she do?" He interrupted. Ishmo slowed his pace as they neared the west wing of the castle, where the king's office awaited. For a moment he wondered if he should lie, but he sensed that Hurt already knew she was different. He just had to ensure that his answers aligned with that of a cadet who supposedly knew nothing about the Naporian princess. "At first I thought she just wanted to go back to help. But she was strong. She fought me up the stairs. I tried to follow protocol, but she just kept coming back. She landed a few good shots on me before I looked into her eyes and put it all together. I never imagined women could harness the blood fire, but you didn't seem surprised." Hurt shook his head. "I sensed the change in her in the throne room. To be honest, I didn't think you'd actually be able to subdue her. When she didn't return, I assumed I'd be headed upstairs to console a confused woman next to your dead body." "If my life could have prevented her from being in danger, then it wouldn't have been lost in vain," Ishmo replied. "But do you really believe that?" Hurt pressed. "I do." The captain paused and adjusted the tourniquet under his sleeve. Why did you join the guard, Leaf? This is a test. Do you prefer the clean answer or the messy one? I expect the truth. I overheard that the king had chosen his daughter as heir in a tavern. A moment later, a man was plotting her murder and the whole place erupted into a brawl. I thought then that joining the guard would be far more exciting than being just another nameless Napoleon soldier. Ishmo glanced down the long hallway toward the king's office. That's changed, though. I'm beginning to understand. She's different. Gifts or not, I think she will change things. The captain huffed, and Ishmo couldn't tell whether he agreed or thought Ishmo was hopelessly naive. Either way, Hurt resumed walking, and Ishmo silently followed. They eventually stopped outside the office door, and Hurt took several slow breaths. She will change things, he said finally, but it will be a long, treacherous road to get there. Once the blood from his sleeve had reduced to a slow drip, Hurt straightened his back and opened the door. Inside, Ishmo saw the king and his second sitting on a bench in the alcove instead of behind the desk as he had expected. Devon was busy stitching a large gash on Commander Yo's right shoulder, a bucket of water and bandages stationed between them. Ishmo couldn't help but compare Brandon with his father. Such comparisons weren't inaccurate, but they paled in comparison to the resemblance between Ara and the portrait of Annalise on the far wall below the oil sconce, always within his eyesight. Without his jacket or coat, Commander Yo appeared even more severe. It was obvious this wasn't his first injury. Scars of various sizes and ages were spread across his chest and arms. He looked up as they entered and didn't take his eyes off them, even while the needle pierced his skin. Ishmo knelt with Hurt. This is the cadet I spoke of, Your Highness. Ah, yes. Come in. They stood in unison and entered. The drip, drip, drip from the captain's wound had increased with their movement, but now it was slowing down again. Drip, drip, drip. Commander Yo definitely noticed but didn't mention it. Instead, he kept his attention on Ishmo, which he absolutely recognized from the city search. When did you join the guard? He asked. Late spring, sir. The king, who had been stitching, looked up and studied Ishmo's face a moment before raising his eyebrows a fraction and going back to work on wrapping the bandage around the commander's arm. Interesting, he said, barely audible. Commander Yo nodded. Had Yo told him about Ishmo's mother's painting? Did they know her from her efforts to find Ishmo's father's sword? Why did you choose him? The king asked Hurt. He's a hunter. We needed one after Hutchins. Is that what you were doing when you saw the Trinar soldiers? The commander asked. Every question he asked seemed pointed. Breathe. Yes, sir. And you chose to engage them? They engaged me, sir. I take it you've been trained to not kill every man who picks a fight. Yes, sir. And you saw no others? The king asked. No, Your Highness. Well, then it complicates things that you lost control. You understand that? Ishmo hung his head to hide the truth. He'd do it again. Yes, sir. It wouldn't be left alone. Eventually, Hurt would send someone out to search the woods, and they would find out what Ishmo had done. It was my intention to bring one of the men in to be questioned, but he spoke ill of the Palacios family and, forgive me, Your Highness, I lost my temper. Amusement flashed over the king's face. He took a sip of the tea on the edge of the desk. Now, where have I seen that before? He rested a hand on the commander's shoulder. What did the man say? Yo asked. Ishmo hesitated. Besides being horrible, it was also treasonous. Go on, the king encouraged. We will not punish you for a dead man's words. It all came over Ishmo again. The man trained by priests to know who to burn, that animal with the knife. He said that the late Queen Annalise was a witch, and that the heir needed to be laid out on a Trinar altar to be cleansed. I got the impression he didn't mean by prayer. The king's jaw tightened, and he pulled the knot of the commander's bandage with enough force to break the cloth. Still the man didn't flinch. Then Byrne has been proselytizing, Yo surmised. News of the parade would have made it to him by now, but there has not been time to create extremists. Word must have gotten out before. The king sighed. Mari mentioned that she thought her priest was sick because he hasn't attended the chapel in several days. What are the chances we find his home empty? Yo clenched his hand into a fist. Likely. The blood falling from the captain's sleeve increased. I will send someone to go investigate. He would have known of my decision to name Ara as my heir as soon as Mari did. She spent several hours in the chapel praying afterward. And it's possible he got information from Harper. Or Hutchins. The captain stiffened. The king waved off Hurt's guilt. It was bound to happen. Transitions are dangerous for descent outside and inside the castle. We will need guardsmen loyal to her, the king explained. Commander Yo nodded. And you? I killed enough Naporian castle guards last time a new king was crowned. In that, we are in agreement. Devon had finished his doctoring, but he touched Yo again and let his hand linger. Naporia may have a history of young kings, but I plan to hold out as long as possible. Ara will need time to find her footing and gain the people's trust. Regarding the Trinar soldiers, I will send Brandon out into the forest tonight to be sure that there are no others, Hurt said. The king took another sip of his tea. You said he already knows. I would not be surprised if he is already out there. I'll be expecting a full report from both of you. Soft footsteps padded down the hallway outside. Ishmo must have made some barely perceivable move of his head, because the commander gave him the once-over and simply announced, Mari comes. Uncanny Mari. Ishmo. Pardon my interruption, my king. I was not aware you were holding an audience. A soft voice came from the doorway behind them. I was fetched from the chapel and informed of the attack. Are you well? Each word the woman spoke was controlled and deliberate, yet quiet and unassuming. Ishmo could read concern or indifference, her tone utterly void of personality. He recognized it instantly. Ara used that tone any time he had questions about her life in the castle, letting him project his need for her to be his equal instead of seeing the truth. Well, his eyes were open now. We are fine. I trust you were unharmed as well? I am pleased to hear, my king. And yes, I only suffered a fright when my prayers were interrupted. The chapel has been so quiet. Devon and Yo didn't add anything about their suspicions of the priest spying. While I am here, and while the captain is here, there was a request I wished to make. This time her tone had a shadow of fear. Devon looked tired. You do not need a formal audience to request anything of me, Mari. Yes, my king. Devon closed his eyes briefly and took a breath. Mari's way of speaking was so impersonal it made the hair on the back of Ishmo's neck tingle. At least when Ara did it, she managed to keep a part of herself intact. Mari stepped forward to Ishmo's shoulder but didn't acknowledge him or the captain. From the corner of his eye, he could see that she was a small woman with short blonde curls. Her pale skin stood out against the dark emerald dress she wore, unadorned and unassuming but striking nonetheless. I received a formal invitation to the wedding in Hamra, she stated, as if that were the entire request. The commander looked at the ceiling. And how did you come about this invitation? Devon rested his hand on his friend's shoulder once more. Let her continue. I do not believe that my brother knows about this correspondence. It was forwarded to me from my sister through the priest. Yo looked back at Devon, waiting to see how his king would respond. Did he say why she didn't just send it directly? Devon asked. He said that she feared it would not make it to my hands, she admitted. I know it was not proper, but a social event cannot be attended without invitation, and being an Eastern princess in a Western land does not lend itself to many of these opportunities. Guest lists are curated to keep out people who are different, who might spread unwanted ideas. If I attend, I can bring Ara as my guest, and she can make her debut to a royal court. We do not know when another chance will come. Yo's eyes narrowed at the princess, but Devon seemed unbothered. You are correct. Ara will not be on many guest lists. However, there is always one place she will never be turned away, and I have already received word that she would be welcome for their next event set in a few short months. Nerys? Mari asked. With these soldiers in the woods and commoners willing to risk their lives to end hers, do you want to wait so long? Let there be no question. She is your heir. She will be queen. The princess rubbed nervously at her fingers. Yes, Nerys would be better, but it is so far. So much can happen on a journey like that. Hurt blanched, and Devon held up a hand to cut off whatever words he was about to say. Mari is right. Devon. The only person allowed to speak a king's first name, Yo used the power with weight. We should think further on this request. Take a day. We do not have a day, Mari interjected. The wedding is in a fortnight. We would need to leave by tomorrow to even dream of making it on time. Yo was about to assert his rank, but he too was cut off by the king. It's a risk. It always will be with her. Harold, do you not see the opportunity? I do, Devon, but I don't like it. She doesn't need to be there. We will send the captain with her. He turned back to the small, unassuming woman. Am I clear, Mari? She only goes if Hurt is by her side at all times. Yes, of course. Thank you. Hurt was not so enthusiastic. Sir, what about the boy? Take him with you. Take the whole class with you. I trust you can handle keeping an eye on my daughter and a few cadets. Yes, sir. He didn't seem excited about the idea, but a king's words were law. I request we leave tonight so that we might be off of the king's road before the merchants come in to trade. Yo stood up. I agree. The king waved a hand. Good. Yes. I leave you to your preparations. Ishmo matched Hurt's bow and followed him out. A royal mission before designation? What was he thinking? Relax. I tried to relax while soaking in the too hot bath I drew myself to wash away the blood, to wash away the whole day. Well, maybe not the whole day. In the steam, I could lose myself in the memory. I imagined him here. How may I serve you, miss? Ara? I sunk down into the tub. Bran. He stayed outside of the bathroom door but leaned against the wall far enough where I could see his shoulder. I was just told what happened in the throne room. Are you okay? I am so damn tired of people asking me that. Yes, I said shortly. There was an awkward silence when I didn't offer anything further. Brandon, I have had an extremely long day, and I just want to relax now, so if there is nothing else, then... I went to the woods. I found the Trinar soldiers. I sat up. And... well, I don't think they were here to make peace. Word that father is likely to name you as heir will have made it across the border by now, and one of them was carrying means to make a fire. He may have mentioned that. Tell me about the men in the throne room. Do you think it was coordinated? Were they there to cause a scene and distract the castle guard while the soldiers grabbed a girl they thought was in the stables? I hadn't thought of that. Both parties seemed surprised to see me where I was, so it's possible. The men in the throne room were trying to convince father that he should have me killed. I'm sure that went over well. Yeah, well, if they wanted the king's attention, they certainly got it. I wanted to tell him everything, about the fear and feeling out of control, but I couldn't be sure he wouldn't report everything I said to Harold and our father. There is something you should know about who we spoke of earlier, Bran said, carefully avoiding Ishmo's name. He killed the soldiers. The first one had his face beat in, and the second one... I remembered the way the soldier had screamed. Do you know how deer are butchered? Bran asked. You cut it down the middle, from the neck, and remove the organs. But deer are dead and drained before that. That soldier, he was alive for most of it. How did our friend seem afterward? Oh, so now he's our friend? I huffed out a laugh. Honestly, the knowledge that the man that had been so willing to take advantage of a woman who couldn't fight back had been killed in a brutal way didn't bother me. In fact, that dark part of myself was happy. But Bran didn't need to know that. I don't know. I passed out. We were already headed back when I woke up. That was the truth. But I told him to make it hurt. He was following my orders. You did? I thought you hated giving orders? I closed my hands in the cloudy bathwater. Didn't I? Didn't I hate giving orders? But I wanted to hurt that soldier, just like I wanted to hurt the men that killed that red-headed guard. Don't worry about it, Bran said. We have a bigger problem. What could possibly be? He's in love with you, Bran said. What? Who? You know who. How can you tell that? Orders or not, he could have killed the men cleanly. There is a special kind of passion for punishing those who threaten someone we love. You know from experience? He laughed. It's human nature. Didn't you almost bite my head off for just saying his name? There was another long silence. He's going to blow it, Ara. I don't care how well trained he is. Something is bound to happen, and he's going to screw up. Then you'll both be punished for it. I am tired now, Brandon. We can discuss this later. He sighed. The rain washed away most of the blood, so as long as no one gets too curious, and he doesn't offer up more information than what is asked, I don't see him being investigated. At least not by anyone but me. But I will be watching him. You can tell him that. I'm going to send Minette up with a cup of moon tea. Please, for the sake of my sanity, drink it. Moon tea. As promised, my chambermaid was at my door with a silver tray as soon as I finished bathing. Do many people drink moon tea in the castle? I asked, studying the steaming cup. Oh, yes. The girls are always brewing moon tea. What's in it? Milo flour mostly, but I think also some dried vellum root, then honey and lavender to taste. I breathed in the aromas, floral, earth, and sweet, before taking a tentative sip. Nothing bitter. Fool me once. The girls downstairs say that if you think about your encounter while sipping the tea, then your lover will show up in your dreams. Is that so? She finished my hair and bowed low before leaving. I'm glad you're okay, Princess. Thank you, Minette. She bowed again and left. I looked over at the cooling tea. Why not? I closed my eyes and let my memories play. It wasn't how I imagined. When we discussed what would be expected of a Trinar wife, Mari said that her sisters told her that the first time would hurt. She said that it was normal to be afraid and that all I had to do was bear him for a short time, and then it would be over. But none of those were true with Ishmo. I didn't fear him. I didn't want it to stop. And the feel of his hands grabbing and pulling to bring us closer only drove my wanting more. No one else dared to touch me like that. Perhaps he would visit my dreams, I mused. Maybe he will sneak into my room and crawl into my bed. I climbed under the blankets and blew out the candle. After such a day, sleep did not keep to itself, and I was out in moments. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself standing in an office. The transition between laying down in my bed and standing made my head spin. I reached out to the wall to steady myself while getting my bearings. Firelight flickered over a neat desk with stacks of papers and a quill. On the wall, a blue coat hung askew on a hook, and beside it, Rowan sat on a cot, shirtless, tying off the last stitch in a large gash in his arm. Rowan? Princess? He stood suddenly, then sat heavily back on the cot, shaking his head and blinking rapidly. Saints, he muttered. I must have lost more blood than I thought. Lay down then. I rushed over and helped him lay back on the cot. Why isn't someone here to help you? Someone is here to help me, he mumbled, then blinking rapidly again. He reached out and grabbed my arm. Why are you here? Is something wrong? He tried to sit up again, and I pushed him back down. I'm fine. You're fine. I fell asleep is all. It's a dream. He sighed with relief and nodded to himself. A dream. Good. I could use the rest before we leave. Leave? Where was he going? Since it was none of my business, I only rested my hand on his shoulder. Then rest well. I'll rest better if you stay. He smiled at me, freely, without caution or restraint, gently laying his hand over the top of mine. My heart did a little flip-flop. What an odd dream. Rowan Hurt was the opposite person that I expected to see. I must have been more worried about him than I thought. Kneeling down beside his cot, I grabbed the bandages he had laid out and began cleaning his wound and wrapping it the best I could. Staying with him was the least I could do until he fell asleep. I took his hand and gently rubbed my thumb across the back of his palm. His shoulders relaxed, and he closed his eyes. The soldiers in the woods. He spoke as if already drifting. I had to leave their investigation with Brandon. No time with this trip. Again. What trip? Do you trust the cadet that found them? Killed them, he corrected, waking a bit more. And I don't blame him. If what he said is true, they will only be the first. He relaxed again. We'll need more like him, pre reliquis, he said, chuckling to himself. What? Pre reliquis. It's a Trinar phrase for those who've been through the fire, purer than the rest. High praise. Dangerous to play favorites. I'll have to be harder on him than the others. Brandon is watching too. Can't afford any more mistakes. You are doing just fine. He smiled again, and I wondered if, in another life, I might have asked Rowan to help me instead of finding Ishmo, and his smile might have come as freely as it did then. Of course, I knew he would have said no, being such a stickler for the rules. But the warmth spreading between us made me wonder just the same. Thank you for coming, Ara. Those last words, whispered like a prayer, made my skin break out in goose flesh. I stood up and softly kissed his cheek. Call my name Rowan. Anytime, and I'll come. Last-minute trips. Ara. Peep, Princess Ara. You must wake up now. Minette stuck her head through the doorway. She was carrying a nightdress and a cloak. I seemed to see her in my subconscious before she came in and touched my shoulder. Your Highness? Yes, I'm awake. She gave me a hesitant look. What? Your eyes were... I took her hand and patted it. I'm sorry if I scared you. Looking down at the bundle in her arms, I asked, Are we going somewhere? She looked down at the clothes in her hands as if she'd forgotten she had them. It's been decided that you are to accompany Queen Mari to Hamra. It's been decided. Funny, no one asked me. I blinked away the sleep and that odd dream, bidding myself to wake up fully. Hamra? I asked. The Queen received an invitation to a wedding that will take place on the full moon. The full moon is only a few days away. We would have to leave tomorrow morning to even get close. Tonight, Your Highness, the carriage is being readied presently. I am to help you dress and braid your hair. The captain wants to leave within the hour. After all that had happened, I would have been perfectly content to stay in bed and put the whole disastrous day to rest. Maybe try and figure out why the sight of Ishmo in a castle guard coat was both nauseating and... not. Maybe also try and figure out why I was dreaming about Rowan. There were so many emotions that needed to be sorted. But instead, I got dressed and was crossing the courtyard, chill in the air just like all those years ago, to climb in a carriage half-dressed and thoroughly suspicious. At my presence, the captain knelt. Your Highness, please stand, Rowan. How is your arm? He didn't stand. He looked up at me, openly studying my face. His coat was fresh, and the blood had been washed out of his hair, but I could see him thinking. How did you know it was my arm that was injured? Had he not told me that? Lucky guess, I offered. He stood, but now he was looking at me with a strange intensity. I am quite fine, Your Highness. Nothing a few stitches couldn't fix. What is going on? Minette said. We are going to Hamra? He returned to tighten the saddle on his horse. Your father has decided it best you move your last debut forward, so no one else gets the bright idea to change his mind about naming you as his heir. Clandestine carriage trips have not historically gone well for us, Rowan. It is not my place to question my king's orders, he said, but I could tell he was uneasy. Ara! Murray called from the bottom step of the carriage. Leave the captain to his preparations. We must leave as soon as possible. Just give us a moment. I want to... She grabbed my arm and yanked me away. Leave him. The way she said it, you would have thought she was speaking of a stray dog. Rowan looked up at the rough treatment but didn't say anything when I let myself be led away with the question still unsaid. Do you think it's safe? Mistake. Mari. When Mari drug Ara away from the captain and they were settled inside, the carriage began to roll, and Mari, knowing all too well the easily swayable heart of young women, confronted the would-be heir of Naporia. I know there is something between you and that guard. Ara froze. Excuse me? Men are blind to these things, but I know the signs. You have royal blood, Ara. God's blood. You must not taint yourself. Ara stared at her, blinking in the dark. I can understand. The man is as bad at following the rules as you are. Back home, he would have never qualified for the king's service the way he watches you. She raised a questioning eyebrow. The way he watches me? Do not bother playing at ignorance. The captain has his qualities, but... Ara held up her hand. Rowan? You think I am having a sordid affair with Rowan? I have seen the way you smile at him, speak to him. You defer to his opinion often. You even use his first name. I use everyone's first name. She was shaking her head, laughing quietly. Mari, the things you just listed are the basics of treating someone with respect and kindness. It's called humanity. It is you do not have to speak like them as well. Had she forgotten all the rules already? Just because your father plans to name you his heir, that does not mean that anything has changed. In fact, the ways of being a proper princess will be even more important now. A proposal will not be offered freely. You will have to work for it. Even harder than a normal woman if you have the title, and especially if you come across as consorting with common men. Why do you hate him so much? Ara asked. I would think he would be a comfort to you. Because we are so similar? Do not speak of what you do not know, child. The words cut out of her just like a sword. That isn't... I just meant that coming here must have been so hard. You were alone. I was not alone. I had your father. That was not actually true. Annalise had Devon. All of him. She also had Harold and her children and the love of many Naporians. Mari only had a title and the rules. She stared out the window into the night. It was hard to stay angry. The captain may share a common heritage, but Ara was a woman now, and as royals, two princesses shared much more commonality than a man who had never even been to his homeland. It did not matter how clear his green eyes were, and as a woman, Mari knew the consequences of giving in to the temptations of the flesh. I do not warn you away from these things without cause. Peace still rests on your shoulders, and the sacrifices and consequences of your actions will be great. I know from experience. That got the princess's attention. Ara leaned forward into the cool moonlight and pulled her cloak tighter around her shoulders. You had an affair with a commoner? A commoner? No, he was one of the cousins of a high-born family making a pilgrimage for the summer baptisms. They were staying at the palace for the season. It had been more than 12 years since she spoke the name out loud. His name was Terran. In the darkness of the carriage, she let herself be taken in memory. Byrne was away with Michael and Solus, conferring with the other high-born men. Adrian was left in charge. He sat in the drawing room with us for a short time, but was soon distracted in the way children are and left to seek some adventure. I remember Claire chattering about her upcoming wedding. I wonder if it was as beautiful as she was so sure it would be. She closed her eyes to see Claire's face again, her kind eyes and soft features. She would have made a beautiful bride. It was painful to not get to be a part of it. The girls wished to go to Claire's room to see her dress again, but I stayed behind to play a few more songs on the piano. "You play the piano?" Ara asked. She smiled. I did. She tucked her gloved hands under the blanket that rested over her legs and felt along her fingers that had once been smooth and strong. She was thankful to not remember much after the first was broken. Taryn was walking the grounds when he heard me playing. He said it was the most beautiful sound he had ever heard. The rules are such in Trinar that a woman should never be alone with a man that is not her husband or her brother. Even the palace guards are not to be alone. But Taryn stayed. He leaned against the open patio doors to listen, and I did not leave when I looked up and noticed him there. It was a risk. I felt him watching me, watching more than my hands on the keys. I played slower. I wanted him to linger. She lifted her face to the moon as if the light was his gaze set upon her skin once more. And imagine my surprise when he came into the room, sat down beside me, and also started to play. He was terrific, matching me note for note. It was as if we shared the same body, the same heart. When we finished, he leaned in, so close I could feel his lips against my skin, to ask if he could see me again, and I said, yes. Ara was enraptured by this revelation. Then what happened? Then my brothers came home, Mari replied. Someone must have seen. Byrne went up to his office without saying a word, and Michael and Solus carried out my punishment. She swallowed, her mouth suddenly dry. It was just after dinner. I remember because little Isabel threw up and ruined her favorite dress. It was a beautiful pattern. Green vines twisting over white organza, perfect for summer. In the dark shadows of the carriage she could not see, but something changed in the small space, a shimmering electricity in the air. Ara's voice was cold when she asked, "What did they do, Mari?" They gathered the girls into the drawing room and asked me to play. I didn't know they knew what happened, but it was strange how excited Michael was. He typically hated the piano. He thought it was a frivolous waste of time. But he stood by the piano that night and clapped along with the tune, and my heart was so light to see him happy. When I finished, I clapped along with him. Finally, he asked me, "Was that the song you played for him?" I can't remember how I answered. I remember how hard Michael held onto my wrist to keep me from pulling away, and the sound of the first finger breaking. Then Isabel. Mari swallowed again, the memory like glass in her throat. The next day, I was taken to your father. His Commander Yo set the bones. I will never play again, but I can do most things without pain. Mari, that is, I am so sorry. It was my fault. I let myself be soiled. Word would have gotten out, and no one would be interested in my hand. I was grateful that I could still be useful. The moon passed through the trees, and Mari could not help but smile. You have much the same look on your face as your father did the first time he saw me. A dangerous prayer. Wake up. I sat bolt upright. We reached Hamra in the small hours of the night on the next day. A guard joined us inside the carriage for additional security shortly after we crossed Naporia's border, so I never got to hear more of Mari's story. Between the rough road, Mari's tale, and the nerves from being in a carriage again, I hadn't slept well that night. No one had. So when we finally reached the inn, the escort set up a quick perimeter, and Rowan paid the man at the counter with a heavy coin purse to show us up to a second-level room so everyone could get some decent rest before the wedding festivities. That had to have been only a few hours ago. The inn had gone quiet. There was no chattering in the common room, no drunken arguments being settled by the innkeeper, just two sets of soft breathing. One from Mari in the bed on the other side of the room, and one from a guard sitting on the floor by the door. Sleeping on the job would get the guard a reprimand, but I couldn't say I blamed him. I hadn't slept a whole night in days, and now I was hearing voices. Saints, what is wrong with me? My head was pounding, and I closed my eyes to try to go back to sleep. The crack of wood splintering in a fire and a sharp stab of fear forced my eyes open again. I was standing outside where the guards were gathering to sleep around a large fire. There was a chill in the air. I could see the breath of the men outside of the warmth, but I wasn't cold, nor could I feel the heat of the flames, but the fear from before spiked again and made my heart start to race. I said, "I saved you a spot. Are you listening?" A red-headed guard sat on a bedroll at the edge of the fire. His eyes were red-ringed. "I'll be fine out here," Ishmo answered. "Suit yourself." The red-headed guard laid down so close to the flames that it even made me nervous, but the spike of fear faded. Was I sleepwalking? No one in the highly trained group of soldiers seemed to have noticed my presence. It's a dream then, like when I was in Rowan's office. "Hello," I whispered. No one reacted, not even Ishmo. I slapped my cheeks. "Wake up, wake up, wake up." Suddenly, one of the guards on the other side of the fire sat up and looked right in my direction. He was a touch older than the rest, with a close-shaved beard. I had never seen him before, but yet, he seemed familiar. "Do you think anything is actually going to happen? I would love to finally see some action," one of the other guards said, laying out beside the fire, oblivious. "Watch the princess," the bearded man said. He turned his gaze from mine and smiled softly, as if he knew something the others didn't. "She'll see it coming." Women love weddings. Makes them think of consummation. She'll be sneaking off to some rich boy's bed if she has any sense. The bearded man frowned. "Don't be crass. The princess is not lured by such things. She has the blood of the gods." Yeah, but royalty doesn't equal chastity," another put in. Is this how people talk about me? I thought. I mean, they aren't exactly wrong, but it was a little off-putting. The bearded man was not amused. "Not royal blood. God's blood. The real gods." "Are you sure you're not Trinar, Lenny? Praying to the royals like they're your god. Even Devon doesn't believe that shit." I looked for Ishmo to see what he thought of the conversation, but he was gone. "She'll wake up. You'll see." I am awake. The guard in my room jumped up and knelt at my sudden outburst. "My apologies, Highness." I stared at him, trying to figure out what had just happened. 1 second, I was out by the fire, and the next, I was back in the inn, staring at the guard I had just woken. "My apologies," he repeated, his voice full of trepidation. I wanted to reassure him, but my body was so heavy that I could not even bring myself to blink. I just stared at him while he slowly stood and backed out of the room. When I closed my eyes again, I stood inside a stable. There were candles at my feet, along with a man kneeling with his head in his hands. I couldn't hear the words, but somehow I knew that he was praying. To me. "Don't do that!" I yelled at him. Startled, he fell backward and stared up at me with wide eyes. It was the guard from the campfire, only years younger. "You're awake," he said with a smile. "I knew you would." I stepped away from him and knocked over one of the candles, sending flames rushing from my feet as it spread through the dry hay. A voice in the distance was asking if I was okay. "What do you know about my mother?" I asked Lenny. "Ara?" Mari now. Sleepy. The flames grew higher. The man did not make any effort to answer my question. Instead, he said, "You must wake up and save us." "I'm just a normal girl." "Ara!" A gloved hand tightened on my arm. Back in the inn, Rowan knelt by my bed. Ishmo stood in the doorway, gripping the threshold to keep himself from going further. Panicked and confused, I blurted, "The stables are on fire." Mari looked out the window. "The stables are fine. Just our own guard making rounds." I shook my head, remembering the familiar layout. Back home, there was a man and a candle. "It's already happened," Ishmo interrupted. He stepped forward from the doorway and knelt. "Forgive me, miss." "What do you mean?" I asked. Rowan was watching him, so he kept his eyes downcast. "One of the first things they tell cadets is that there is absolutely no fire allowed in the stables, torches or candles. Apparently, shortly after the end of the Great War, a man was praying and caught it on fire." "Lenny?" Rowan's eyebrows raised. "Yes. But I was there. I knocked over the candle. The man they called Lenny was on our escort. He couldn't also be back home, praying to me in a stable." Hurt stood, and Ishmo followed. "There are still a couple more hours left before sunrise," he said. "Please, try and rest." I wanted them to stay. I wanted to tell them that something strange was happening, but Ishmo's fleetingly worried gaze before he could control his face changed my mind. I couldn't risk anyone learning that he knew already. "Thank you, Rowan. I'll do that." Leonard Ennis, Ishmo. "Does it need to be said that you saw nothing in that room tonight?" the captain warned as Ishmo followed him down the dark hallway of the inn. "No, sir." "Good." His hand tightened on the hilt of his sword. "Go put eyes on Lieutenant Ennis. If you see him start praying, tell him I want to see him." "Yes, sir." Leonard Ennis was exactly where the captain said he would be, tending the horses just inside the inn stables. It turned out he had a specialty too. He went about making sure the horses were fed and groomed, digging dirt and road debris from their feet. The captain had been explicit about only observing, but Ishmo was not content to keep his distance. He slipped inside, careful to stay out of sight from the windows of the inn, lest the captain look out to see a cadet under review not following orders. "Lieutenant." Ennis didn't look up. "I've been waiting for you to show up. The captain sent me to keep an eye on you." "The princess?" You don't know?" I take it she caught up. "I've been expecting it for a while now. If the captain believed I was a threat, he would have come himself." "But are you?" "Only to stables," Lenny laughed. The other guards didn't take Ennis seriously, but Ara was different. She denied it so much, yet strange things kept happening. Her eyes gone black with blood fire, the heat disappearing from the room when she fainted. Then, whatever was happening up in her room a few moments ago. Ishmo knew she was different even before he learned she was to be the king's heir, and long before all he had seen. She calmed the blood fire that ran through his veins even as she stoked it. It was dangerous, and Ishmo often found it hard to tell what was pure blood madness and what were mere hormones. "You know, that night, I really did think that she was Annalise," Lenny said. "They look remarkably similar at this age. I often wonder if Anna ever heard my prayers at all, or if all that time I was actually praying to the child in her womb." Such talk made Ishmo uneasy. Religious zealots were dangerous. The Trinar soldiers were living proof of that. Ara wasn't a god. She was just a girl. He watched her trip over logs and try to mimic songbirds off-key. "Not quite there yet, eh? Still curious, still questioning." "Yeah. That'll change when you see what they are capable of," Ennis remarked as he settled onto a bale of hay and ran his hands through his hair. "And what is that exactly?" Ishmo asked. "Let me guess. You still believe in the king's fairy tale. A boy king rides out to defeat his kingdom's enemy and randomly finds an abandoned princess as his prize." Most people believed that. Ara had confided in Ishmo that she dreamed of something else, but he wasn't about to confirm what she'd told him in confidence. I was there. Too young to be, but there all the same. I know what I saw. Ishmo swallowed hard. What did you see? How many princesses do you think would be wandering out on battlefields, dirt-covered and dressed in tatters? Ennis waited patiently for Ishmo to connect the dots. Only a royal can kill another royal, Ishmo recalled her saying to the Trinar soldier. Annalise killed the Trinar king then, not Devon. Devon married her, so no one could question her highborn status. Ishmo lowered his voice, careful that no one else could hear. Are you saying that Ara doesn't have royal blood? Ennis shrugged. What is royal blood when you have the blood of the gods? Annalise would say all blood runs red. After what she did, the Trinar would have hunted her for the rest of her life. I don't think she believed she could do it again. I think she knew it wasn't really her. What do you mean? She was in custody with the commander and King Devon for some time before the battle. She wasn't happy about it at the outset either. If she was capable of killing an entire army, why couldn't she dispatch 2 men just so she could escape? She stayed in his tent. The two of them spent many evenings walking through the camp and the surrounding woods. It was clear by the way they looked at each other that she wasn't just a prisoner anymore. We were all quite jealous, as you can imagine, but kings are afforded such leniencies. No Napoleon woman would be reckless enough to throw away privilege and business to join a war, let alone share a bed with a man who hadn't bathed in weeks. Ennis laughed to himself and then continued with his observations. The two were married quickly after returning home. She was pregnant. She had to be. What reason would a woman like that have to need the protection of an army? If not for herself, then for her daughter. If not for her daughter, for herself. Ishmo shook his head. The men out there call you crazy. Now I know why. He shrugged. You're the one who sought me out. You must not think it's too crazy. Ara Palacios is just a girl, a normal girl. It's my job to protect her. You should be more concerned about protecting yourself. Those who get too close to them have a tendency to end up dead. Some say it's a curse. He smiled knowingly. You haven't touched her, have you? Ishmo didn't react, though if there was a curse for getting too involved with her, he'd gladly risk death. That's something Ara never quite understood, and something Ishmo could never bring himself to tell her. I just want her to be safe, Ishmo explained. Ennis closed his eyes and sighed. Put that notion out of your mind. I tried so hard to protect Annalise, but in the end, death came anyway. No one can stop the hands of fate. I can. A proper princess. I did go back to sleep, but only for a few short hours before Mari woke me up to begin the process of getting ready for the wedding. I helped her into her dress and tied her laces and brushed out my hair while she swept up hers. The entire endeavor took far longer than if Minette had been around to help, but I was thankful that she would be able to take a few days off in our absence. Eventually, Mari took out a worn box that held 2 long pins. One was plain, but the other had a delicate fan of thin gold inlaid with emeralds dangling from one end. Oh, that's beautiful. For once, Mari ignored my improper speech, smiling while she slid the pins into the perfectly layered waves in her hair. Yes, I wore them on my wedding day. The dress Mari brought was unwrinkled and fit her modestly. After a few touches of a paintbrush to her face, she looked like she could be the one getting married. I wondered what my father thought when he saw her for the first time. Discarded. Broken. Yet still, she wore gold finery on their wedding day. Okay now, it is time to make you look presentable. She stripped me of my nightgown and scrubbed my skin raw with the water from the pitcher left in our room, then yanked a dress over my head. She jerked and pulled the fabric until it fit over my hips and arms with hardly enough leeway to move, and then tightened the laces until a full breath was a luxury I wouldn't be afforded. I looked down and blushed. Mari, I don't know if this dress is appropriate? The neckline dipped low in the middle of my chest, and the tightness of the dress had shoved my breasts up so that the tops of them were plainly visible. How else will we get a prince to overlook your poor speech? She yanked my hair back and began to twist it into 2 braids. My eyes watered. No prince will want to approach a woman who will one day outrank him, but beauty will make men do things that they would not typically do on their own. She finished twisting the 2 braids together and turned me around, immediately holding a pot of powder up to my face and wrinkling her nose. It is vital that we make a good impression. This is your royal debut, and you do not get many opportunities to leave Naporia. I nodded. The soft feather tips of the brush tickled my face as Mari worked her magic. This was her wheelhouse. Mari could make anyone look like royalty, even dirty-faced princesses, who would have much preferred a day in the river. I can make a good impression by just being nice and friendly, can I not? No, people are superficial. They do not care what is in your heart. She leaned back, made another face, and then retrieved a stick to paint extra hair in my eyebrows. Your father may not like it, but this wedding is more than just a royal debut. It may be the place you meet your future husband. You want to look beautiful for him, do you not? I wrinkled my nose. I didn't want my face painted, nor did I want to wear the dress Mari brought. It was a giant blue ball gown with layers of itchy fabric that was already making me sweat. If I was to meet my future husband at that wedding, I would have preferred that he be impressed with my personality rather than my clothes. Should not the man I seek care that my smile is genuine? Should he not be the one to put it on my face? In a perfect world, Mari agreed, but her tone clearly indicated that she did not see the world as perfect. Remember what I told you. A princess's job is to serve her king, and just because you will one day rule does not mean that you will not sacrifice. Yes, you will have the position of choosing, but you must still choose right for the future. You must find an ally, not a man. You must find peace, not love. I bit the inside of my cheek. Was that what father had done when he married an enemy princess to secure peace for his kingdom? The same would be expected of me. At least father had the good fortune to spend years with someone he did love first. Mari touched a different brush to my lips. This year you are old enough to marry. In Trinar you would have been long betrothed by now, but your father wanted to wait. Naporia is. She looked over her work and smiled a sad smile. Well, you know how Naporia is. Things never seem to happen when they are supposed to. Your father may have changed his mind, if it was ever his true intention at all, to honor the plan for lasting peace, but you can set things back on track. At least one of my brothers will be attending. It is improper for my sisters to travel without a chaperone. Find him. Convince him that a marriage could still work. My dress was tight. The sleeves sat off my shoulders so that I could not raise my arms, and the waist was so tight that I would never get enough air in my lungs to run. Someone had sent those Trinar soldiers into our woods. They had to know the betrothal was off. The one that broke your fingers for playing a piano? No thanks. She shook her head. It will not be Michael. Unless things have changed overmuch, the twins separate their duties accordingly. Solus will be Byrne's heir. He may be there. Maybe it will be Adrian or Alexander. They are 15 and 16, old enough for a Trinar betrothal. I was absolutely not going to try and convince a child to become betrothed. Does my father know that a Trinar prince will be there? He knows. Did he expect me to try and win over a prince to our side? A hard knock on the door sent my hand to cover my chest. Just a minute, Mari yelled. A marriage alliance was the last thing on my mind. I needed to figure out the weird visions I was having, and I needed to make sure Ishmo was safe. I didn't have time to prance around ballrooms trying to convince some prince that I was proper. Maybe they won't all be bad. Lin was nice. He was the one that taught me that brushing horses was a good way to pass the time when I couldn't sleep, and he never minded my dirty feet and wild hair. I suddenly felt very homesick for Nerys. The 3 years spent with Lynn and Ricci had been terrifying and full of grief, but I had friends there. The Lorettes never expected me to be anyone else but who I was. Don't cry, dear. You'll ruin your face. I bit the inside of my cheek. Nerys was in my past. Whatever freedom I had found out in the woods with Ishmo was also in my past. Now I had to be strong. There was another, more forceful knock at the door. Mari cinched the last of my laces even tighter and barked over my shoulder. I said just a minute. If there was one thing Mari took seriously, it was making sure every last stray hair or loose thread was in its place. She then crossed the room and retrieved a wooden box from her trunk. Your father gave me this to give you, for good luck. She opened the box. Inside was a beautiful pressed bronze crown made up of interlocking willow leaves. The edges were brushed with gold. It's a replica of your mother's, Mari said softly. He said it was the only one she actually liked wearing. I touched the metal. It was wider than the crowns in the vault and much simpler. There were no jewels, not one of Neporia's signature sapphires. This crown was all Annalise. Mari lifted the crown from the box and fitted it to my head. This crown is not made to sit on top of your head, it's made to go around. She pressed the metal down over my hair so that it fit snugly just above my ears and rested cool against my forehead. It's worn to show off the beauty of the wearer, she smiled. You will surely catch the eye of many a prince tonight. Your mother would be... Please, Mari, that is enough. My tone came harsh. I did not wish to hear what Mari thought my mother would think. It was likely to be wholly wrong from the actual sentiments my mother would have bestowed on me had she lived to give me the crown herself. Mari's tone sharpened as well, but not nearly the same, and she bowed her head. Ah, now you sound like a proper princess. The door cracked open, and Hert's voice called out from the hallway. Forgive me, but if we do not leave right now, we will be late. Mari glared at the door. We are coming. I took one last look at the scared, made-up girl in the mirror before taking a deep breath and straightening my posture. It was time to take off my true self and put on a royal face. It was time to try to be what Neporia needed. The captain's shadow, Ishmo. Ishmo was asleep on his feet, having decided that Leonard Ennis wasn't any threat, but he snapped to attention at the first crunch of dried leaves underfoot. He saw the captain rounding the corner in the pre-dawn shadows. Sleep well? The captain asked. No, sir, Ishmo replied. Ennis? He inquired. He took care of the horses and bedded down by the stable door, Ishmo answered, nodding toward a shadowed lump. Still there. Ishmo thought it best to leave out their conversation about Ara and Annalise. Good. Follow me. Ishmo fell into step behind him as the captain went around and woke the men, giving orders. The inn was already starting to fill with people. There would be no breakfast. Have the carriage waiting out front. I want 6 men stationed within the crowd, 2 horses out front, 4 in the back. Is everyone clear? The cadets all nodded, giddy at the chance to be part of a royal escort, while the more seasoned castle guards simply got to work gathering their bedrolls. Leif, come with me. Ishmo followed him back inside the inn. How is Adri? Not wanting to inform on Gregor, but knowing it was more important not to get on Hert's bad side, Ishmo said, He hasn't said a word about it since he left your office. The two were close. It could be dangerous to have him with us if he blames her. He doesn't, or, well, he wouldn't blame her. The princess. She didn't kill his brother. Hert stopped and pointed a gloved finger at Ishmo's chest. I know the 2 of you are friends, but don't presume to know what a man would or wouldn't think. Grief makes people do strange things. Yes, sir. Already moving on, Hert asked, How's your balance? Excellent, sir. I want you on the carriage roof with your bow. Don't shoot anything. Just be visible. Yes, sir. While you're up there, I want you to look at the crowd. See what you can observe, but also watch our cadets. I want to know who gets overly excited, who breaks protocol when the crowd pushes in, who relaxes too much when they think no one is watching. Yes, sir. Ishmo hoped that last part hadn't been a reference to him. The captain went into his room and opened a trunk left on the bed. Inside was a sword with a gold and blue scabbard, the design twisting up along a long hilt. The only time Ishmo had ever seen a sword like that was when he fought with Bran in camp, the day he was made to join the guard. This one was more ornamental, the blue standing out to equal the gold, but it was much the same as Bran's sword. Hurt sighed. We'll be lucky if everything goes well today. Lifting the sword, he slowly removed the blade from the scabbard. The blue-gray light of dawn washed over the sword's length in a slow shimmer that almost made it look like water. A castle guard sword was nicer than any weapon a common merchant or soldier would carry, but this one made castle guard swords look plain and dull. Hurt's hand tightened around the hilt before slamming the blade back into its scabbard. Damn you, Devon! He took a deep breath and then set the sword aside. Removing his gloves, he handed them to Ishmo. Put these on. One of us has to keep up an appearance of professionalism. Ishmo put them on. Surprisingly, they fit. Despite his small stature, he must have had large hands. Sir? The noise from the inn was beginning to grow louder as more people entered the common room. News of our arrival will have spread through half the countryside by now. I'll want your report as soon as we pull away. We may need to find a different place to rest on the way home. Hurt sighed again and pinched the bridge of his nose. Go. And don't get dirty. I'll never hear the end of it. The crowd at the inn. Rowan was pacing the hallway when I opened the door. I had told Mari that he wasn't my type in the carriage, and I had meant it, but the man standing a few paces from me, I could see how she might think so. He wore a uniform I had never seen before. It was blue with metals that caught any available light and shimmered in the reflection of high-polished gold belts. The intricately carved blue and gold sword on one hip and a matching 12-inch dagger on the other. Rowan Hurt could always command a room just by the way he walked into it, and now it was as if he had turned royal overnight. His blonde hair, typically just brushed loosely to the side, was slicked down with not a hair out of place. It reminded me of the day he saved us on the road to Nerys when he came out of the snow, and his hair was streaked red with blood. But there was no blood on this day, just sharp green eyes that stared back at me with equal surprise. He cleared his throat and knelt. Forgive me, Princess, for rushing you. You look very handsome, Rowan. Thank you, Your Highness. Are you attending the wedding as well? He rested an arm on his knee and looked up to answer. I am. It was a condition of your attendance by your father. Mari left the room in a rush, tying a beaded shawl around her shoulders. Stand up, Captain. We are ready to... Rowan stood, and Mari finally got a look at him. She seemed equally taken aback. How is Ara to entertain potential suitors with you next to her, all night looking like that? Rowan said nothing. It was unclear whether she meant what she said to come off as insulting. Either way, I thought it was, inadvertently, the nicest thing Mari had ever said to him. Or maybe he will just weed out the cowards. I smiled at Rowan, and the edges of his mouth twitched upward for a fraction of a second before settling back into their typical scowl. Mari pushed past us in a huff. Well, what are you standing around for? We are going to be late. The innkeeper met us at the top of the stairs. She was a tall, wiry woman with streaks of gray in her red hair. Her eyes were wide as we approached. Mari walked past her without a second thought, but I smiled at her, and it seemed to encourage her to step forward. She knelt. I could feel Rowan tense behind me. The woman held out a blue piece of fabric. Thank you, Princess, for choosing to bless my establishment. I took the fabric. It slid through my hands, soft and thick. What is your name? Rowan touched my arm. We can't linger. I glanced after Mari. She was already halfway down the stairs, and from the loud chatter coming from below, there seemed to be a full house waiting for us. I knew that if Rowan was to protect both of us, we needed to stay close. Marlin, she said softly. Marlin Hing. Thank you, Marlin, for your hospitality and your gift. It is beautiful. I will be sure to wear it tonight. Rowan tightened his grip on my arm slightly, and I walked quickly to catch back up with Mari. Maybe it was the conversation we had while in the carriage, but I found myself fully aware of his presence at my back. The stairs that led down into the tavern creaked under our weight. The crowd below was thick, save for a path barely wide enough to fit through sideways. At the sight of us, the crowd cheered and yelled. Mari waved and walked forward. I froze on the step. Amongst the smiling faces were hard stares and green coats. Rowan put his hand on my back and gently encouraged me forward. I see them, he said. Don't stop. I took a deep breath and tried to remember to smile. The crowd cheered, and everyone shouted at once. Those in the back stood on their tiptoes or pushed on the shoulders of those in front of them to see. Now that I was off of the stairs, the throng of people seemed to tower over me, tightening in around me, waiting to consume me. Princess Ara, a woman yelled from the crowd. Bless my child. Rowan's hand was at my back again, this time pushing me forward. Keep moving, he reminded. I obeyed. Why would anyone want me to bless a child? I wasn't a priest. A man pushed through the crowd. Please, princess, pray over my daughter. Rowan shoved the man back and pushed me with more force. The crowd slowed us considerably. Mari was already nearly to the door. Ara, princess. The Trinar guards in the crowd stared at me with open hatred. I could see them calculating, waiting for the moment the crowd became too unruly or Rowan to be too preoccupied. Princess? I pushed forward, finding it harder to keep the fake smile on my face or hide my confusion. The commoners in Naporia were not so radical when I rode through the city. Had word spread all the way to Hamra? Cursed. An elderly woman at the edge of the path was shoved forward and lost her balance. She reached for anything she could to steady herself, which turned out to be the innkeeper's fabric that I had clutched in my hands. Are you okay? I reached out and took the woman's hand to help her up. The sound of the crowd fell away, replaced by the piercing sound of a sword leaving its scabbard. A Trinar soldier stood alone ahead of me. Everyone was gone. There was blood on his sword. I let go of the woman and stumbled backward into Rowan. Oh! He pushed me forward, out of the tavern into the crowd waiting outside. Keep moving, he ordered, although, at this point, he just continued to push. It's the princess, someone called out. The cursed princess, another yelled. A hand reached out from the crowd and pulled my arm. Rowan yanked me back. Help us, princess. I'm sorry, I stammered. I don't. Move. Rowan shoved me forward again. I hadn't even realized I'd stopped. Mari was already being helped into the carriage by a Naporian castle guard who watched the crowd with trepidation. The people crowded forward. More hands grabbed at me. They were no longer satiated by touch. Someone pulled my hair. Another scrapped their nails along my arm. Was this why my father would not let me out of the castle? Did the commoners hate me or love me so much that they would tear me apart piece by piece? The woman who poisoned me blamed my father for the war that took her son. What had my father ever done for the people of Hamra? It was clear that not everyone saw me as evil. Some reached out to me as if I were a saint. I looked up just long enough to see Ishmo standing on the top of the carriage, his bow pulled taut, aimed and ready. An impressive display. Rowan gripped tightly around my waist and lifted my feet off the ground. He didn't wait for the guard to help me into the carriage. He took the stairs himself and pushed me unceremoniously the rest of the way in. A moment later, the door on the other side of the carriage opened, and Ishmo swung inside in one smooth motion to sit in the seat across from me. He beat the top of the carriage with this fist to signal the driver. The carriage jerked away, straining to be free of the frenzied crowd of commoners. Everyone settled into their seats, Ishmo beside Mari and Rowan beside me. "Inform the others that we will not be using that inn on our return trip," Rowan said, speaking to Ishmo. "Yes, sir." My hands were shaking. I hid them in the folds of my dress, but my vision was starting to fade at the edges. Suddenly, I felt a boot press against my foot under the layers of my dress. Ishmo took a deep breath. "Breathe." "Right." I took a few breaths, as deep as I could with the tight laces, and my vision started to return. Mari was waving at the crowd. She seemed oblivious to the danger we had just been in. I turned to Rowan. What was that about? He seemed just as disheveled as I was. "If you think it is too dangerous to keep going, we can go home." I could tell he was contemplating it, but Mari cut him off. "We cannot just go back," she bellowed. "If the captain cannot protect you from a few excited commoners, then he should find another job." I glared at her. "It will be better once we are on the grounds of the estate," he assured. "Leaf, tell me what you saw. Report." Ishmo. Don't mistake this post for trust. You are only here because you are useful, and I want to keep an eye on you. That was what the captain said when he told the cadets the entire class was to accompany Ara and Mari to Hamra, and Ishmo was to be his point man. You want to be a well-paid hunter for the rest of your service? Fine. But if you want to be designated, prove to me that you're worthy of it on this trip. The other boys had given Ishmo dirty looks due to the appointment, but they were not the ones sitting in a royal carriage across from Naporia's next ruler, the would-be first-ever ruling queen. Ara's hands were shaking, turned white from the force she was using to hold them steady. Ishmo wanted to tear off his gloves and hold her until she felt safe again. He might have joined the guard just to keep an eye on the kitchen maid, though he couldn't say that the heir to the throne was any safer. She had tried to warn him. It was one thing to understand the dangers the first ruling queen might face, and quite another to actually witness them. Even Hurt, who should have known better than most, seemed unnerved by the crowd at the inn. And now, no one was listening to her. Perhaps Ishmo was the only one who truly understood how much she longed to be away from the castle. Her suggestion to go home wasn't given lightly. Ara sat directly in front of him, and although he couldn't look at her without risking discharge, he could see her fine. Her hair was pulled back in 2 braids, a crown of gold-tipped leaves rested against her forehead, and the dress she wore exposed her chest and neck, a vulnerability for someone about to go into battle. But Ishmo couldn't deny how beautiful she looked. If they were alone, he might lean forward and kiss that spot at the base of her jaw that she loved so much. Easy. Now is really not the time. Ara relaxed her face a bit and pressed her foot gently against the side of his boot, beneath the bunched-up layers of her dress. He pressed back in kind. It was as much comfort as he could offer her in such company, yet seeing some of the tension melt away from her face into a smile made the risk entirely worthwhile. "Leaf, tell me what you saw," the captain urged. "Shortly after I left, 2 men entered the common area of the inn, taking seats at opposite ends of the room. They spoke to the table nearest to them, but loud enough for others to overhear. One claimed that the princess was cursed, and the other insisted that the princess was a saint. Both made it clear she was staying at the inn and would be leaving in the afternoon. Several people left and returned with more. There were 5 Trinar soldiers in uniform mingling with the crowd, yet none made any move to come through it. They all made eye contact with me at least once. One man, in particular, checked on me several times. Ara raised an eyebrow and he suppressed the urge to smile. "Why wasn't the parade like this?" she asked. Everything I heard in the city that day was a question. People had a hard time believing what they were seeing. But now, a few weeks have passed, the captain explained. The men in the throne room certainly had time to come to their conclusions, Hurt agreed. And the men in the common room? Were they Trinar? Ishmo shook his head. I don't know. They left their cloaks on, and I didn't want to get too close. Next time, get too close, Hurt admonished. Yes, sir. Ara pressed her foot against his again. There's nothing quite like being corrected in front of the girl you like, especially when she's the future queen of Naporia. Saints. What about the cadets? Mari asked dramatically, sighing. Anything pressing? Hurt added, clearly indicating that the king's wife had little patience for Ishmo's report. Nothing pressing. Good. Tell the driver that he needs to go faster and then ride behind with the others. There is too much weight in this carriage. Yes, sir. The carriage had doors on either side. Ishmo opened his, secured his bow, slipped his foot through the small window near Ara's face, and hoisted himself up onto the carriage roof. Lieutenant Raff was at the reins, a tall man with light brown hair and a stubborn stubble that no amount of shaving could completely remove. He glanced back at Ishmo with a raised eyebrow. We're late. Hertz ordered me off and for you to go faster. Much faster, and it's not going to be a comfortable ride, Raff informed. He rested his hand on Raff's shoulder, half for stability and half for commiseration. He'd get chewed out either way. It was a lose-lose situation. Just imagine how bad it will be if we don't make it in time. Raff nodded and turned back to the road. Ishmo climbed down the side of the carriage and dropped off into the berms, brushing the dirt off his legs. At least he had managed to not get dirty until after the report. Gregor eventually pulled up alongside him. What did you do? Ishmo stuck his foot into the empty stirrup and swung up behind his friend. Too much weight. Gregor laughed, but it didn't sound genuine. Like, there was a joke he knew he should make but didn't have the energy for. Hurt thinks you need to talk about your brother. What does he want me to say? Basically that you don't blame Ara. The princess? Since when is she... Ara? If you think she likes you because she smiled or spoke to you, I have bad news. Cameron said she's like that to everyone. Gregor. Ishmo put his hand on the man's arm. I need to tell you something. Something that could get me removed from the guard. The horse slowed. The girl I've been looking for. The one that worked in the kitchen. It's her. It's Ara. Palacios. No way, that's... impossible. Insane. The worst thing that's ever happened to me. Yes. It's all of those. Ishmo made no effort to mask the emotion when it came with the words. She's the reason I didn't get into a million fights that probably would have gotten me killed, and your brother saved her life, Gregor. He saved my life. Saved your stupidity, you mean? Gregor choked. Falling in love with a royal will just guarantee your execution later. I'm not in love with her. She is just... very important to me. So it's not only Hurt that wants to hear that I don't blame her for the death of my brother. Ishmo went silent. It was cruel, but he wasn't wrong. I don't blame her, Ishmo. I don't blame the captain or you or the king and the commander either. The only person I blame is the man who swung the sword. And yes, I'm a little sore that I wasn't there to cut the man down myself, but that's the risk of joining the guard. That's why she wants me to quit. Saints on fire, of course you're refusing her orders too. She refuses to issue me orders. Gregor reined in his horse to a dead stop. 2 other guards rode around them, cursing as they passed. Whoa! Hey! Have you two? No, Ishmo lied. He turned on his horse and gave him a hard look. Ishmo offered a more believable lie. We kissed. Kissed? I didn't know she was King Devon's daughter at the time, Ishmo hissed back. I didn't know about curses or witches or any of that. I just knew that there was one person in the world who believed that my life was worth something without condition. She was my only friend. It hadn't fully sunk in until Ishmo said it out loud. She was his friend. She couldn't be anymore. He was never going to convince her to make a claim and move into the apartment above the butcher shop. He was never going to feel her heart racing against his chest or hear his name whispered on her last gasp of climax. Quiet satisfaction. Saints. A man wouldn't need war if he ever experienced that feeling. He wouldn't need food or sleep or coin. It was love. He had loved her. And now, he couldn't. Tears burned in Ishmo's eyes, but he made no effort to hide the emotion. Gregor rested his hand on Ishmo's leg. "She's not your only friend anymore," he said. "Cam would have been happy to know he died for a person like that. Way better than dying for one of these assholes who haven't even said his name or acted like anything changed." He combed his fingers through the beard that was just beginning to grow. "Well, are you planning on seeing her still?" "If I can, yes. Although I don't know if that will even be possible anymore. So much is changing so quickly. She is changing. But the thought of her in danger somewhere I can't help, creates a constant pit in my stomach until I can see her with my own eyes." Gregor grinned. "Now you sound like Lenny." Ishmo rolled his eyes. Lenny. He didn't dare say whether the man was right or wrong about the truth of what happened during the Lavender Massacre. Dreams could still just be dreams, after all. "There's something off about that man. I don't like him. He's hardly the only person that actually thinks royals are special. It's more than that. He talks about her like he knows her." Gregor laughed. "Jealous?" "No, it's different. It's like he knows her more than even she knows herself. You know?" "You're giving me a headache." Gregor adjusted the reins and turned the horse to continue down the road. "Cam knew of the king's plans. He warned me when I told him that I wanted to join the guard that service to the Napoleon crown was going to get more complicated. If you think Lenny is going to be trouble, I'll help you keep an eye on him. But if you do something stupid and get caught climbing through the air of Naporia's window, I'm going to pretend like I have no idea who you are. And then I'm going to ask to be the one that swings your execution blade." "Thanks, Gregor. Welcome to Hamra." The walk from the carriage to the palace doors was much less stressful. Hamra was a small kingdom. They did not have walls of stone to keep their enemies at bay, only a long road and iron gates helmed by men in brown coats. Either the castle was too far out from the village, or the villagers knew better than to try the guards, because I had not seen a single person for many miles. Hamra Castle wasn't really a castle. It was more a manor house, with beautiful green ivy that climbed the tan stone that made up its facade. Over 50 carriages lined the street back down to the gate. Guards and servants loitered outside in groups waiting to prepare for long trips home. Mari slid over to where Ishmo had been seated and fixed my hair, tucking the strands that had been pulled loose back into the curve of my braids. She also was sure to pull up the fabric that hugged my arm to cover the scratch I was trying to ignore. Ironic that I escaped an encounter with 2 Trinar soldiers relatively unscathed, but an inn where I was surrounded by guards was where my blood was shed. "There," Mari said, giving me the once-over. "Now, remember to smile and keep this up. You do not want any prince thinking that you are damaged goods." The air in the cabin was getting thick. It was either from Mari's excitement, Hert's annoyance, or my fear. Maybe it was a combination of all three. Either way, I found myself grateful when Rowan opened the door as the carriage rolled to a stop at the base of the front stairs to the Hamra estate. He stepped out first and offered a hand to Mari, which she predictably ignored. When I went to accept his help, I noticed for the first time that his hands were ungloved. "Missing something?" I asked. In all the years since we'd returned from Nerys, I'd never seen Rowan without his castle guard gloves. They didn't match my outfit. His face was as stone as ever, but I thought I saw a hint of chagrin in the hard lines of his face. "Aren't you worried about the curse?" At that, his mouth did twitch. "The gloves were never about the curse, my lady. The gloves are to remind a castle full of common men that there are consequences to wandering hands." "So wait, you don't believe in the curse?" "I will answer the same no matter how many different ways you ask, Princess. I am not afraid of you. He uncurled his fingers in further invitation. I worry, though, that if we linger much longer, Mari is going to make us fear her. I do not want that. I put my hand in his and marveled at the warmth and solidness for the moment that his hand closed around mine. It was over as soon as it had happened, though. Once I was free of the step, he let go and went out ahead to lead us up the stairs. The fan on Mari's comb bounced and shimmered as she bounded up the steps behind Rowan. I had never seen her so excitable before. She was always poised, probably just agitated over being late. Rowan introduced us to the guard at the door. Presenting Princess Consort Mari Palacios and Princess Ara Palacios from Naporia. Escorted by Rowan Hurt, captain of the Royal Naporian Guard. The sentry finished for him, flicking his eyes down over Rowan's blonde hair and green eyes. Your reputation precedes you, sir. I resisted the urge to stamp him on the foot. I fear we are running a bit late, I interrupted. I hope we are still allowed in? He bowed his head in answer. That, however, he pointed to Rowan's sword, cannot. Excuse me? Rowan asked, more than a little annoyed. No weapons are permitted inside. It's a celebration of love, after all. There will be no need for blades. Rowan stood his ground. I assure you that I would not use it unless it was warranted. The guard dismissed his assurances with a wave of a bony hand. If you want in, then you cannot be armed. Saints! Just hand it over, Captain. Mari's voice was pitched high. I am not missing this wedding. I had never heard Mari speak such blasphemy before. It was odd, and even Rowan looked at her for a few beats longer than would generally be permitted. That pinprick of worry stabbed me again. Something is wrong. We do not have to go, I reminded. I will defer to your judgment if you think it will be too dangerous. No, absolutely not. Mari's knuckles were white. If you leave without me. What do you think Devon will do when he finds out you left his wife without... Rowan set his jaw and unfastened his sword belt. I want assurance that this sword will be delivered to my men presently. The Hamra guard took the sword and smiled. Of course. He kept his hand out expectantly. I'll be sure they receive all your weapons. Rowan sighed and opened the golden belts of his coat to retrieve the knife on his chest. He then pulled out a second knife and a third. I watched him with interest as he feigned, looking for more weapons. He opened his coat on one side, then the other bent down, and raised one pant leg and the other. He even turned in a circle and held out his hands. The guard raised his eyebrows and waited. Rowan looked back at him with a blank face. Do you mind? The guard held out his free hand to indicate that a pat-down was required, before he was satisfied that Rowan was entirely unarmed. Would he have done so if Rowan had Western blood? Or was it the fact that he wore Naporian colors? Is that really necessary? I asked. The captain is an honorable man. He would not... But Rowan had already nodded and given his consent to the search. The guard handed off Rowan's previous haul to a nearby steward and set about squeezing and prodding all kinds of embarrassing places as Hurt stood rigid but unfazed. The man knelt and ran his hands firmly up the captain's legs, and Mari's neck reddened as she watched them. Interesting. I cleared my throat, and Mari looked away, turning even more crimson. Apparently, her concern over my interests was a projection of her own. I wondered if his Trinar coloring reminded her of home, or just the fancy outfit that he was wearing to make him look like a royal. An honorable man, the guard was saying. He reached into Rowan's sleeve and retrieved a long, thin penknife. Mari rolled her eyes. Maybe he needed to open a letter? I offered. Rowan let one side of his mouth curl up into a smile. Are we quite done? Mari asked. The guard nodded and ushered them the rest of the way up the wide stone stairway to the front doors. The manor was much the same on the inside as it was outside. It was plain but stately. We entered a long, open ballroom with limestone walls and exposed wood beams. High windows provided ample light throughout the room. The guard showed us to our seats at one of the long tables that lined the perimeter of the room. We were one of the last guests to arrive. At least 100 other royals already sat in their places, picking at bowls of fruit and chatting away to the person sitting beside them. Rowan pulled out the chair between himself and Mari. "Princess," he offered with a nod. I went to take it, but Mari snatched the chair out of his hand. "I think Ara should sit on the outside." She nodded her head to the young man who sat next to Rowan. "So she might meet new people." Between the fancy clothes and the crowd of commoners and whispers of curses and saints, I had nearly forgotten the entire point of my coming to the wedding was to trick some prince into thinking that I was a prim, proper girl they could marry to get a foot on a higher rung in the political power ladder. Luckily, Rowan was in no mood to give up any more ground than he already had. He yanked the chair back as gently as he could without making a scene. "That is out of the question. She'll have plenty of opportunity after the ceremony." I sat down before any more words could be exchanged and began to rub the knot forming in the back of my head. Mari slapped my hand away from my head. "Do not act like it pains you to be here. You disrespect our hosts." Rowan reached across me and grabbed Mari's wrist. "Lay a hand on the air again and I will break it." She sucked in a lungful of air in surprise. "Devon will hear about this," she hissed. "Go ahead," Rowan replied. "Who do you think he'll side with?" The boy Mari had pointed out earlier leaned back in his chair. He had hazel eyes that sparkled with levity beneath raised molasses-colored eyebrows. "Is everything okay over there? Are Mom and Dad fighting?" he added with a grin. I stifled a laugh as the ceremony started. Maybe the night wouldn't be so bad after all. The missing life. Mari. The great hall of the Hamra estate was only as large as the foyer back in Trinar, and only half as large as the throne room in Naporia. Too small for a proper wedding, but at least there appeared to be a decent turnout. Mari spotted her sisters right away. Dressed in shimmering emerald, they sat at the table nearest to the family of the bride, guests of honor. Her brother did not sit with them, but it was not uncommon for some men to skip the ceremony. Weddings were an excuse for ambassadors of many different kingdoms to be in one place. While the women danced and postured, the men made deals and treaties. Claire caught her eye from a table along the groom's side of the room. She wore silver and was staring daggers. She was supposed to marry the oldest brother of a lesser house. So what was she doing sitting with the Marsdens? A lot could change in 10 years. Maybe her husband died and she remarried. Although Marsden was even more strict than Trinar in their rules. It seemed strange that they would accept a marriage with a soiled woman. The captain was silent and stiff by Ara's side, scanning the room for hints of threats and treachery. Even though the Hamra guard was standing around the perimeter of the room, hands on their own swords, doing the same. Paranoid. Weddings were safe. There were too many people to witness if someone decided to cause trouble. Mari was scanning the room too, but not for any signs of impending doom. She was looking for Terran. Shameful. Sinful. She had stood upon the dais and made her pledge to Devon. But those initials, scribbled at the bottom of an invitation, meant something. Was he attending? Did her sisters have news or information to share? The tables were arranged along the room's walls to allow a large open area for the ceremony and dancing afterward, but there was no one else in the room Mari recognized. She had only attended a few small events before her marriage to Devon, but never one with a mixed guest list. Eastern and Western kingdoms usually kept to their own side of the continent, but she did recognize the colors from Antioch in the far east and Nerys in the far west. That was good. Ara would need to be seen by as many people as possible so that word of her status could spread. If she was well received, it could make Byrne think twice about refusing her independent proposal. It would be a delicate line to walk, and Mari was not sure if Ara was ready. The girl still fidgeted in her seat and had trouble paying attention. A trumpet sounded at the door. "Please rise." Everyone quieted and stood. Presenting, third of his name, His Royal Highness, Peter Sussman. A young man stepped forward. His coat was plain white with little adornment, as was proper. Another trumpet sounded from the hallway inside. Presenting, daughter of His Majesty the King, Edward Landress, Susan Landress. The young woman stepped forward, and the ceremony began. Mari took her seat and scanned one last time for Taryn's face. No one would meet her eyes. Did they know why she had come? Calm down. There is no reason to be afraid. She had married Devon just like her brother ordered. It was probably the captain that put everyone on edge. It was Devon's fault. Making him wear that uniform put ideas into people's heads. There would be whispers about his parentage all night. That didn't matter. Well, it did. But the initials scribbled at the bottom of her invitation meant more. If he was there, she had to find him. For closure. What dreams may come. The ceremony was a somber affair. The bride was a small girl who looked barely older than 16. She wore a simple white gown that flowed over her alabaster skin like water, and her hair was tucked up into a simple bun wrapped with a braid. Everyone was sure to think that she looked like the vision of elegance and purity. I just thought she looked scared. She looked at her soon-to-be husband with wide round eyes as if she had never seen him before. It was very possible that she hadn't. Arranged marriages were common for royals. Even heirs had to find a match that would provide some sort of advantage for their kingdom. No one was spared for love, not even kings. My father had proven that when he married the woman at the table beside me. One day, 10 years ago, Mari had been the quiet woman to stand in front of a group of people and vow her life to a man she didn't know. Did she see herself in the woman before them? Do I? My stomach flipped. It would be me one day, no matter how much I detested the idea. Allies were secured through marriage and children and the blending that comes from it. One was less likely to attack a kingdom if their own blood was likely to be spilled. I could not spare myself, but if I could, I would at least spare Bran and Keeley. I stifled a yawn. Suitors aside, I needed to make a good impression. This trip was my debut, after all. I needed to make a public appearance before Father could make any announcement. If the white horse was a signal to our people, then my presence at this wedding was a signal to everyone else. I would be expected to answer questions so that they could report back home of my soon-to-be title of heir. The future of the Naporian people rests on your shoulders, Father said, resting his heavy hands beside the too tight sapphire necklace around my neck. He was behind me in the dark, but his voice carried past me as if he were speaking to a crowd. A united kingdom starts with a united family. United? I looked down at the white dress I wore. It had blue stitching around the wide neckline and sparkled with reflective scales. I realized with dread that it was a wedding dress. I was the one getting married. Wait, it's not right, Bran said beside them. She's supposed to choose. She only chooses if she is queen. She is not queen yet. It is an honor. Can you see it? Mari said excitedly. Father pushed me forward across the threshold of the throne room doors. Intuitively, I pushed back against him. You must put Naporia first, he said. He came around, and for the first time in my life, he touched me unkindly, digging his fingers into my arm. But not him. Bran was still desperate to make him see. What Naporia needs is lasting peace. She will secure that. That is her job, and she will do it. As will you. I shook underneath his tight grip. He pulled me away from Bran, who looked as if he wanted to stop them but did nothing. Yo appeared at my other arm, grabbed my elbow, and pushed me forward. I stumbled, tripping on the edge of my dress, and he jerked me back upright. His hands were cold and shook worse than mine, but still, they remained. Stop it, Harold, please. I looked up at his gaunt features. They had always been a welcome sight, but now he just looked scared and angry. Why are you doing this? "My king has issued an order," he said through his teeth. "I must make sure it is fulfilled." My heart sank. I looked down the aisle to the castle guards and allies that lined it, Ishmo and Hurt, King Harrow and his second Levia. Even 12-year-old Lynn stood waiting for me to pass, chewing nervously on his lip with his hands hugged around his stomach. The more I fought, the worse it was on everyone. "Let go of me. I will go." "Thank you," he breathed, releasing my arm. The prince standing on the dais stepped into the sun, and the light danced off of the gold and silver medals that hung from his green coat. He was tall with blonde hair that touched the edges of his jawline. He licked his lips and smiled. "No." The blood ran cold in my veins, and I fought the urge to turn around and run. I had seen him once before, in the doorway of the tavern. One step, one more. I continued down the aisle. "Ara, stop!" Ishmo stepped out of formation and blocked my path. "You don't have to do this," he said, pulling his sword from its scabbard. "Run! Get—" Hurt locked his arms around his waist and yanked him back away from the aisle. The castle guard closed their ranks. Ishmo said nothing else. No one was coming to my rescue. Harrow and Levia would not meet my eyes. Silent tears streamed down Lynn's cheeks. Bran was nowhere to be found. "Do not forget your duty," Father said behind me. "A woman's duty is to her husband," a priest was saying. "She will serve her husband as she serves her king." Past the guard now, I looked back to see Ishmo broken on the cold stone floor. His hair dipped into the puddle of blood that spread out around him. His hair that had once run smooth and thick through my fingers was sticky, matted with death. I could not look away from him. He died for me, after all. Harold's long, cold fingers found my arm again, and this time I fought him, throwing my elbow back into his ribs. My dress tore, and my legs kicked when he lifted me bodily away from the ground. "No!" I screamed. But Harold was much stronger than me. He carried me, writhing and screaming, up the stone dais to the waiting Trinar prince. Like the rise and fall of the sun itself, I could not stop it. When we stood together, the prince removed his sword from its scabbard. Around the room, his guards took theirs out as well. Then they cut down my escort. My father, Harold and Rowan, Harrow, Levia, Lynn, everyone. Until it was just the two of us. I could not move or even scream. Hadn't I seen the bodies before? I was next. The prince took his sword and jabbed it through my side. Another jab, and I woke. The Hamra bride was on her knees pledging fealty to her new husband. He wore a bored expression. Rowan's fingers were still pressed into my side. He raised his eyebrows, asking the castle guard's favorite question silently. I shook off the dream and nodded the affirmative. A quick glance around the room ensured that no one had taken any notice of my temporary departure from consciousness. They all seemed enraptured by the last declaration and kiss that ended the ceremony. I could not bring myself to look, afraid I might see myself. Everyone was clapping. I forced myself to do the same. Suspicions. Ishmo. "You know she gets visions, right? All those weird dreams she has? The gods gave her the sight, but not like a normal second sight like all the others had. No, she sees the end of days themselves. Do you really think that the gods would choose an ordinary woman to be the firstborn?" Ishmo leaned against the side of the carriage, absently sliding his sword in and out of its scabbard. At the same time, he listened to Lieutenant Leonard Ennis preaching to the other Naporian guards gathered around the fire, resting as they waited for their charge to return. Even though it was getting cold, Ishmo kept his distance. He wasn't a fan of campfires that weren't under his control, and besides, it let him watch the men's reactions. Most looked as if they thought Lenny was off his rocker, but a few were actually listening. The trouble was, Ishmo wasn't entirely convinced he was wrong. Though he'd never considered himself particularly religious, there was something about Ara that ignited a passion in him, unlike any other girl he'd ever met. It wasn't purely romantic. It was something more, something that made her seem connected to the world. The birds chirped louder when she was around, and the grass appeared a bit greener. It felt as if his blood flowed smoother when he was with her. Saints, he thought. Who else would call that crazy? Don't worry about him. He's harmless, Gregor said, as he emerged from the carriage, clutching an armful of weapons, one of which was unmistakably the captain's ceremonial sword. What's all that? Ishmo asked, sliding his own sword fully back into its scabbard. Gregor struggled a bit as he opened the carriage door without dropping his arsenal. They wouldn't let the captain bring his weapons inside. The steward who handed these over said that no one is allowed any weapons except the Hamra guards. He began stacking the pile inside, then stooped to inspect something closer. After climbing the rest of the way in, he poked his head out of the door a few moments later. There's blood on this wall. Was someone injured? Move over, let me see, Ishmo said, as he climbed up into the carriage where Ara had been sitting. Sure enough, right behind the window was a small stain on the indigo satin fabric covering the wall. He touched his finger to it. It was still wet. He longed to hold her. His body ached with the need to be near her. He needed to see her with his own eyes to be absolutely sure she was safe. He took a deep breath. Get a hold of yourself. Is it the princess? Gregor asked. Yes, Ishmo replied. Well, did she say anything? What happened? Was it someone in the crowd at the inn? I don't know. The words tumbled out harsher than he intended, and he saw Gregor stare at him from the shadows. Are you okay? He asked. Ishmo sank back into his seat. No, he wasn't okay. Don't you feel it? He asked him. How does no one else see how strange this whole trip is? It's just a wedding, Gregor said, settling in next to him. What's so strange about that? The timing, the crowd, and this feeling. Ishmo took Gregor's hand and pressed it against the wet bloodstain on the wall. There. Do you feel it? Gregor pulled his hand back and examined the blood on his fingers. Grossed out? Number blood has never really bothered me. You don't feel, I don't know, enraged? Or even a little terrified? Gregor's usually jovial face fell into a frown, worry creasing his forehead. Oh no. No, this is bad. He lowered his voice to keep their conversation secret. Ishmo followed his example. What? Do you think it's true? That Ara is… Shh. Gregor grabbed his coat and whispered angrily, Shut up, you buffoon! I knew this was going to happen. Ishmo's heart raced. What? What happened? You did sleep with her, didn't you? No man falls in love with just one kiss. What? No, I don't love her. She's royal. That would be… against the rules? Yeah. So is swinging a sword at the heir of Naporia, but that hasn't stopped you. She needs to be able to defend herself. She asked me to teach her. I'm sure her father, the king, didn't ask you. Gregor had never looked so passionate about something. You break the rules for her because you can't say no to her. No, you don't get it. She's different. Gregor chuckled quietly. That's just what love feels like, you moron. Ishmo sighed and ran his hand through his hair. How could he explain without sounding completely insane? Yes, of course he loved her, but it wasn't just that. Ara wanted to go home, and no one was listening to her. You know why you're freaking out, right? Gregor went on. You think she's gonna meet some prince at this wedding and not have time for you anymore. His eyes suddenly widened as he blurted, You're not still sleeping with her, are you? The memory of her was still so fresh. Ishmo had been trying very hard not to think about the foolish and reckless thing he'd done, not the way she felt in his arms or the way she said his name so desperately. It could never happen again, so he decided it was best to pretend it hadn't happened at all. No, I'm not. I know my place. Gregor exhaled in relief. Good. You are a good man and, dare I say, an even better castle guard. It would be best for all of us if you stayed alive. He rested his hand on Ishmo's shoulder. If you think something is wrong with this trip, then I believe you. The princess will be fine. We'll watch for anything suspicious. The tightness in Ishmo's chest began to ease. Ara's safety was all he wanted. Of course, she would marry a prince one day. Hopefully, one who was kind. The only thing that mattered was that she was happy and alive. The sun was getting low in the sky. His stomach growled. The smell of cooking meat drifted in from outside the carriage. Gregor stuck his head out the door. Is that food? Ishmo followed him back out into the clearing, where the Napoleon guards listened to Lenny. 2 guards in hammer colors stood among them with a large platter of meat. The aroma suggested beef. The guardsmen descended on it like a pack of starving wolves, laughing and thanking the Hamra guards for their hospitality. Gregor made a move to join them, but Ishmo held him back. You promised to look out for anything suspicious, Ishmo reminded him. Gregor hung his head. Really? But I'm so hungry. I haven't eaten since last night. He pulled out one of the pieces of dried venison he kept in his coat and held it out. I'm sure they're counting on that. Witness. The bride and groom left out of 2 large double doors, followed by a host of attendants, while a dozen servers brought out fresh wine and food for the wedding guests. I should have been excited to be out of my prison, but something felt wrong. There was fear in the Hamra estate. It didn't stab like the fear I felt from Ishmo or tighten the muscles in my neck like the others. Instead, it was just oppressive, hanging in the air like fog and making my throat scratch like I needed to cough. No one else seemed to notice. Guests stood and started to mingle, whispers turning into the low din of greetings and posture. Mari stood too, looking out over the crowd again, but Rowan made no move to follow when I didn't. You haven't been sleeping. I reached for a cup of water to release the tightness in my throat. The dreams. They started again. He put a hand on my arm and switched my glass for his. The carriage? Not exactly. I took a sip of the water and stood. A hard-faced Hamra guard, who might have looked kind if he put in any effort, approached the table. He spoke to Mari. The princess has been chosen to be witness. Rowan took a step between us. Witness? I asked. Witness to what? I got the sharp feeling that it wasn't anything good. Mari rolled her eyes at the captain's behavior but gave me an encouraging smile. It is an honor, she said. Rowan made no move to stand aside. Under orders from my king, the princess does not go anywhere without my escort. Then she shall have it, he said easily, then added a warning. But if the rules are not followed? I know the rules, Rowan said flatly. Then follow me, the guard said, turning away and heading past the crowd toward a large hallway. At my hesitation, Mari grabbed my arm. Go, you will bring the bride comfort. I could still see the fear still written all over the young girl's face as the 2 left the ballroom. The world was the way it was. The least I could do was be a comfort. Whatever that meant. So I followed the guard. We did not go far. The room was small, just off the main hallway with a tidy bed and a small fireplace. A small pile of books sat on the ledge of the window, and I imagined the girl sitting and reading while enjoying the fresh air of spring, much like I did in Naporia's library. A wave of dread washed through me. What exactly am I witnessing? I asked Rowan when the guard had left. It is an Eastern tradition that the marriage consummation is witnessed. My cheeks reddened. Why? Originally, it was so that the 2 parties could not claim the marriage null. When he didn't go on, I pushed for more information. And now? He looked away. It's not my place to offer opinions on the matter. It is not your place to offer unsolicited opinions on the matter, I corrected. We do not have much time, Captain. Why would they choose me to be a witness to a marriage consummation? Hamra was one of our allies. The marriage to an Eastern prince secures their allegiance to the Trinar and their allies. It could have been Bran, but your father did not want to play that card yet. He let out a breath and looked toward the door. Also, he said, I suspect they wish to upset you. By rubbing my nose in a lost alliance? If you were a man, yes. Unfortunately, I don't believe that is their concern here. Girls are brought to witness to remind them of their place. Word has spread of your father's intentions. As much as you may feel otherwise, you're more than just an ordinary girl. Your title represents a break in tradition. It's a threat to all tradition. The union will not be between two giggling, embarrassed lovers. Eastern women are used to this, but any interference or outward reaction from the room is prohibited and will reflect poorly on Naporia. They are trying to remind you of your place, and remind the other women who may look to you as an example that even you must follow the rules. Then I shall not bear witness for Hamra or Marson, but for the bride, so that if she needs strength, she may borrow mine. Across the room, the door opened, and a handful of other girls, looking various shades of pale, were led inside the room. The emotions on their faces ranged from fear to apathy. I was the oldest by far, stood a head taller than all of them. Even from our place in the back of the room, I would not be able to hide. The time to back out was over. However, when the door opened and the bride, her new husband, and the priest came into the room, where the group of girls and Rowan stood quietly, I strengthened my resolve. Go. Be a comfort. Mari had known. The prince took a prolonged glance behind me and grinned. Rowan stiffened. I could feel the hatred radiating off of him. Maybe it wasn't only me that they wanted to remind of their place. Bless you and keep you, the priest was saying. May this union bring lasting peace and wise kings who will lead us into the future with the gods' favor. The girls murmured their agreement. There was an anointing as the priest said a prayer over Nesser's womb and placed a hand on her head as she knelt before him. Funny that all the pressure seemed to be on her. The prince just stood there looking like he'd rather be getting on with it. The priest left, backing out of the room with his head bowed in holy reverence, not wanting to intrude on such an intimate moment even though it was about to be shared with the whole group of people. I watched as the bride and groom disrobed. Outside of their wedding finery, they looked plain. Gone was a princess of Hamra and prince of Marson, and in their place was just a couple of young people stuck in a toxic cycle of power and cruelty. All they knew was what they'd been taught. She gave herself to him with no expectation of pleasure, and he took from her as if her body was something he was owed. The fear in the room swelled, and all of the other girls held their breath and looked away. I did not. If I was to be a witness, then I would witness. No matter how much I wanted to step forward and put a stop to it, to tell every person in that room that they deserved love and passion, not duty and ownership. But the rules were what they were. I found Rowan's hand, shaking behind the folds of my dress, and grabbed it to keep myself from doing it anyway. After all, isn't that what they wanted? They were testing me, trying to see what kind of person would I be? Submissive or fractious? Did they expect me to rally the women with a speech? This is not fair. You deserve love. Generations of tradition would not be so easily broken. I squeezed Rowan's hand harder. They wanted to make an example of the would-be queen. Well, let everyone see rebellion doesn't always start with a sword and speech, but with a person who doesn't look away. A letter from the past. Mari. The royals spun out onto the dance floor. It was not as grand as the great hall in the Trinar church, but the color and shine were the same. Beautiful, poised women, all posturing for suitors and favor. Ara was off to witness, and Hurt would be busy sniffing at her shoes the whole night. She could see that it made him uncomfortable to be here. Because you do not belong, she thought. But did he? Even in Naporia, people whispered. Damn you, brother, she murmured as she made her way deeper into the crowded room, her skin alive with burning. She remembered the women kept in the castle to entertain her father and brothers. Servants, they called them, but they were serving more than tea. Damn them all. She did not complain when Byrne told her to marry the Napoleon king. She did not complain when people turned away from her in public. She did not complain when Devon ignored her. She did not complain when Ara discounted her advice. Even the gods seemed to be silent. But that, at least, made sense. My fault, she thought as she spotted her sisters in the crowd. The past is not easily surrendered. Terren's memory clung to her like a sickness, his genuine smile and his gentle touch. We will end up right where we need to be, he would say. Mari ended up alone, and the Taran's fate had been lost to time. Until the day that invitation came, his initials hidden between the decorative flowers and formal speech. She was still human after all these years, and could not stand the not knowing any longer. She spotted Bonnet first, being a head taller than everyone else. She was the oldest of the unmarried girls, the last born with the same mother as the older boys. Many of her sisters were crowded around her. When she spotted Mari in the crowd, her face glowed. "Sister, I am so pleased to see that you were able to attend." Mari bowed. "Your invitation arrived just in time." "I am so glad." Catherine, whom she had last seen playing with the babies in the nursery, grabbed her arm. "What is it like, sister, living among the godless? Do they beat you if you seek the gods' wisdom? Is the king very cruel?" Mari laughed, and for a second they all looked horrified. "Not at all," she corrected. "Devon has actually been very kind to me." "But what about the princess?" Isabel, a teenager now, spoke for the first time. "Byrne says that she is a witch." "Ara is no witch. She is a normal girl, just like you." In fact, remembering the number of times she found Isabel with dirty feet, she could only guess that they might actually get along if they met each other. Many lessons were learned in the ages between child and adult. It was not very likely that little Issy let herself get dirty any longer. The thought made her sad. It didn't used to. Things were the way they were. "Remember," Bonnie advised the girls, "Mari lives in Naporia now. The Naporeon is her king. She could not speak ill of them even if she wanted to. One day, you all will understand." The excited faces turned somber. That wasn't true at all. Devon was nothing like the other kings her older sisters had married. She never had to wear powder to cover bruises or fear for the life of her children if she disagreed with him. In fact, she wished he would punish her for all the horrible things she used to think. She even hoped he would give her a child one day. She didn't realize she thought these things until that very moment. The truth was, she loved Devon Palacios. The girls would never understand. They were too far in the fog of her brother's lies. She was about to tell them so, when Bonnie rested a hand on her arm. "It is okay. I know why you came today." She reached into the folds of her dress and retrieved an envelope. It was dirty from many years left unread. "I saw him leave this in your room shortly after you were taken. Please, only read it when you are somewhere safe and alone." Mari took the letter and tucked it away quickly. A woman's heart was a complicated thing, indeed. Old and new friends. The guests mingled in large groups in a sea of sparkling gold and loud, fake laughter. At least 300 people filled the grand hall, including the guards lining the room's perimeter. Roasted meat, fresh baked bread, and an assortment of fruits were brought to the tables, but I didn't have much appetite. I sat back down at our table next to Rowan while trying to regain my composure. Inhale. A virtuous woman is calm. Exhale. Searching the crowd, I saw Mari speaking in hushed tones to a group of younger women. All of them wore shades of green and had the same perfect blonde hair. "Are those Mari's sisters?" I asked Rowan. "Some of them. Trinar royals have many children." He said it as if there was something more, but didn't elaborate. It was only then that I noticed the eyes that slid over him in his borrowed royal finery, only to jerk elsewhere at the last minute. Rowan's mother had escaped with him still in her womb, but he had never mentioned his father. Wouldn't it be something? A Trinar bastard dressed as a Naporian royal sitting next to a Naporian heir? I wondered if my father had done it on purpose. Mari's vacant seat became occupied by the prince beside us during the ceremony. "If I talk to you, is he going to stab me with a steak knife?" he asked with a grin. I smiled. "Depends on what you say." A serving girl came around and handed us both a drink. I rimmed the glass absently while the boy threw his back in one gulp. "The wine is delicious," he said after a cough in surprise. "A little stronger than the last glass, I fear." "I suggest, Princess, you might take yours a little slower. Not that I do not believe you could handle it. It's just one of us needs to stay sober." He reached over and took an apple from a nearby platter, bright, crisp as summer, and bit into it. He was cute and smiled easily, with sandy brown hair tucked neatly behind his ears. Maybe this wedding wouldn't be so bad after all. "What's your name?" I asked. "Danny," he said. "I saw my father's scholar write your name in a book last week, but I can still ask what it is if it makes you feel better." "Thank you for putting that knowledge in my brain." I gave him a long look. "What else was in this book?" "Nothing important," he grinned. "The girl in front of me is much more interesting than some words on a page." Hurt scoffed. "Your shadow doesn't approve of flirting?" I smiled. "Only when it's done in a terribly obvious way." I glanced back at Rowan, but his attention was elsewhere. Clearly, he didn't see the boy as any threat. I rested my hand on his arm. "If you'd like to go find Mari, it's okay. I'll be fine here. Danny won't let anything happen to me," I added. Hurt gave a curt, half-hearted nod as he left, not once taking his eyes from the crowd. What did he see? "Come dance with me, Princess." "I would love to, but she has an aversion to any fun that doesn't involve getting dirty or tipping fishing boats." A voice came from the dance floor. "Are you going to let Danny von Holsternum have the first dance with the most eligible princess in the room?" That voice. I knew that voice. A pitch lower than the one in my memory, but unmistakable as the smooth tone of Western traders. I looked up to see a woman in a red dress 10 times more expensive than anything I would ever own. It shimmered, sending little reflections of light out over the gold paint on her dark skin. "Ricci?" She smiled so bright the entire room lit up. "Long time no see, Ara Palacios." I nearly shoved Danny backward out of his chair as I stood. Without thinking, I hiked up my dress and climbed over the table so that I could hug the Narishan princess. "You haven't changed a bit," she laughed. The sequins on her red dress poked, but I didn't mind. I hadn't seen any of the Lorettes since the day we left as children, and I feared I would never see them again. This might still be the last time, I reminded myself. She pushed me away just enough to look over my appearance. "Lynn will be terribly disappointed that he did not come." "He's not with you." She shook her head. "No, and I'm glad. He would just talk your ear off and keep you from having any real fun." She looked over at Danny as if to recognize that he was angling to be that fun she mentioned. "I don't suppose Bran is here somewhere?" she asked, turning her sights back to me. I shook my head. I don't think my father wanted any mistaken assumptions on just whose royal debut this is. "This is your first time out?" Her tight, dark curls bounced when she tilted her head. "It's true then? Your father plans to name you heir?" I swallowed back the knot of fear and shrugged in the affirmative. "He hasn't announced it publicly yet. He could still change his mind." "A woman heir," she mused. "I'm not even sure my father would be that progressive." Losing my mother changed him. This last war changed him. Things haven't been the same since we returned. I miss you all terribly. "So you haven't gotten any of our invitations?" I shook my head. Then let this be one your father can't keep hidden. Come to Nerys for Lynn's coming-of-age ceremony on the solstice. He's a nervous wreck. It would do him well to see you, and you can escape this God's awful place this winter. He hasn't been formally announced yet? I thought with him being 2 years older, I would have missed it already. We have far different timelines. The chances of Nerys needing to crown a young ruler are slim. Naporia, well, no offense, but you all live on a knife's edge over here. She smiled. We all have our parts to play. Everyone already knows Lynn will be heir, so the coming-of-age ceremony is just an excuse for a party. Nerys does like a party. Speaking of parties, as dull as this one is, it is still important for you. Go. Dance. Let the royal court meet their future queen. She winked. We can talk more later. Danny had come around the table in a more subdued way and stepped forward, offering his hand. I promise I won't take all of your time. Why not? I took his hand and let him lead me out into the crowd. Might as well enjoy myself while I look for the Trinar prince. The ghost in the woods, Ishmo. The woods outside the camp on the Hamra estate were thick, but well lit in the high sunlight. To help ignore how hungry Ishmo was, he had emptied his canteen and now needed to empty his bladder as well. You drink too much water, Leaf, Brandon said as he stepped out of the shadows between the trees without making a sound. Nothing worse than needing to piss during a fight. Ishmo pried his hand off his sword, tucking his while trying to calm the pounding of his heart that had kicked up into his throat. Is there a fight, Your Highness? He asked. Bran grinned. Not yet. He rested his hands on his belt. Dressed in the clothes of a common merchant, with a worn leather bag slung over his back and a fine layer of dirt coating his outfit and hair, he looked every bit like a weary traveler. You look well enough. Are you aware half your men are out in these woods shitting their guts out? Hamra's hospitality, Ishmo explained, trying to ignore the your men remark. The escort wasn't under his command. That was Hurt's job. All he cared about was Ara. They came out to feed everyone, but I wasn't hungry. Bran's eyes glittered. Never trust any food not made in your own kitchen. Even better by your own hand. Ishmo reached into his coat pocket and pulled out a piece of venison. The camp cook allowed him to cure his own meat when there was room, which broke up the monotony of guard duty and endless chores. Ishmo never liked admitting it, but he felt most alive standing between Ara and the Trinar soldiers, rather than sitting in the trees killing deer or butchering errant chickens. Hurt likes you, Bran said, taking the meat from Ishmo's hand. He fancies you as a decent scout and an above-average hunter who follows the rules. He took a bite and chewed thoughtfully. Important skills to have in the guard. Yes, I know. Ishmo wasn't the greatest fighter among them. Everyone had their strengths. Still, he'd always been careful to show off his skills and obedience when needed, especially around the captain. You know, Bran chuckled, you do not know nearly as much as you think. He took another bite and waved the jerky at Ishmo like a mother's scornful finger. You follow the rules just fine when your mind is clear, but have you knelt yet? Thanked me for trusting your food? Groveled at my feet for paying a commoner such a compliment? The blood in Ishmo's veins turned to ice. Bran was right. Even if the prince was considered one of the cadets, a commoner like Ishmo was still expected to show the proper respect. Forgive me, Your Highness, he said as he took a knee, careful to keep his eyes on the ground. Perhaps I am not feeling well after all. You honor me with your trust. I only give you the benefit of the doubt. It's my sister that trusts you. Ishmo's stomach churned. I'm not sure what you mean. Some things to keep in mind, Leaf. Bran crouched down and tapped Ishmo's forehead. Keep your head, even when you're scared. And Saints, get better at lying. Hurt may be only slightly smarter than the other guards you're used to manipulating, but he is nowhere near men like our Commander Yo, like me, my father. You're in this life now. Commit with your entire being or get out. There's no room for distractions. He tucked the meat back into Ishmo's pocket. Now relax. I am here to kill someone, but it isn't you. Today. Today. You've lasted this long. Stand up and tell me what is taking up so much space in that head of yours. Ishmo listened. The forest was quiet. They were alone. It felt like a test. Telling the truth could be his downfall. But if anyone could be trusted to keep Ara safe, it was Brandon. Maybe he'd be sentenced to death because of it, but no one else was listening. Something about this trip isn't right. She can't stay in the castle forever. Bran shrugged. I heard there was a crowd at the inn. Hurt does not like crowds. Every little thing makes him nervous, and it rubs off on overly sensitive castle guards all the time. Yet there he was, stalking through the woods in disguise, instead of attending the wedding in an official capacity. Yes, Hurt was paranoid. Every little thing spooked him, but that was why he was the captain of the guard. It wasn't just Ara being outside the castle that made Ishmo uneasy. She should be happy, and she wasn't. No matter how much he tried to tell himself it was only the stress of the trip, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Mari got the invitation to this wedding outside of normal channels and was quite passionate about her request for Ara to attend. At the inn, when Ara wanted to defer to the captain's judgment, Mari dismissed her concern. She wants Ara here. Badly. Why? Bran cracked a smile. You think Mari is some master spy, playing the backward anxious princess for the last 10 years? No, but I think her desire to make Ara into some perfect princess may make her an easy target to be used. Her priest is missing. They took all of the captain's weapons, and now suddenly all of their men are sick after eating from Hamra's offerings. Seems like a lot to be by chance. Confiscating weapons is standard. There is always a peace agreement for weddings, but you may have a point. Bran looked out toward the estate, deep in thought. Ishmo wondered why he hadn't been with the rest of the cadets on the escort, and why he was dressed like a weary traveler. Saints. I really must be distracted. Fuck. Brandon must have decided it was at least worth looking into. Go get Hurt's sword and meet me at the back gate, just you. We don't know what's going on yet. Yes, sir. Don't? He cut himself off, shook his head, and then disappeared into the shadows. Finally, someone else saw a need to at least investigate. Ishmo didn't bother going quietly. The woods were filled with guards hidden behind trees, so preoccupied with their own discomfort that they completely ignored him as he passed. He made his way to the carriage where Gregor was stationed. He didn't look any more relaxed than when Ishmo had left. Clouds were forming to the east, threatening the first flakes of winter snow. Gregor, deep in thought as Ishmo had seen Bran before, was scanning the estate. Eventually, he heard Ishmo approaching and turned with a sigh of relief. Took you long enough? I thought for a second that they'd come for us after all and caught you unawares, he said, pausing to look back toward the pale stone walls. I hope they are having better luck with the food than we are. Can you imagine the trip home with 2 royals with rotgut? Stay here, Ishmo told him. I'm going to go check on things. What? Gregor asked. Get the carriage ready for travel. Ishmo wasn't entirely sure he had the authority, but he said it anyway, trusting Gregor would pick up on the seriousness in his tone as he grabbed the captain's sword and dagger. We might need a fast getaway. Gregor shut the door quietly, angling himself so the other men couldn't see, and cocked his head to the side. Did you hear something? He asked. Not technically. He gave Ishmo a look. I'll take responsibility. Just do it. Dangers on the dance floor. Danny was a fine dancer. I, unfortunately, was not. Graciously, he only winced the first time I stepped on his toes. Don't worry, it gets better the more you practice. Are you still talking about dancing? I asked. Maybe. He smiled. Maybe not. Excuse me, may I cut in? A hand grabbed my arm and pulled me away from Danny before I had the chance to answer. "Excuse me. The rumors of your beauty are almost equal to that of your sorcery," the man said, as he led us deeper into the crowd. He seemed to be half in his cups already. "Oh? Did everyone know who I was despite never even meeting me? What have you heard?" He began to twirl us around the dance floor, expertly sidestepping my awkward feet. "Enough to know you will not be easily tamed." His voice did not have the lilt of humor. He saw the observation as a challenge. Women are not meant to lead wars. They are not meant to be kings. The status quo never changes easily. I knew that outside of Ricci and Lynn, royal friends might be hard to come by. But still, I hoped. Danny seemed nice. It was possible that I just needed to win over some hearts and minds. Any king worth his throne would not need to tame that which is different from him, I assured. "Are you such a man?" He shoved me away. I fell backward onto the floor, but no one stopped dancing, and the layers of fabric made getting up more difficult than I anticipated. "Need help, princess?" A man much older than me reached down and offered a hand, which I took with thanks. "Perhaps you might answer a few questions for my advisors. General thought is that your mother's abilities pass to you. Will you pass it on as well? Is it always the firstborn, or would we have to keep trying until one proved useful? Are they always girls?" He lowered his voice. "Does it have to be a certain type of man?" I yanked out of his grip and tried to put as much distance between the two of us as possible. Those questions suggested that they were more interested in breeding me like livestock, a womb slave. The thought made me physically ill. "Where is Rowan?" The room was filled with dancers, twirling skirts and shiny medals. There were too many people. I couldn't find him. "Breathe. You don't need him. You need to find that Trinar prince." But who was that man? My brain kept going back to the stories of kidnapped royal women and forced alliances. Maybe leaving Naporia was a mistake. Who would find me if I suddenly disappeared? A pair of strong hands grabbed my arms and pulled me back into a solid chest. "Easy, Ara. You are going to cause a scene." His familiarity and light tone broke through the panic. "It's okay," he said. "I won't let anything happen to you." "Oh, really? That confident?" The audacity to be so sure of himself could only come from a royal, but a flirt was a far better problem to navigate than creepy old men. "I have a lot of practice calming people who get overly emotional. Just be lucky you didn't catch my brother's attention." I swayed with him to the beat of the music. "Are you close to each other?" I asked, amused. "Very," he replied, "much like you and Brandon." "You know my—" I turned around. Standing in front of me was Solus Marcellus, twin brother to Michael Marcellus, the first in line to the Trinar throne. He looked straight out of a fairy tale with perfectly combed golden hair and shining green eyes. His green coat was fitted to show off his height and the many glimmering medals on his chest. He grabbed my wrist before I could run. "Don't leave so soon." I was frozen. Where was Rowan? "You obviously haven't had many dancing partners. You aren't supposed to be so stiff." He put his arm around my waist and pulled me tight against his body. This was good. I had technically found a Trinar prince. It just wasn't the one I was suspecting. And now that I could feel his hands on my skin like insects skittering across my flesh, I wasn't so sure proposing our own betrothal was such a good idea. Every rule and tradition Mari taught left me. I was not poised or calm. In my awkward attempt to not embrace him and push him away, I put my hand on the hard shaft of a hidden knife tucked into the top of his pants near his waist. Solus, sweet as poisoned wine, leaned down to my ear and whispered, "Are you sure it is what you think it is?" Enough of these men who think I do not know the smell of death. Fear was quickly being replaced by anger. Why was he allowed a weapon, but Hurt was not? Did all the male heirs have them and they left me out on purpose? No one knew I would even be here. Mari received the invitation, not me. The questions must have played out plain on my face. The prince grinned. Almost there, kitten. Let me go. Where is the fun in that? Do you not think we should get to know each other? For some reason, I was still hesitant to make a scene. It was my debut. Everyone would say that I was backward and didn't understand royal banter. Or worse, they would say I couldn't handle simple conversations, and I did need to have a conversation with him. A hand, hard as steel, yanked me out of Solas's grip. Forgive me, my lady, there is an urgent matter that requires your attention. Finally. The smile never left Solas's face, it only turned more venomous. You shouldn't keep her, Captain. Too much time with lowborn trash will hurt her marriage prospects. Rowan tightened his grip so I couldn't go back, swinging us instead into the loose embrace of a formal dance, expertly guiding us away from the prince by blending into the other couples. Are you okay, Your Highness? He asked gently. I took a long breath, not realizing that I had still been holding it. He had a knife, Rowan. How was he able to have a weapon? He couldn't have, unless... Our pace slowed considerably. Rowan turned us to get a better look at the rest of the room. Have you seen the bride and groom since the consummation? I looked around but did not see them. Are they supposed to return? Maybe they decided to skip the reception. Only if they wanted to risk great insult. Or wish to avoid something. Something like what? The first scream to screech across the hall was the older man I danced with before. Someone called out his name. The dancers nearby all took several steps back, and the man looked down in shock at the end of a Hamra guard's blade protruding from his chest. Another scream then, from our left, too far to be related. The fear in the room became palpable, and the muscles in the back of my neck tightened. The peace of the marriage feast was being broken. Rowan made a low, angry sound in the back of his throat. Then chaos erupted. I grabbed his hand and pulled him with me towards the dinner tables. What was a warrior without a weapon? I raced over plates of half-eaten mutton and cold potatoes, ignoring the sudden memory of stewed meat that made me nauseous before my fingers finally found a rather dull-looking steak knife. You have to go find Mari, I told him, pressing the gravy-covered wooden handle into his hand. I'm not leaving you. You are the heir. She got the invitation. If someone is going to be targeted, it's her. I'm not above hiding. I lifted the tablecloth to find Danny crouched inside clutching a bottle of wine. See? Look. Danny will keep me safe. Rowan crouched down and helped me gather all of my dress fabric before handing the knife back, the blood fire bright in his pure emerald eyes and a genuine smile on his face. I won't need this, but you might. To keep him safe. Saints. Mari was right about so many things. Be careful, I ordered. He touched the bare skin of my leg and disappeared. It's not what it looks like. Bran. Hurry up. It's time to go. A Hamra guard stood in the doorway to the king's office. He didn't hear Bran coming, and when he stabbed him, he went down without making a sound. Really? What a disgrace. The king looked up from rifling through his own desk like he'd seen a ghost. Brandon? He asked, but still didn't seem sure. What are you doing here? I'm here to help. He lied. Where is your second? The king looked down at a dead heap on the floor. Trouble. Maybe Leaf was right. He came around and put his hand on the man's shoulder. I'm so sorry. The king asked again. What are you doing here? Brandon sighed. He took no pleasure from an easy target. Repaying a favor. The man seemed almost grateful when the knife went in his side. He sat heavily in the chair behind the desk. I didn't have a choice. They have my daughter. Didn't have a choice for what? And who signed off on that agreement? Bran leaned back against the desk. It would be ill-mannered to burgle a king's belongings before he even finished dying. I thought. The man took a moment to wheeze. Things would be different. Your mother never used her gifts again. She could have changed everything. She was a saint. He couldn't help but chuckle. Find a beautiful woman who knows how to handle a sword, and all you old fuckers lose your mind. The king smiled at him with bloody teeth. He reached into his breast pocket with a hand and held out an old journal. You will be looking for this. He took a long, wet breath. Tell Divan. I'm sorry. Bran frowned. Sorry for what? He took the book and flipped through the stained pages of the king's journal. He came upon the man's account of the battle that killed the Trinar king, and a story his great-great-grandfather had heard from Eglin. The words were faded but written hard and fast with great emotion. Is this true? He asked. But the king was dead, the light gone from his eyes. Well, shit. Got the last laugh after all, you old bastard. Bran tucked the book into his waist belt and went about grabbing anything that looked like it could prove useful. Leaf appeared in the doorway. Apparently, he hadn't been fast enough to make it back in time for the boy to arrive at their rendezvous. Impatient. Your Highness? There was an extra question in his tone. What are you doing? And why are you messing around in a dead man's office instead of finding your sister? Both valid questions. Bran didn't bother looking up from his rummaging. It's not what it looks like, he said with a half-hearted shrug. He knew Leaf wasn't stupid. Well, at least not as stupid as some of the others. It was exactly what it looked like. At least the boy was smart enough not to ask the questions. He doesn't care about me. He's here for her. Voices echoed distantly down the hall, screaming. Both of them looked out in the direction of the sound. Damn it. It would ruin Yo's plan if someone else knew he was there. Brandon? Scared enough to use my name, eh? Listen, Leaf. A good castle guard always follows orders, but the great ones know when to say, fuck the orders, and go do what needs to be done. So go do what needs to be done. To his credit, the cadet didn't wait for clarification. He just left. Which was good because Bran couldn't follow. It was easy to tell someone to forget orders when it wasn't your ass on the line. Another scream echoed down the hall. Bran looked back at the king's lifeless eyes. What did you do, old man? The sacred peace of the marriage feast. Why is this happening? Dany was clearly not used to violence. I cleaned the gravy off of the knife so I could hold it properly. Is someone here with you? Where is your escort? He laughed. I gave him the day off. It's a wedding. The peace of the marriage feast is supposed to be sacred. The young prince wasn't used to the threat of death or people breaking the rules. His fear was filling the space they occupied, and it was starting to be painful. Don't be scared. We just have to be smart. Do you see Ricci? His hand shook as he held open the edge of the tablecloth so we could look out across the chaos. She should have stood out in her red dress, but every flash of red I saw was another person covered in blood. There! He pointed across the ballroom. I caught sight of her just long enough to see her slip through a doorway, followed shortly by a Hamra guard with a knife in his hand. I have to go warn her. Dany grabbed my arm. What about being smart? They are killing people out there. Not her. Not if I can help it. Nerys is rich. They'll just hold her for ransom. You think that's better? I knew well enough what happened to women held in captivity. Anyway, I didn't need his permission. I gathered up my dress to make my escape. He reached out his hand. Wait. I'll come with you. But give me the knife. It's not proper for a woman to be armed. He took the wooden handle and scrambled out from under the table before I could protest. Outside of the shelter of the table, the noise was no longer muffled. Women were crying, screaming. Men were taking their last breath. All of that was layered beneath that heavy cloud of fear. It surrounded me in all directions. I couldn't breathe. Ara, are you okay? I tried to answer, but I couldn't speak. I couldn't move. Ara. I could see him lean in and study my face, but the fear-filled air was so thick I couldn't make a move to reassure him. Then my mother's voice came softly as if she were standing behind me, whispering in my ear, "You can put a stop to this. These ancient stones are holy. Let them give you strength." How? I don't understand. The slap took me by surprise. I reached out and grabbed the collar of the offender, yanking him close enough to stare down his wide hazel eyes. "Saints," he stammered to explain. I, I'm sorry. I, I, you were freaking me out. We have to get to Ricci. Ricci. I let him go, and he stumbled backward. "Your eyes." Bloodfire. Breathe. Inhale. Exhale. Ricci. She needs me. I can't let anything happen to her. I grabbed Danny's hand and pulled him into the chaos. "You have the bloodfire? But you are a woman. Women can't have the bloodfire. Saints. I can't even get the bloodfire." Danny was from a western kingdom where he was safe, under the protection of Nerys, I guessed, given that Ricci seemed to know him. I had assumed bloodfire was a trait of all men, but maybe it was just the ones that had fighting in their blood. We were almost to the hallway when a hammer guard stepped out and blocked our way. We stopped. "Give me the knife, Danny." He shook his head. "No, it's not proper." The guard didn't wait for us to argue further. He wrestled with the young prince. Twice his size and skill, it was over quick. He disarmed the boy with ease and stabbed him twice in the stomach before turning him around and bringing the blade deep across his throat. No. Then he came for me. I let him grab my arm. He let go as if my skin had burned his hand. It was his fear then that I felt above the others. Quickly, he kicked the knife away from us so I couldn't use it. "That's okay. You don't need it." My mother's voice whispered in my ear. The guard's eyes went wide, and he backed away from me, gaze tearing away from mine in search of backup. I looked down to see what spooked him so. Shadows were gathering beneath my skin and taking form between my fingers. "What the? Which?" He hissed, backing away further until the crowd filled in between us. Inhale. Exhale. I knelt down and held Danny's hand. The shadows retreated back where they came. 1 minute the young royal had been so full of life, and the next he was gone. It didn't seem right to leave him alone, but I couldn't let Ricci fall victim next. I squeezed his cold fingers. "I'm sorry." I grabbed the knife and ran through the chaos. A woman bumped into me. The steak knife skittered across the floor. Someone else kicked it. There was no time to chase it, and to be perfectly honest, I didn't really want it anymore anyway. I crawled to the wall and snuck into the hallway. The Hamra estate wasn't as big as home, and not even a fraction of the palace's size in Nerys, but the hallway of doors still made it difficult. The first door led to the marriage chamber. I knew that already. Despite my fear of what I might see, I peeked inside and was grateful to find it empty. The following 2 rooms were the same. I found the guard arguing with her at the bottom of the stairs. Only Ricci would argue with a man trying to kill her. Ishmo had tried to teach me how to sneak through the woods once, stepping barefoot lightly from one mossy patch to the other. I took off my shoes and grabbed a small statue on display nearby. As quickly and quietly as I could, I ran up and hit the man in the head. He fell against the wall, unconscious. Ricci stared at him in shock. Then she looked up at me and screamed. I put my hand over her mouth. "Shh! You have to get out of here." The guard was already groaning and reaching for his sword. I pushed her away and stood between them, the statue raised and ready. "Go, Ricci." The man shook his head to clear the last of the fog and blinked. Then he laughed. Ricci touched my shoulder. "He's mine, Ara." He touched the back of his head and winced. "I'd commend you if it didn't hurt so bad." I saw then the black hair and delicate features of a native Neritian. Oh no, I'm so sorry. What are you doing dressed as a Hamra guard?" When a group of people starts killing, it's usually a good idea to blend in as much as possible. Graciously, he let me help him back to his feet. Are you okay, David? Ricci asked. Of course. He seemed content to be transferred to his royal's care. The Napoleon's reputation precedes her. Ricci giggled. There you are. David's head snapped up, and his hand went back to his sword. The older of the Trinar twins stood at the end of the hall, sword already in hand. Come with us, Ara, Ricci whispered. He can't protect us both, I replied. To David, I said, go. Keep her safe. He didn't wait for any argument from her. They disappeared down the stairs. Too late. I wished I would have said goodbye. I had been too scared before, but this was my chance to convince the Trinar prince that we could still fix things the old-fashioned way. I set the statue on the stairs and sauntered into the hallway. Solus, just the man I wanted to see. I must apologize for my earlier reaction. Two-way snare, Ishmo. Solus, just the man I wanted to see. I must apologize for my earlier reaction. Ishmo stopped short before turning the corner. There she was, Ara. Her voice was a touch higher than usual, yet smooth and steady. You did not start all this just for me, did you? I would have answered your letters, she said. Was she flirting? Ishmo wondered. A man laughed. In the reflection of the window across the hall, Ishmo saw him. He wore the green coat of a Trinar prince. There were many reasons on our list to do what was done tonight, but you were not one of them. I was just as surprised to see you as you were me, it seems. Your fear seems to have subsided, though. Does death excite you? There was a pause, a moment to think, or maybe. Peace excites me, she replied, and power. The continent looks down on us farmers. They think we are weak, always squabbling. If we could unite our two kingdoms, we would control the food supply. We could become just as powerful as the coastal traders. Your father ruined that when he chose you to be his heir. Byrne will never approve our betrothal now. Oh, but I do like this role play. Tell me, who would sit on the throne of this new kingdom? You or me? Do you always do as your father says? Come home with me. I will show you how good it feels to break the rules, she challenged. In the reflection, Ishmo caught a flash of movement and heard Ara catch her breath. I know how to break the rules, kitten. You are the one playing games that you do not know the consequences of, the prince remarked. Ishmo tied the captain's knife to his belt, waiting for the right opportunity. You did not answer my question, the prince pointed out. I have no great want of a throne. If that is what you desire, you will be free to take it, she replied. A throne is not all that I desire. Care to make our union official, or are you all talk? Ishmo tightened his grip on the captain's ceremonial silver and blue carved hilt, but Ara just laughed. He thought he might have detected a nervousness that hadn't been there before. I have higher standards than that, Your Highness. There is blood on my dress. Ishmo's mind raced. So people were dead. Whose blood was it? The captain wasn't with her. Could it be his blood on her dress? He couldn't imagine she'd flirt so readily with the man responsible for the death of someone she cared about. Then again, he hadn't imagined she'd offer herself, and Naporia's throne, to an enemy prince in exchange for peace either. He didn't catch what the prince said next, but he heard the sharp clap of an open palm and his laughter. I deserve that. Perhaps you are a lady. Ara definitely sounded more nervous then. There will be time enough to get to know each other back home. We can go now. No one will see us. A long silence followed. Saints. Ishmo realized the prince was actually considering it. What will King Devon and Commander Yo say when they come home with a Trinar prince? They'll never agree to give him the throne. Of course not. That wasn't the point. It didn't matter. They'd have a prisoner. A bargaining chip for peace. It's a snare. Is it true what my brother says? Did Annalise kill our army? My father? the prince asked. Then it was Ara's turn to be silent. If I come with you, Byrne and Michael will try to kill us both. Our children will have a claim to the Trinar throne. He'll hunt them down too. Can you protect us? He wanted to say him right then, but he had faltered. I think so. You think so? I don't know how to use it yet, but it's there. I can feel it. His voice shifted, from that of a selfish weasel to a cunning fox. Good. My hunch was right then. Shit. In the reflection, Ishmo saw Ara's blue image back away from the prince toward his hiding spot. The green reflection followed. I think instead of coming home with you, you should come home with me. I'll teach you how to use your power, and our united throne can be where it belongs, the prince proposed. If I agree, can there still be peace? She asked. Ara, don't do that. You are worth your freedom too. There will be peace. It may take a few generations to bring Naporians to heal, but they will come around. So will you, he insisted. No, I'll only agree if we put an end to the fighting now, she countered. You said it yourself. You cannot use the power yet. I am afraid you do not have the bargaining chip that you think you do. Now, Ara! Ishmo shouted as he stepped out from behind the wall and hurled the captain's sword. She didn't seem surprised by his sudden appearance. Catching the weapon by its scabbard, she pulled out the blade. Please, Solus, it doesn't have to be this way, she pleaded. The prince laughed. I agree. Put down your weapon and come with me. Although they had trained together once a month, every month for 10 years, it wasn't enough for her to hold her own against a man who likely had the best fighters training him daily. With ease, he knocked the sword from her hand. Ishmo expected that, so he stepped between them before the prince could bring the blade back for a second strike. Too late. He noticed that the prince wore thick leather gloves. He dropped the heavy golden hilt, grabbed the blade, and swung. The first blow hit hard enough that Ishmo didn't feel it. He didn't feel the stone wall either. But he did hear Ara scream. Then everything went black. Corruption. Solus Marcellus. He was known to be the kinder of the Trinar twins. I only knew what briefings I managed to sneak a peek at over father's shoulder, said of the two boys. But in all, I would tell Harold that I found them to be lacking. The truth yanked me by the hair down the hallway. Ishmo told me once that they trained boys not to think so much because it only made you hesitate in a fight. Hesitation gets you dead, and I, foolish and ever the optimist, had hesitated. Now all I could think of was the sharp pain at my scalp and how to make it stop. Come, princess. He said it as if we were holding hands, walking down a garden path. He pulled me into a nondescript room, a place we wouldn't be disturbed. Finally able to think with a clear head, I pulled back on my hair to yank the braid out of his grip. I stumbled backward, tripping over a rolled-up carpet on the floor. No, not a carpet at all. I turned over on my hands and knees to stand, but found myself looking into the shocked, stiff face of a dead man. His skin was blue, and his eyes were dull. He was missing his coat and his sword. Luckily, my stomach was empty when it turned over. I couldn't stop the low groan of frustration and disgust that came up in place of my lunch. Why did there have to be so much death? My nerves felt like the tight drums that the wedding musicians pounded with mallets, and my heartbeat picked up the tempo. And you call me cursed. I took a deep breath and stood up on my shaking legs. Did Hamra know of your treachery, or did you break your alliance before the sheets were dry? Marson is with us. You do not have enough men to keep your allies safe. We do. Hamra understands this. Marson was to the northeast of Trinar. They harvested lumber and were known for their harsh winters. Father must have assumed that a Marson man's marriage to our Hamra allies meant they were leaning more toward our side, not that both had fallen to the other. The thought cleared the fog of anger. I needed to tell Rowan. If I made it back, Father and Harold too. We would need to shore up our own allies at our backs and prepare for war. I glanced towards the door. We had wandered far away from the grand hall. I could no longer hear any noise from the front of the estate, if anyone was still even alive to make noise. Ishmo had been knocked unconscious by the blow, but was still breathing when Solus pulled me away. I needed to get back to him and find help. I made a move to make my escape, heaving my crown at the prince when he made a compulsive move towards me. I had imagined it hitting him in the face to buy me a few seconds' distraction. Instead, he caught it and lunged, managing to catch me in 2 strides. He grabbed my wrists and shoved the copper circle up until it bit into my forearms, rendering me trapped. Then he shoved me backward into a table. They say any man who touches you dies. He took off his gloves and grabbed my face. But perhaps not everything they say about you is true. After all, I stand to come out unscathed. And low, familiar voice came from the doorway. Don't be so sure. The prince froze for a moment with his fingers still digging into my cheeks. Ishmo stood a few steps behind him just inside the room. The prince did not take his hand away, but turned around, furious that someone dared interrupt him. His other hand was already around the hilt of his sword, the sword with a pommel still covered in Ishmo's blood. You plan to kill me? He asked. Turning enough to see that it was only the common boy at the door, he relaxed. Only a royal can kill another royal. So I've heard. Have you heard the consequences? The lives of your family will be forfeit. That means dead. I assume you have family? A sister? Mother? Ishmo must have made some indication. Ah, yes, your mother. Napoleon, no, I suspect you think she is quite brave. Did you know your king will be forced to allow my men passage to retrieve her? That your fellow guards will stand by while she is dragged through the streets? With his body still shielding Ishmo's view of me, his hand slid down around my neck and tightened so that I could not give him the order. Even if your king offered your family his forgiveness, my brother would find you eventually. Men are not kept safe inside a castle like the skittering spies. The warning was for me as much as it was to Ishmo. The prince loosened his hand. If I didn't want Michael ripping through my city and murdering Ishmo and his mother, then I had to be the one to put a stop to it. Stop, cadet. That's an order. Ishmo froze where he had been maneuvering into the room. I could see Rowan's blue and gold dagger in his hand. He trembled with effort to control his own blood fire, taking deep breaths to stay his hand. Impressive. Confident that my orders would be followed, Solus turned his attention back to me. Lesser men will look at your gender and say you do not belong upon a throne, but it appears you inspire some loyalty. He spoke softly then. I do not wish to harm you. I only want to make you listen. I was 7 when my father's second returned to us half out of his mind. He would not eat or sleep. He raved on and on about his entire battalion, 3,000 fighting men, killed in an instant. His king, dead. Napoleon men were the ones to first whisper that it had been the new queen, a witch. That is what they called her. Your own people. She wasn't. My father's body was desecrated. His heart was removed. Why would she do that if not to cast some spell? I didn't have an answer for that. Power like hers, like yours, corrupts. Do you ever wonder why the people who come in contact with you are compelled to either kill you or serve you? How has your father's mental state fared since her death? Our sources say that he is confused and cannot even tell the two of you apart. Maybe you do not do it on purpose. Maybe it is just a side effect of your ability. But you can see it, yes? If you stay in Naporia, you will drive everyone you love mad. He's lying, Ara. Solus shook his head. Is not that proof enough? Why is he here at all? Willing to sacrifice his life and his mother's life? Do you believe it is love? Stop it! I couldn't hear another word. Stop it! Stop! Ishmo rushed forward and jammed the blade up between the shiny buttons of the prince's coat. Ishmo, no! He looked up, seemingly as shocked as I was. Why did you do that? Horrified, I realized he was about to say, I don't know. You said not to follow your orders, Ishmo said in a low panic. The prince stumbled backward and laughed. You see? You've already begun. Ishmo pulled the knife out. He was ready to stab him again when a voice split the room like lightning. Cadet! Too late. Hurt had showed up with Mari. He surveyed the room and sighed deeply. It's my knife, Solus. The prince grit his teeth. Captain! He took the knife from Ishmo, who retreated to my side and removed the crown from my arms. I can do it, Rowan. You don't have to. He shook his head. I have the right. Rowan. Solus grit his teeth. Remember, Princess, his corruption is your fault as well. He could have been my family. Rowan jammed the knife up under Solus's coat. I will never be your family. And then he stabbed him again, and kept stabbing him, long after the prince was dead, until I stepped forward and rested a hand on his arm. Let's go home, I said gently. Forcibly, he let go of the knife, leaving the ornate handle protruding from the man's chest, and took a deep breath to regain his control. Yes, Your Highness. Family. Mari. When the fighting started, Mari thought she had been left for dead. The first scuffle near the east doors was what caught her attention at first. The peace understanding was between kingdoms, not families, and sometimes husbands corrected their wives in public. This was not unusual. Yet still, it made her uneasy. A scream then, and a wineglass fell, shattering across the floor. Suddenly she was surrounded by crying, panicked faces. We must go, Bonnie told the girls. Mari started along with them but was stopped by her sister's cold hand. You stay. You will find no safety with us. The shock left her frozen. She looked for Claire, but she too was hurrying away without so much a look back at their sister. A woman stumbled past, bleeding from her stomach. It was a wedding. The wedding feast was supposed to be safe. Of course, there was always a risk that someone would break the truce. That was why many royals had escorts. Ara had the captain. She had no one. A man ran into her, and she fell. Someone else stepped backward onto her ankle. It cracked. She cried out, but no one seemed to hear. Help! Please! Somebody help me! People pushed and shoved one another to get away from the chaos. Another man tripped over her, but instead of helping, he stood up and continued on to make his escape. Finally, she crawled over the people and the bodies strewn around the floor to a wall and was able to pull herself up. A Hamra guard stood nearby, watching. Help! She hobbled toward him and realized too late that his calm demeanor was not ordinary. There was a knife in his hand and blood fire in his eyes. She turned to run, but he grabbed her, pulling her back against his chest in a shadowed alcove. Your brother thanks you for your service. He raised the knife to kill her. A solid wall smashed into them. No, not a wall. A man. The captain. He pinned all three of them to the wall with the force of his collision, sandwiching her between the two of them, one hand pinning the guard's wrist to the stone. Rowan! My lady. With his free hand, he plucked one of the long pins from her hair and brought it down into the neck of her assailant. Warm blood ran down her shoulder and back, but she couldn't take her eyes off of his radiant green irises. You came back for me. You are a Palacios, are you not? Now he was carrying her down the back stairs of the estate, with Ara and another guard following close behind. She held onto his neck and buried her face into his shoulder so she wouldn't see whatever it was that made Ara so upset when they came outside. It must have been bad from the loud gasping sound she made. They slowed, and the captain asked if she was okay, but she never answered him. Finally, they started running again, and the other guard began to explain how many of the men had been sick. That explained the atrocious smell. She was thankful when their carriage was already waiting for them. She did not open her eyes until she was safely inside with the curtains drawn. Ara looked pale. Tears ran down her face. the same one that had looked so perfect earlier that morning. The black coal was smudged around her eyes. Hopefully, no one important saw her like that. When the carriage was on its way, Ara began to moan. She hugged herself and rocked back and forth, keening like a chief mourner in the cathedral's great hall. What had she seen that upset her so? The other brother. "Do you think Michael knows that Solus is dead?" I nodded. The escort had not fared well in our absence. I heard one of the cadets tell the captain that they saw Michael with a band of Trinar soldiers executing anyone who wasn't in hiding or too weak to get away. And he had. Dead men were strewn out across the lawn. Brown coats, blue coats, and even Narishan red coats. The smell of blood, meat, and the stomach contents of those who were sickened by the tainted food coated my nostrils and threatened my already empty stomach. The fear and death clung to me like a wet cloak I couldn't shed. "Will he come for us?" Mari asked. My hands hurt from how tight I was holding them together. Oh yes, he would come. And when he did, we would all be dead if I couldn't figure out how to do whatever it was that I was supposed to do. Mari rubbed her fingers. The low simmer of rage that started after Danny's murder was getting hotter. Like a cauldron of boiling water, the turmoil inside my body was at my throat, building pressure and panic. We were lucky to have 12 of our escort left alive, even though I could hear heaving as we went. I braced my hands against the side of the carriage as it raced down the road towards the tree line. The sun was hidden in the haze of dark clouds, and the darkness of the forest offered better odds than fighting out in the open, where there were no shadows or shelter when death came knocking. "We could slow down a little, surely," Mari said. "Not if we want to live." Mari pressed her lips together to not say anything further. As if the world were listening, somewhere, down below, wood cracked and the carriage came to a halt just in time for another loud snap. Mari broke her short-run silence. "Why have we stopped?" "I think we've broken a wheel." She stared at me, pausing to contemplate the danger. She clenched her hands together and her face turned distant. A virtuous woman accepts her punishments with a grateful heart. Rowan shouted orders outside. Mari looked out the window, her hands shaking when she pulled back the curtain. She knew better than all of us what was coming. "Is it true, Ara? What they say of your mother? Are you really asking about her, or are you asking about me?" There was shouting from the rear of the escort. Mari's face was hidden in the shadow of the carriage, but I knew her eyes would be wide in fear. For a moment, I almost wanted to see her so disheveled. She was always so perfect, with her tight curls and bright eyes, never a thing out of place, but the wedding had already destroyed that. And if caught, her fate would be the same as those broken boys on Hamra's front lawn. I couldn't let that happen. "Stay here," I ordered. Hurt got down off his horse and met me outside of the carriage. "You should stay inside, Your Highness." "I will not stand by defenseless while the guard fights on my behalf." Ishmo came alongside on his horse, dismounted, and knelt as Hurt would have expected him to. Under his mess of black hair, his ear was tilted toward the trees, listening, knowing what was coming. At his waist, I heard the slow whine of metal on metal as he pulled his sword and held it out. The fight would be to us soon. It was what I had sought him out for all those years ago, but now, to take his weapon and actually fight, the whispers would only get worse, if we survived. I reached out and wrapped my hand around the silver hilt, searching his eyes for reassurance. "It's okay, miss. I have my bow." Saints, if those are his last words to me, I'm going to lose it. "Make your decision," Hurt whispered urgently. "They will be here soon." I took the sword. Ishmo lifted his bow off of the horse and sent it away. Fear began to build in the trees. I swallowed back the pain in my body, took the sword in both hands, and turned to Rowan. "You told me once that your mother said being brave meant being scared and doing what needs to be done anyway." I looked from him to Ishmo and back. "If we die, then we all die together." Hurt smiled. You honor me, princess. He didn't have time to say anything more. Ishmo let loose an arrow. It hit its target. One green eyeball. Impressive. But it wasn't enough. Trinar soldiers were coming through the forest. 1, 3, 6. Too many. Our remaining escort met them in a clash of metal. More lives were lost, and the boiling cauldron inside my gut began bubbling over the edge. Why did it make me so angry? I didn't even know them. These lives are mine. Mine to take. Mine to give. From the end to the beginning, here or there, they are mine. Mine. The blood in my veins ignited. Hotter even than what I'd felt in the slaver's room and my father's office. I thought I might actually be burning. Hurt was knocked off his feet by one of the enemy soldiers. A few paces away, Ishmo fired his last arrow and ripped the knife from its leather sheath at his chest. Both were soon overtaken and wrestled onto their knees. Then it began to snow in earnest. It was like standing on the edge of a cliff. I held tight to the hilt of the sword, feeling each ridge in the carved silver, helpless, but more awake than I had ever been. None of the soldiers came for me or Mari. They knew the two girls posed no threat. Once each of my men were restrained with blades pressed against their throats, the younger of the Trinar twins walked through the trees. The real weapon. Michael Marcellus, the man who broke his sister's fingers for playing a song, the man that made Solus look kind. He stood a few paces away, much less a poison fairy tale prince and much more hardened general. They await my order, Ara. Lay down your weapon. I looked over my men. Their fear filled the forest and mingled with the energy of the dead calling out to be avenged. I set the sword aside, leaning it against the side of the carriage, but the fire in my veins still raged. Why are you doing this? Mari shouted from inside the carriage. You have outlived your usefulness, Aunt. Usefulness? I have done nothing other than marry the man my brother bade me. The prince took another step. I see living in Naporia has made you bold. Will it last? I put myself between him and the carriage and raised my hands as if I could stop him by sheer will alone. Come no further. Why? Do you plan to do something? Mari is a Palacios now, I said. No harm will come to my family. I tried to make my voice as loud and sharp as I thought my father might sound. Like a king might sound. Michael was unfazed, continuing his stroll as if I were a child playing at threats. I said stop. In my mind, I sounded at least somewhat formidable, trying to invoke the power of the great Annalise Palacios, but the prince only smiled. He reached out fast as lightning and pinned me to the door of the carriage with a hand around my throat. Mari screamed. Panicked, I scratched desperately at his arm. Sharp pain stabbed into my bones from somewhere wholly different. Fear. Fear that tasted like summer pine on my tongue. Do not forget your place, princess. My brother is dead because of you. Michael Marcellus was a big man, tall in the way all of them were with long limbs and grace, but Michael also had the strength born from long hours of physical activity. He was the soldier. He was the one out with the armies. He was the one that took pleasure from pain and death and fear. I wasn't anywhere near a match for his physicality. Raising my hands to push him away, I couldn't even reach. He stepped forward, encouraging my feeble attempts to stop him. You can't do it yet, can you? Not to worry. I can be patient. He tightened his grip to cut off my questions in a similar fashion to the way Solus grabbed me back at the estate. It made me wonder if they shared a teacher. Two little boys learning how to hurt people instead of kindness. Byrne fears you. Solus wanted to turn you to our side. He shook his head. Short-sighted. The both of them. You are a weapon. I just have to figure out how to use you. He took hold of my chin and turned it sharply toward Rowan's stone-still face. The only emotion was the rage burning in his eyes. Why don't we start with him first? I don't know why I expected a fair fight. After what Mari told me, I should have prepared myself for the pain Michael would make me endure. Pain far worse than anything he could do to me physically. He planned to hurt everyone I loved until whatever power my mother passed down came to life and obeyed his orders. Rowan closed his eyes, and I thought he was preparing to be the first of my sacrifices, his lips moving in silent prayer. Instead, wind whistled as it blew through the trees, and I could swear I heard my name. Call my name. I'll be there. Something changed in the forest then. All the energy of the lives lost, even the death of the summer, swelled under the carriage. Michael felt it too. His attention snapped back to me. Ishmo saw an opportunity and threw an elbow into the rib of the soldier behind him and tried to rush the Trinar prince, his knife ready in his hand. It all happened so fast. Michael let go of me and caught Ishmo by the wrist, pulling him close and smashing their heads together. Ishmo stumbled back. Michael gave an order. The soldier that had him before stepped forward and grabbed Ishmo by the collar of his castle guard coat. He tried to fight back but couldn't. His arms and legs were slow to function, disoriented from the blow. A knife blade flashed. No, not again. The knife fell to the ground. Everyone froze, watching as the Trinar soldier's skin began to dry and peel off of his body like tree bark. He screamed, high and shrill, until his body, void of life and soul, fell back into the snow unmoving. Ishmo fell with him, scrambling backward, aghast at the sudden lifeless fingers that still gripped his coat. The rage was so hot in my veins that I thought my blood might be boiling. All the soldiers left in the clearing turned to me as if they were animals who'd stumbled into the den of a predator. Fear poured out of their heads into the forest. That's what the pain in my bones was. Everyone was afraid. Rowan, Ishmo, even Bran. I felt him watching beyond the trees. In the reflection of Michael's eyes, I could see the veins under my skin burn gold, and the shadows in the forest gather at my back. One by one the soldiers began to die, life pulled from their bodies back into the earth from which they came. I didn't differentiate between their side and mine. Some of the men had time to scream. Others did not. I didn't care. They were nothing to me, just angry little pinpricks of light on my sacred land. Stop now, Michael ordered, his eyes shining. His hand was already tight against my neck, cutting off the blood supply while black splotches began to creep into the edges of my vision. No one else moved. Those of his men still left alive waited to see if Michael would tame the witch. Some of mine, too. I could feel their hope. They were afraid of getting caught in my indiscriminate killing. Good. Fear me. Worship me. There was a balance. All good farmers knew this. Life could not exist without death. The soil was made ready by the nutrients left behind, but the massacre inside the ballroom that day was excessive, disrespectful. Michael's confidence began to waver. My shadows climbed over my shoulders and twisted around his arm. I said, "Stop this. Now." Oh, Michael Marcellus. He thought he was something. He wanted the power of fear, so I let him feel exactly what all men feared, sending the shadows slithering into his armor. He let go of me then to try and stop them. Yanking at belts and scratching at himself, he was lost to the terror for only a short while before he steeled himself, turning back to where he left me on the steps of the carriage. "Fuck your party tricks," he spat through gritted teeth. Ancient power coursed through my veins, building and pouring out through my skin. Each of their lives were connected to the earth, to me, by a golden flowing root system. Mine to keep in balance. I let the power flow through Michael's roots, and his mind opened to see me for what I truly was. It was only then did he fall to his knees and beg for mercy. So I gave him mercy. I reached for Ishmo's sword, still leaning against the carriage, and stepped down from the step, swinging the blade and removing Michael's head with a spray of hot blood across the freshly fallen snow. I spun and used the golden power to yank the roots out of the life of another lower being that dared to interfere. There was a word on his lips as he went, and a smile. Awake. Ennis, the man from the campfire that prayed to me and set a barn on fire. I saw the moments of his life flash through my mind and felt every emotion he had as they went. Hope when he saw me by the fire in camp. Sorrow when he knelt before my mother's casket. Pride when he stood guard over my mother when she was pregnant. Fear when the fires were lit in a field of lavender. Courage when he held a sword for the first time. And love when he reached up to be held by his mother. Oh gods, what have I done? Breathe, miss. A cold hand gripped my arm. Ishmo. The golden power wrapped around his roots too. I felt the excitement of a young boy throwing water onto a fire, the pain of burning skin, and the acceptance of death. His eyes widened and the molten color to his irises cooled like hot iron in water, but I stopped short of giving those memories, his life, back to the earth. I felt the bowstring slide across his fingers, the reverence of life taken, and intimate knowledge of that ancient balance. Kneel. I didn't wait for the order to register. I removed the strength from his legs until he fell to his knees. Ara. The power flowed easily now, as I used it as an extension of myself, sinking deeper into his roots and gaining access into the buried part of all living creatures, his soul. He thought that I was still the girl that pretended to be a kitchen maid. He thought I was warm and kind. But now he saw otherwise. He clutched desperately at his chest and made the most wonderful sound, like a gasp and a whimper. Something was different about his soul. Summer pine trees and starlight swirled through the open connection and welcomed my presence. His eyes began to warm again, not from fear, but from desire. His yearning shot through me like an arrow with the light and hope of love and life. It released the power's hold and knocked us both back into the snow. Purpose. Ishmo. It took a moment for Ishmo to open his eyes and will his body to move. Ara was scrambling to her feet, rushing over in a panic. Her eyes were back to their deep midnight blue color, but she still looked very much a reaper of souls with her torn blood-splattered dress and the Trinar prince's sword still locked in her hand, dripping with his blood. With effort, Ishmo rolled back over onto his knees and reached out to touch her hands, brushing his fingers over her wrists and feeling thankful that he'd taken off his gloves before the fight. Her skin felt warm and electric. His body was spent, dizzy and weak, but his heart was pounding, careening into his ribs as he forced himself to breathe deeply in an attempt to calm its frantic rhythm. He looked at the woman before him. The girl in the bushes was no more, and she was everything they said, and then some. "Are you okay?" she asked, her face pinched with fear. He wanted to speak, but he knew that any words might betray what he was feeling, so he could only nod, even though the truth was, he wasn't okay at all. He'd felt her touch reach inside and awaken something powerful, a fierce urge to lay her down in the snow, to bury himself between her legs and worship every inch of her snow-kissed skin. He wrapped his arms around her waist and buried his face in her stomach, keeping as close as he dared without provoking the captain's full wrath. Her free hand rested tentatively on his head, her fingers gently working through his hair, and with that touch, the lingering pain faded away. He nearly forgot how reckless he had been. Then came a new pain. A set of strong fingers dug deep into the very spot where Ara had bitten him on the shoulder in their clearing. "Let go. Now," the captain ordered from his side. Ishmo forced his arms to loosen, and his hands fell into the snow at her feet. He pressed his forehead into the cold, wet grass and, oddly enough, smiled even though he knew none of them could see it. It felt perverse. Like the Reaper herself, with his sword in her hand, had called his name in that unforgettable, breathless tone as the blood of their enemies dripped from the blade. "Ara." The captain's voice softened as he turned his attention to her. "Are you okay?" She exhaled a long puff of air before answering, I, I'm fine. The others? There was a mixture of fear and guilt woven through her words. What's done is done. You saved our lives, Your Majesty. Out of the corner of Ishmo's vision, he saw Hurt lower himself to his knees and press his face into the snow. Lifting his head, he noticed the remaining escort had gathered and were doing the same, even Mari, standing in the doorway of the carriage. Please, Ara said weakly, her voice trembling. That isn't needed. She took a step backward, tripping over Lieutenant Ennis and nearly losing her footing. When she looked over his snow-covered body, all the color drained from her face. Hurt rushed forward to catch her as she turned and promptly lost control of her stomach. The rest of their escort bowed their heads to give her some privacy. I'm sorry, she murmured, gathering her wits and wiping away tears. I'm okay. Liar. Shall I tell the men to ready the horses? The captain asked. She nodded. Bring our dead. Even if some of the men need to walk. I don't want anyone left behind. Yes, Your Highness. The remaining guards got to their feet. As Ishmo headed to follow, a sudden flash of dizziness overtook him and he stumbled into the side of the carriage. For a moment he caught both the captain's and Ara's attention as he helped her stand. Gregor appeared at his side, offering his shoulder. Crazy bastard, he mumbled. I'm glad you're not dead. Thanks. Me too, Ishmo replied. The captain then stood and issued his orders. Cut loose the horses. We are leaving the carriage. The dead will load onto one or two, and remove the saddles so we can double. The men swiftly set off to complete their tasks. Ishmo began working on one of the carriage harnesses, all the while keeping one eye on Ara. Ride with Mari in front, and I will cover the back, she said, having steeled herself and donned that mask Ishmo despised. Your Highness, the back of the convoy is the most dangerous. Let me... He started to protest, but she cut him off. Mari was their initial target. We have to assume that if they come for us again, they'll still want her dead. Hurt glanced back at the headless body behind them. Perhaps, but you have just killed the Trinar heir. She sighed. Then we'll give them something to think twice about. Reaching up, she adjusted the spot where Mari had reaffixed her crown. Hurt lowered his voice. Are you sure? What happened here can still be dismissed as a rumor. Not likely. She shook her head. Not all the Trinar soldiers were killed. They're probably halfway back to the others in the estate by now. Kneeling down, she fumbled around the prince's body until she produced an emerald-handled knife. My mother killed a whole battalion of men, and do you know what Solus said Byrne feared most about her? The fact that she cut out the king's heart. I don't even know why she did it. The captain cocked his head. She didn't. Commander Yo did. My mother told him that it distressed the Trinar royals greatly when they couldn't bury their dead whole. He thought it would scare them. He shrugged. Just in case what she did wasn't enough. Well, it worked. Let them fear me too. Maybe I can buy Naporia a few more years of peace. Or make it worse, the captain countered. That's the risk. She marked a spot on Michael's chest and looked up at the captain. Here? He nodded. If you're sure? I'm sure. With that, she stabbed the knife between the leaves of her crown, marking the body as hers and taking full responsibility for the Trinar heir's death. Put his head in the carriage and burn it, so Byrne will know that I remember. Her voice was as hard as steel. With a few shouts, the task was delegated. I still do not like the idea of you riding alone. Please, at least have someone ride with you. If nothing else, they can serve as a shield. Fine. Who does this sword belong to? Ishmo hid his face behind the horse. Clever. Bran had warned him that he needed to learn to lie better, and it seemed Ara was an expert at that. Leaf, come, and bring a horse, Hurt commanded. Ishmo knelt as he approached, not just because the captain would expect it, but also because he wanted to. Best not to let her know that, though. Cadet Leaf? She asked with feigned surprise, a smile tugging at her lips. You're proving to be quite useful. What is your first name? He stood up and tightened his grip on the horse's bridle to appear steady. Ishmo, miss, he replied. They noticed immediately. Ishmo saw the captain shoot her a look that silently disapproved of her choice, though he didn't voice it. He was right. The pain was gone, but the dizziness would soon make it hard for Ishmo to fight again. Ara wasn't having any of that. He needs to ride with someone anyway, and I want to keep an eye on him. I can't be the reason anyone else dies today. Then she addressed Ishmo directly. Will you be comfortable riding with me, cadet? Before he could answer, Hurt interjected. He'll do whatever you order him to do. Yes. Yes, I will. It would be an honor, Your Highness, Ishmo replied. Good. I'm glad. She handed his sword back, the hilt still warm from her hand. Sorry for the blood. Don't clean it off, the captain added. You think Father will want to see it? I think he'll want to frame it. Her smile made him smile back, though it was unsettling to see the captain happy. Look after Mari, she instructed. Regardless of their history, she shouldn't have to see her nephew like that. He nodded and returned to the carriage. Ara led the horse away and motioned for Ishmo to follow. We don't want to be anywhere near her when she learns she can't ride side saddle, she said quietly, striving to act normal. No one mentioned what they had just witnessed. They paused beside the body of one of their own. The snow had already covered most of his features. There were no exterior wounds. It was one of hers. Are you okay, Ishi? Truly? She asked. I'm fairly certain I have a concussion, Ishmo murmured. That's not what I mean, she replied. He knelt to close the man's eyes, resting a hand on her leg, hidden by the others. Truly, he said. She was silent for a moment before speaking in a distant tone. I don't think I'm just a normal girl. I'm sorry, Ara. I know how much you wanted to be, he whispered. He felt a pang of regret for not believing it sooner. She sighed and stepped back, allowing the other guards to come in and take his body. He watched as all the fallen were loaded onto horses, and the guilt was written plainly on her face. When it was time to move, Ishmo interlaced his fingers, and she stepped up, swinging her leg over the horse before reaching back for his hand so he could mount behind her. There was no saddle between them, and he clung to her a moment longer than necessary to regain his balance, savoring the way she relaxed in his arms before reluctantly shifting to a more respectful distance when the captain approached with Mari. Don't follow too closely, but don't get too far behind, the captain instructed Ara. It'll be dark soon. If anything happens, the signal is 3 short whistles. It'll carry up the convoy, and I'll come back. I'll be fine, Rowan, she assured him. He took a deep breath and nodded, then turned his focus back to him. If anything happens to her, I will kill you myself. Slowly. You understand? The captain warned. He departed, and Ara sent the horse into a gallop to pull around into position. Yeah, she called. Ishmo grabbed her waist to steady himself, whispering in her ear, You did that on purpose. The convoy set off, and she rode slowly to join them. Bringing up the rear in the twilight, no one noticed when Ishmo pulled her flush between his legs and wrapped his arms tightly around her waist, burying his face in her hair. She no longer smelled of the fancy floral soaps she had used before the wedding. Instead, she carried a musky, earthy scent with a hint of iron and blood. Are you okay, Ara? Truly? He asked. No, I don't think I am, she replied, a long tremor coursing through her body. Their lives meant nothing to me. I could have killed them all, and it wouldn't have fazed me. I killed our own men. I could have killed you. You didn't, though, he murmured. Saints, Ishi, that's not the point. Whatever that power inside me is, it's too much. I can't control it. Then she began to shake uncontrollably. I can't do that again. Not ever again. Never. Ever, ever again. The horse stopped and whinnied. Ara, Ishmo said, tightening his arms around her waist and pressing his lips directly against her ear. Relax. You're safe now. He remembered how his mother had once hoped he'd be a tailor, while Tashin saw him as a butcher. Bastard. Nobody. Castle guard. They were all wrong now. He knew who he was meant to be. You don't have to do it again if you don't want to. He said I was a weapon, she murmured. I'll be your weapon, Ishmo vowed. I'll be your shield. Ishi, she whispered. You don't have to do this alone. We'll figure it out as we go, he promised, removing his gloves to feel the bare skin of his beloved. His fingers traced down her arms and covered her hands. I'm not afraid of you, Ara. You make it very hard to say no when you touch me like that, she murmured as her body began to relax. The horse slowly trotted forward again. She must have been exhausted. Killing the 2 soldiers in the woods felt like weeks ago, though it had really only been a few days. Had she managed a full night's sleep since then? Rest now. I'm here, he whispered as she sank back against his chest, and the horse drifted to the edge of the road. He took the reins from her hands and, once he was sure she was asleep, he murmured, I am yours, Ara, from now until the end of my days. The spirit of Naporia. I dreamt of a snow-covered forest, Hamra now instead of the road to Nerys, but Hao's face was still in my blood-covered hands. His eyes were a desperate plea, and I remembered now the same feeling of holding his life in my hands. I let it go to become one again with the earth and myself. He was going to die anyway, but I was the one that killed him. My mother was still standing next to the black royal casket. Come see, she said. This time, I was too tired and frustrated to resist. I stormed over. If I look, will you leave me alone? She tilted her head but conveniently did not say one way or the other. I lifted the lid, half expecting to see myself. But it was Mari. She reached out and grabbed my arm, fingers digging into my skin so hard blood began running down my forearms. I jerked awake. One solid arm tightened around my waist. Easy. It's okay. We're almost to the city. I realized why Ishmo spoke so quietly. The convoy was stopped, and we were almost to the others. I took the reins, and he put his gloves back on. The escort had split on either side of the road, and Rowan waited up ahead holding the reins of the king's white horse. Bran's doing, no doubt. I knew he had been watching. He would have ridden ahead to report what happened to our father and Harold. It's up to you, Rowan assured. Lieutenant Britton will take custody of the dead, and the rest of us will ride by your side. Some choice. What remained of our guard took their positions. I asked Ishmo for his sword belt, and he had the wherewithal to blush deeply when he removed it in my presence with everyone watching. Could someone blush on command? Maybe he wasn't faking. We rode 3 abreast, myself in the center, Rowan on one side with his bloody sword drawn, and Ishmo on the other with his bow in hand, scanning the sides of the road. Mari was behind us, as protected as possible. I wasn't ready to let my guard down after that dream. We set a torturously slow pace. I wanted to gallop and get inside the white stone walls where I knew we would all be safe, but I also needed word to spread. And it did. The city stretched several neighborhoods, and we picked up followers as we went. Word spread as children ran ahead to tell others. Once we reached the city center, the roads were lined with people. Off-duty castle guards stood among them, taking up a post and occasionally joining our group as Rowan ordered. When we rode as a family, I felt it essential that the people knew my humanity. So many believed that Bran would take the throne. I had to show them that I could defend the kingdom as well. Technically, I was on Father's white stallion, so when Father and Harold rode out to meet us, I wasn't surprised to see them both ride black war horses. After all, he still had his station, and I wasn't trying to take the throne early. However, tensions in the crowd grew heavy, and I realized that everyone else may not know that. Father! I waved a hand and greeted them with a smile, dismounting the horse to meet him away from my armada. He did the same, walking briskly across the stone road, embracing me to dispel worry from the crowd. It was the first time he had hugged me since my mother died, and I wiped quickly at tears that sprung up to my face. I'm sorry. I rushed. This is all getting kind of dramatic. Always put on a show, right? He held tightly to my arms. He was all business despite looking like a worried father. He had read Eglin's journal too, after all. Are you hurt? No, not me, but some of the men. I looked back toward the guard, and he gently brought my face back forward. They took a vow. You are what matters. He turned to face the crowd. My daughter is well. She has defeated our enemies and brought her escort home. Not all of them. His voice rang out so everyone could hear. She is the strength of our kingdom. The crowd roared. If there was anyone in the mass of people that believed otherwise, they knew well enough to stay hidden. Father turned back to me. Do you have your crown? I left it with the body, I whispered back. No matter. Father's kind voice assured, but his eyes were still thinking. Harold stepped forward. Perhaps, sir, it is time for the real one? The buckles of his coat were undone, revealing 4 black and gold daggers, but his hand was on something else, waiting for his king's answer. Father smiled. Yes, I think it's time. It was also clearly a setup. It wasn't as if Harold carried my mother's crown with him everywhere Father went. He handed out the real crown of copper leaves, and the sapphires caught the sun and sparkled. Several people gasped. Annalise Palacios was a legend. Her crown had not been seen since her death, and now the king held it high so that all could see. Ara Palacios, firstborn and protector of this kingdom, will be my heir. He said with loud confidence, the kingdom will be in good hands. I could feel the castle guard tense in preparation for a fight. Father continued on. King after king after king, our kingdoms have been locked in a cycle of war. Ara Palacios will break that cycle. The gods do not make mistakes. Father gave a gentle push, and I stepped forward. I had thought of the message I wished to convey the whole way through the city. I hoped against hope that the words I chose were correct. It is said that women are to keep books, and men are to carry a blade. But my mother stood by my father's side on the battlefield, and my father works hard to find paths to peace so that our boys can have a childhood. It is said that royal families have the blood of the gods in their veins. I have my mother's blood. I looked back to let the pause have its effect. My father's blood, the blood of Eglin, the blood of courage and hope. Palacios blood, yes, but more so, Naporian spirit. I cannot promise you that there will be no more wars, but I can promise that I will seek paths to peace when I can, and I will fight our enemies when I must. I held Ishmo's sword high by the blade at the hilt, letting the steel cut into my hand while the cheers from the crowd echoed through the streets. Put on a show, Eglin had said. I hoped my character was good enough to rally the people. Father's hand on my shoulder told me I succeeded. The look on the guards' faces told me I succeeded. Ishmo's face. I lowered the sword. Ever the opportunist, Father's voice echoed out from behind. Who will fight for Ara Palacios? Bran stepped forward out of the crowd. I will. Ishmo was next, then all the cadets on our escort, followed by several men in the crowd. Bran knelt, and they all followed. They thought I was worthy, that I had any clue as to what I was doing. Eglin was right. All kings were liars, and so was I. Epilogue. Cruel lessons. The smell of lavender tea filled the sitting room attached to Mari's bedchamber, a reminder of the days before everything changed. When I took my lessons in the library and the only people who knew my face were family and a common boy out in the woods. We were safe now, and the castle was quiet. but I still wasn't ready to leave Mari alone. I thought about telling her what I saw in the dream, but decided against it. She'd been traumatized enough. I'd been traumatized. There wasn't any point in scaring her further just because I had a nightmare. "Thank you," she said, after dipping a towel in the basin Minette left out and washing her face. "For what?" I asked. "For saving my life. For sitting here with me." She pulled out an envelope from a hidden pocket in her dress. "Will you stay with me while I read this?" "What is it?" "A letter. From the boy I told you about." Suddenly, her insistence that we go to the Hamra wedding made more sense. "You got it at the wedding? Was he there?" "No. One of my sisters passed it to me. She said she found it when cleaning out my things." I couldn't imagine how I would feel if I had married and moved to another kingdom only to find a letter from Ishmo 10 years later. "Take all the time you need." "You might as well wash up," she said. "Devon will want to see us all together for dinner, and you will not want to look a mess." I resisted the urge to roll my eyes. Some things never change. I went to the basin while Mari sat down and took a silver penknife from the table to open the faded seal on the envelope. I began scrubbing what was left of the paint off my face to give her some privacy. Saints. I must have looked feral during my speech. I bet kings never had to worry about smudged coal and torn-out hair. Across the room, Mari gasped. I looked up to see a fine cloud of white powder burst from the letter into her face. "Do letters collect dust?" I wondered. The loose powder fell from her hair but remained stuck to her wet cheeks. "What in the world?" "Oh, Mari, now you look a mess." I couldn't help but giggle, and Mari chuckled too out of sheer bewilderment. "Why would they play such a cruel joke?" she asked, dumping the excess powder into the envelope in her lap. "The letter is blank." She coughed a few times and waved a hand to clear the dust cloud. "Are you okay?" I asked. "It is all over your face." "Yes, yes." She waved me off. "I think I breathed some by accident." She coughed again. Mari didn't like to be dirty. The whole ordeal would be terribly embarrassing for her. But there was something else, a feeling deep in my gut that something wasn't right. "Here, don't worry. Come down to my room. Minette will have left a fresh basin of water. You can use it to wash off while I change. Maybe you can help me pick out the right dress to wear for dinner?" Mari agreed, but that now familiar feeling began tightening the muscles in my neck. Fear. Was it hers or mine? We went out into the hallway. I walked slowly so that I could keep close. We didn't have far to go, just one end to the other. If she was only afraid of being seen, the only castle guard in the hallway had already passed on his rounds a few minutes prior. Mari stopped to cough again, this time resting a hand on the wall. "It feels like stuck sand." "What?" I asked, turning back. "It's stuck in my throat. I can't get it out." Her fear was growing. If Mari was scared enough to drop her precious proper speech, something was definitely wrong. "Come on." I grabbed Mari's arm to steady her. "Come sit in my room and wash up. I'll have Minette bring some tea." Now the tightness extended across my shoulders. I tried to move her along. I was panicking myself. Heart racing, beating so hard it felt as if it might burst from my chest. She stumbled, and I caught her arm. She was coughing constantly now and was scratching at her throat with her hands. When the strength left her legs, I went down with her. "Mari!" She tried to stand up but only succeeded in turning over. Her wide green eyes stared up at the ceiling as she struggled to breathe. Tears streamed down her face. The fear stabbed me now. Over and over and over. I gasped, but fought through the pain. "I'll go get the doctor." Mari's hand shot out and grabbed my arm, fingers digging into my forearm, just like she had from my mother's coffin. She siphoned in a breath. "Please," she rasped. "Don't leave." Mari was dying, and she knew it. I could see it in her eyes. I could feel it, literally, in my bones. Help! I called down the empty hall. Somebody help us. My mother's voice whispered in my ear. You can help her? Like I helped How? No. You can do so much more than you know. Mari squeezed my hands. The blood vessels in her eyes were beginning to break. She was in pain, suffering. I tried to call upon the rage I had in Hamra. I tried to see the roots. Yet all I felt was fear. Her hand tightened painfully around my fingers and then relaxed. Her eyes that were wide and glossy became dull and lifeless. Mari? I shook her hand. She didn't respond. Mari! Your Highness, are you okay? A guard arrived and began touching Mari's face, trying to get her to respond. He pressed his mouth to hers and tried to get her to start breathing again, but couldn't get any air past her swollen throat. What happened? What is... He looked at the white powder on his hands and coughed. Princess, you should... He coughed again, this time his hand coming back bloody. I stood. It was happening to him too. He looked up at me. His fear was still felt, but far less than Mari's. That didn't make his final words any less disturbing. Cursed. For a moment there was a deep, resonant void in my senses. Their fear was gone. Silent. I screamed. Then fear came rushing back from several directions, like knives stabbing all over my body. It was true. Everyone around me died. I killed How. I killed Danny, my escort, Solis and Michael. Now Mari and this guard. Dead. They were all dead. It's not you, Ara. I looked up to see Rowan, out of breath, a few feet away. His hair was wet and uniform half askew. It's the powder, he said. They've been poisoned. I held up my dust-covered arms. Then why am I not affected? I don't know. Harold's voice came from the other end of the hall, where he stood with one solid hand on my father's shoulder to keep him from coming any closer. It's because you were poisoned before. They must be made of the same substance. Your body has a resistance. Or maybe it was because I was a witch. They didn't know any more than I did. You know this castle well, Father said. Perhaps it would be best to make yourself scarce until we know for sure. His eyes never left Mari's lifeless body. He knew the curse was real.